morning, Your Excellencies, professors, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yonsei University and the opening ceremony of the 2022 Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. I'm Semi Yoon, Professor of Sustainable Development and Cooperation at Yonsei University. Thank you all for joining us virtually today, wherever you are.
I am Hong-Won Seo, Professor of English at Yonsei University. Thank you for joining us.
The Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development is the flagship event of the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum Empowerment of Yonsei University. We are thrilled to have a fantastic group of policymakers, scholars, and public leaders with us today and tomorrow. As GEEF 22's theme, Remember, Our Common Future, implies, this year, we hope to revisit the definition of the term sustainable development, which first appeared in the Our Common Future report drafted by the World Commission on Environment and Development under Dr. Gro Brundtland's leadership in 1987.
This forum is also special in that it is co-hosted with friends and colleagues of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Our valuable partnership is based on the belief that together we can accomplish the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It cannot be achieved by one country or one continent. Rather, we are in this together. There are so many seemingly difficult problems at our hands now, problems related to health and socio-economic consequences of COVID-19, problems stemming from the climate change, disinterest in the social contract and cooperation, and more. These problems are complex, and no magic solution will work for all problems.
But by relying on evidence and bringing together researchers, policymakers, and global citizens to share knowledge and learn from one another, we can make headway on these problems. If there's no perfect solution, then there is at least a better solution. So that's why we have prepared this forum, exciting and packed 2 days of how we can accelerate the achievement of UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have prepared 1 special session, 3 plenary, and 12 feature sessions on diverse themes that will offer questions and possible paths to make our societies to be more resilient, socially and environmentally, while we pursue global prosperity.
Not just today, but in day 2 as well, we will have opportunities to hear about the latest findings from brilliant researchers and compelling voices for sustainable development. We welcome all of you to join in sessions of today and tomorrow. And I hope you use this forum as an opportunity to think about how to make a better sense of the seemingly irrational world and to collect insights that you can bring to bear in your good endeavors every day. For those of you listening in, what you are doing is making the world a safe, free, just, and sustainable and prosperous place. Thank you so much for that work. Today's opening ceremony will begin with welcoming remarks from the GEEF co-hosts. First of all, please welcome President of Yonsei University, Professor Seung-Hwan Seo, and please, Mr. President, would you like to take place? Please give him a big applause.
Excellencies, guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends everywhere joining us online. I'm honored to welcome you all to the first Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development, GEEF 2022. This forum will examine the progress of the UN SDGs, which will soon celebrate 8 years, and share diverse and novel ideas for promoting our common future. We look forward to hearing your insightful contributions. I would like to thank Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, and the Honorary Chair of the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, for leading UN SDGs and starting the GEEF. Moreover, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the speakers, Dr. Heinz Fischer, the 11th President of Austria and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Gro Brundtland, the first woman Prime Minister of Norway, Choi Jong-mun, the second Vice Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Kang Kyung-hwa, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Ga Jong-hyun, Vice President of YG Entertainment, and all participants of this event. Since its establishment in 1885, and during its 137-year history, Yonsei University has continuously contributed to society, motivated by its core values of mutual solidarity, commitment, and engagement. Yonsei University is recognized as one of the best universities in the world by the Times Higher Education University Impact Rankings, the global index that evaluates the SDG achievement status of higher education institutions. The university is responding quickly to changes in the educational paradigm after the first industrial revolution and the COVID-19 pandemic, through the opening of the knowledge sharing platform called as Learners. Yonsei has continuously made innovative efforts to solve challenges in education and the international community. As a leading university and SDG champion in Korea, we will continue to promote awareness and efforts to contribute to a sustainable future. In 2021, from climate change to COVID-19, our world suffered from challenging times, which seem to put the Sustainable Development Goals further out of reach. Although there are still many signs and a lot and urgency to meet the SDGs, only by recovering together we can get the Sustainable Development Goals back on track. We hope that GEEF allows present and future generations to contemplate the future of our global community, practice inclusive international cooperation, and share wisdom to shape our common future. Once again, we welcome you all to GEEF 2022. As we transition into the new normal, we hope that you can share your leadership and wisdom for a more sustainable and better world. Also, thank you to all the officials and staff members who have worked hard to make GEEF one of the world's most representative SDGs forums throughout the past 4 years. Yonsei University will do its best to become a global center to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals and create a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Seo. It is now my pleasure to announce to you His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations and the Honorary Chair of the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment. Dear Xu Ban, the stage is all yours.
Dr. Seo Seung-hwan, President of Yonsei University, His Excellency Mr. Choi Jong-mun, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Korea, the Honorable Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, the Honorable Dr. Heinz Fischer, former President of Austria, the Honorable Gro Brundtland, former Prime Minister of Norway, Dr. Kim Yong-hak, former President of Yonsei University, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear professors and dear students, ladies and gentlemen. As honorary chair of the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, Yonsei University, I warmly welcome all of you to the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2022. At the outset, I'd like to convey my sincere sympathy to those who are suffering from COVID-19 pandemic. I have a firm conviction that we can overcome these challenges sooner or later with the collective wisdom of humanity. I believe that root cause of pandemic lies in the climate change. Therefore, we need to tackle the climate crisis to terminate the pandemic and build back better and greener. The climate crisis should be addressed not only in relation with the pandemic, but also with sustainable development for the future of humanity. In this regard, this year's title of the forum, Remember Our Common Future, is a timely and relevant. I'd like to remind you that the current Secretary General of the United Nations has proposed in his report our common agenda after having discussed and consulted with various stakeholders around the world, including my own foundation, Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, has presented his report to the member state of the United Nations titled Our Common Agenda. In that regard, our common future is all the same. So I think this title is very timely, very appropriate. The member states of the United Nations are going to debate on this issue from 24th of this month for a week. I'm sure that as a result of these discussions, the member state will really put forward another vision based on this, our common agenda. So I hope that we will have a very good discussion on this matter. And at the same time, as you are well aware, our Common Future report was published in 1987 by Dr. Gro Brundtland, former Prime Minister, the first female Prime Minister of Norway, who led Norway for 3 times as a Prime Minister. And she also was the Director General of the WHO, and she worked very closely with me during my time at the United Nations. She led the World Commission on Environment and Development, mandated by the United Nations General Assembly at that time. Her report defined the concept of sustainable development as a development, I quote, development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, unquote. This is a basic concept of sustainability. This definition constituted a basic concept of the UN General Assembly Resolution Agenda 2030 and Sustainable Development Goals, which was adopted by consensus on September 25th, 2015, when I was Secretary General. This definition constituted a foundation of appealing call from young generation represented by Malala Yousafzai of Pakistan, the youngest Nobel Peace Laureate at this time. Young generation is not an outsider, but a strong stakeholder and main actor for the discussion of climate change and sustainable development. In this regard, it is meaningful that for this forum, to remember our common future report and renew our will to achieve sustainable development for the future of our succeeding generations. Just after this welcoming session, I will have a conversation with the Prime Minister Gro Brundtland through online. We will cover a full range of issues, our common future report. It will be an insightful opportunity for us to listen to the view of the author of our common future report of 1987. And I expect a visionary speech of Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed via online about the view and direction of the United Nations for implementing the Sustainable Development Resolution, which was adopted in 2015. Today's forum deals with many interesting topics, including Sustainable Development Goals, women's health, COVID-19 vaccine accessibility, global citizenship for sustainable tomorrow. I'm certain that this forum will bring about concrete suggestions and ideas for the better future of our humanity. Lastly, I'd like to remind you, all of you, that the global challenge cannot be solved by any one country, regardless of economic size and power. Not a single country, single individual, however powerful, however resourceful one may be, cannot handle this issue. This is a huge challenge. We have to put all our hands on the deck together. That has been my always appealing to the world's leaders. We need a multilateral cooperation, common wisdom, and collective will of our humanity to overcome global challenges. I hope that this forum will lay a foundation for finding collective solutions for the better future for all. Expressing my gratitude to all the staff who have been involved under the leadership of Professor Park Young-yeol in making this important forum possible on the pandemic situation, I wish all of you, and in particular students who are participating in this forum through online, a great year of Tiger. Thank you for all your participation, and 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Pan. Thank you again, Secretary General Pan. Now, the 11th President of the Republic of Austria, Dr. Heinz Fischer, co-chair of the Pan Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, will take the floor.
Esteemed President of Yonsei University, Mr. Sung-Hwan Soo, Your Excellency, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, my dear friend Ban Ki-moon, Excellencies, dear participants of GEEF 2022. As co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens in Vienna and co-host of this year's forum, it is my pleasure to give a warm welcome to all of you in Seoul and to our online audience from around the world. It is now 2022, and we are still in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a heavy burden for all of us, but our work for the implementation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals must go on despite the circumstances. I still have very fond memories of my personal participation at GEEF 2018 and 2019 in Seoul. I want to underline how important it is in times like these to continue our cooperation, our discussions, and to analyze together the challenges and opportunities of today and tomorrow. This year's topic, Remember Our Common Future, is inspired by the Brundtland report of 1987 of the same title. It will consider the evolving principles of sustainable development and how it can be pursued in the present while not compromising the needs of future generations. The process of uniting development and environment resulted in the Millennium Development Goals and ultimately in the Sustainable Development Goals. And the topic, Remember Our Common Future, is a sophisticated one because it reminds us that it is not only the past we must remember, but also our collective future by learning lessons from the past. Dear friends, I speak to you from Europe, namely from Austria. What makes our common work in this part of the world quite difficult is the fact that the political and economic development at the beginning of 2022 is by far not smooth and calculable in Europe, but rather complex and difficult. The results of the conflict between Russia and the Ukraine are still unpredictable. Great Britain suffers from Brexit, and the government of Prime Minister Johnson seems quite unstable. France is in the hot phase of presidential elections. In Germany, the new three-party coalition government will have to prove that they can fill the shoes of Mrs. Merkel. Turkey's economic performance is deteriorating month by month, and the European Union as a whole has several unsolved inner conflicts. I do not want to comment in detail on the situation in the United States, where former President Trump is obviously working hard on a political comeback with uncertain consequences. On the other hand, in my mind, there are indications that the time of only talking about the climate crisis or the SDGs is behind us. We have learned how great and urgent the global challenges are, and more concrete measures have been accepted and are on the way of realization. It is also obvious that the SDGs find more and more recognition as a global governing program, suggesting that our collective problems cannot be solved in isolation, but only through interaction, cooperation, and solidarity. Dear ladies and gentlemen, conferences like GEEF, the exchange of opinions that lead to action, the sincere will to improve our society, and the commitment to human rights are important elements for a better future. Let us go together in that direction. I want to thank you for your attention and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Heinz Fischer, for your speech. To introduce our next distinguished speaker, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Choi Jong-moon, the Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of South Korea, for congratulatory remarks. Mr. Choi.
Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, and Your Excellency Heinz Fischer, former President of the Republic of Austria, Dr. So Seung-hwan, President of Yonsei University, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So it is a great honor to be with you this morning at the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development 2022. I'd like to express my appreciation to Yonsei University for the kind invitation. My appreciation also goes to the co-host, Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, and Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future for convening this meeting during these difficult times. Today, the international community is being challenged like never before. The COVID-19 pandemic and the looming climate crisis are threatening to undo much of the progress made so far towards the SDGs. Never has it been more important for all of us to come together to put an end to the pandemic and build a more inclusive and sustainable future. To this end, we must prioritize on addressing vaccine inequity by achieving the target of 70% this year. In addition to our former commitments to COVAX AMC, Korea will deliver additional vaccines to Africa in close coordination with the AU. At the same time, Korea will establish a WHO Global Training Hub, the first in its kind, to strengthen the capacity of the biomanufacturing workforce in low and middle-income countries. Secondly, we must take urgent action to address the existential threat of climate change. COP26 last year has given a renewed sense of optimism that we may be able to contain global warming. Delivering on our promises toward carbon neutrality will be critical to this end. Korea is fully committed to implementing our enhanced NDC, or nationally determined contribution, while ending public financing for new overseas coal-fired power plants. We will also significantly increase our ODA for green and climate projects. I would like to close my remarks by highlighting the critical importance of forging multi-stakeholder partnerships to achieve sustainable development. To this end, I look forward to the forum's continued leadership in engaging diverse stakeholders in our common quest towards the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Choi, for your kind words. Before officially commencing the forum, we will pause briefly for a photo session. And we will wait a brief moment for the podium to be cleared, after which I will ask the speakers to take their place on the podium. May I ask the speakers of the opening ceremony to take their place on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Thank you for your cooperation, distinguished guests. Would you please take your seats? And Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, please.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I have a great pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker of today, Amina Mohammed. She is currently the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. She and I had been working very closely. When the member states and I were working together throughout a sustainable development goals from 2012 until 2015, I appointed her as my special advisor on sustainability. She worked for many kinds of NGOs, in fact, while working together with many stakeholders, including her NGOs. I found that she was very intelligent, she was very committed, and she was quite a future-oriented person. So I decided to bring her into the United Nations and appointed as my special advisor on sustainable development. She had been playing a sort of a link among my office and General Assembly and other outside the world. So I can tell, metaphorically speaking, she was sort of midwife of these sustainable development goals. You may imagine how tough, how serious these negotiations were during all these three years, including Rio Plus 12 summit meeting. In fact, where is it? Ambassador Kim Suk is sitting here. He was acting as chairman representing the developed world. And there was another, his counterpart, representing the developing world. So developing and developed member states were fighting very hard to make sure that their interest, their priority should be included in these sustainable development goals. Then how come I should position myself as a Secretary General? Then that role, of course, at the end I had been engaging myself at my level with the head of state and Prime Minister. I established many high-level panels representing developed and developed countries. I always chose one president from developed and one president from developing countries and asked them to come out with some recommendations. With the 3 successive this kind of high-level panels, then I presented this proposal to the member state. Of course, this was debated on the chairmanship of Ambassador Kim Suk and another, John Ash, ambassador. He died representing the developing countries. Very fierce battle. At the end, then I needed somebody who really had to negotiate between my office and the General Assembly. General Assembly was divided, as I said, between developing and developed. And my office was really trying to have a comprehensive proposal to the member state. Amina Mohammed played that role as a link among member states, my office, and also other stakeholders. That was very tough, and I really appreciate it. Now, after that, after my retirement from the United Nations, my successor, Antonio Guterres, appointed her, recognizing her contribution as he's a deputy secretary general. Now, luckily, she was reappointed with the second term of Antonio Guterres. So she will at least go another 5 years in making sure that the implementation of sustainable development as well as successor vision of SDGs. I'm afraid to tell you that SDGs may not be implemented fully as we promised. There are many reasons, pandemics, and divisions between developed and developing countries, and political conflicts, and lack of political leadership by the global leaders. I met the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, last year. Look, I think I'm afraid that these SDGs may not be implemented in full by 2030. So you better work for a successor vision, continuing these sustainable development goals. That is why he reached out all the stakeholders and he presented our common agenda. Myself and my office, my foundation, my center also presented our own vision. That's why he's going to convene social summit meeting in 2025, 5 years before the expiration of this SDGs. I hope the member state will come out with even stronger, more ambitious agenda, vision, just to make sure that this sustainability will be implemented in the future. That's what Amina Mohammed will continue to do. She was originally to speak live at this time, but unfortunately, I was told that she had to be in Ethiopia to mediate this Tigray conflict. She expressed her deepest regret that she is not able to have a live presentation. In fact, she promised me that she would come here in person, but that has not been possible. Now, second time, she's not able to present it on live, so she promised at the last minute to record her presentation by video. So I'd like to ask you the indulgence on this matter, and let's welcome Amina Mohammed for her presentation. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, distinguished colleagues, it is a pleasure to be with you today at the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum. I welcome this timely opportunity for reflection on our common future. I especially thank Yonsei University and the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment for their continued efforts to inspire global citizens in shaping a better future for all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 35 years now since the report of the World Commission on Environment and Development, Our Common Future, was published under the leadership of Gro Brundtland. A truly groundbreaking report, it called for a radical shift away from the resource-intensive development model that prevailed at the time and towards sustainable development, a model that would allow us to meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. In the intervening period, the world has taken some significant strides. The 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development heralded a surge in efforts to make the vision of sustainable development a reality, including through major initiatives to repair the ozone layer, to protect biodiversity, to halt desertification, and to combat climate change. In parallel, the Millennium Development Goals helped to mobilize concerted efforts, global efforts, to halve extreme poverty in just 2 decades, to save the lives of some 21 million people, to increase by as many as 111 people the number of children completing primary school. But as governments, civil society, businesses, and others gathered in Rio in 2012 to reflect on what would succeed the MDGs, there was an overwhelming consensus that the Brundtland Report's vision remained a distant aspiration. Some 836 million remained in poverty. Inequalities within and between countries were soaring. CO2 levels, global temperatures, and sea levels were all still rising. Biodiversity was under attack. Violence, conflict, and crises were contributing to historic levels of global displacement. And progress on gender equality has been fragile and uneven. Since the 1995 Beijing Conference on Women, maternal mortality is down by nearly 40%, and more girls are in school than ever before. But 1 woman in 3 still experiences some form of violence in her lifetime, and worldwide, on average, women have just 75% of legal rights of men. Women also make just 25% of parliamentarians globally, and in more than 100 countries, citizens have never had a woman head of state or head of government. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which was adopted in September 2015, did not simply call for transformative change. In identifying 17 Sustainable Development Goals, it provided a framework for time-bound and ambitious action underpinned by global partnership. The adoption of the 2030 Agenda was followed just 4 months later by the adoption of the Paris Agreement on climate change, bringing with it a new wave of momentum and optimism. Let me acknowledge that without the leadership of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, we would not have achieved that ambition. We are now in the 7th year of the goals. Even before COVID-19 pandemic, the world was simply not moving fast enough to meet the SDG targets by 2030. This is true over a wide range of areas, from poverty to climate action, gender equality to hunger. And there is no denying that the pandemic has made our task even harder. As many as 100 million additional people have been pushed into extreme poverty, dramatically reversing a 2-decade-long decreasing trend. Over 161 million people have been added to the hungry. An additional 101 million children have fallen below minimum reading standards. An added 10 million girls could be at risk of child marriage over the next decade, and a pandemic of violence against women is but the arrowhead of a wider regression on gender equality. All the while, our war on nature continues unabated. Our planet has already warmed by 1.2 degrees Celsius, bringing us perilously close to the 1.5-degree threshold of the Paris Agreement. In 2020, climate shocks forced 30 million people to flee their homes, and biodiversity is collapsing, with 1 million species at risk of extinction, oceans overfished, and some 10 million hectares of forest destroyed every year. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary General told Member States in New York just last month, now is not the time to simply list or lament challenges. Now is the time to act. We must change course, and we must do it now. COVID-19 can be the point in history that finally shifts our collective attention to building resilient, equitable, inclusive, and sustainable social and economic systems. At the United Nations, we're calling for rapid action in 4 crucial areas. First, we must step up our efforts to end COVID-19 as a global health emergency. We need all countries and all manufacturers to prioritize vaccine supply to COVAX and create the conditions for local production of tests, vaccines, and treatments in those countries that are able to do it. This includes pharmaceutical companies more rapidly sharing licenses, know-how, and technology. Second, we must go into emergency mode to reform global finance. To build a strong recovery, governments need the resources to invest in people and resilience through national budgets and plans that are anchored in the Sustainable Development Goals. This requires a serious review of global financial governance mechanisms, which are dominated by the richest economies. Reforming the global financial architecture requires an effective operational debt relief and restructuring framework, which includes both vulnerable middle-income countries and private sector creditors. It means bridging the divide between money markets and working people, including by reallocating special drawing rights to countries that need help now and channeling them to sectors that are absolutely critical to achieve the SDGs, including universal social protection. It requires a fairer global tax system, in which some of the trillions amassed by billionaires during the pandemic are shared more broadly. The Group of 20, the G20, must take swift action to ensure resources are invested in the 2030 agenda, including by supporting progressive taxation and combating illicit offshore tax havens that exclusively benefit the rich. It means addressing illicit financial flows, which drain more than $88 billion annually from Africa alone. And it requires boosting the resources of multilateral and public development banks so that they can better support developing economies and global efforts to secure a just transition for all, both directly and by leveraging private investment. Efforts such as the Finance in Common initiative are critical in this regard. Third, we must go into emergency mode against the climate crisis. We need a 45% reduction in global emissions by 2030 to reach carbon neutrality by mid-century. Yet, according to present commitments, global emissions are set to increase by almost 14% over the current decade. All major emitting developed and developing economies must do much more, much faster, to change the math and reduce emissions, especially from coal, taking into common account but differentiated responsibilities. And every country must strengthen their nationally determined contributions until they collectively deliver the 45% emissions reduction that is needed by 2030. Finally, wealthier countries must finally make good on the annual $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries starting in 2022. This must be the bare minimum at COP27, which must be transformational to achieve the sea change we need. The Republic of Korea's New Deal, which prioritizes a digital green pandemic recovery, is emblematic of the types of approaches to recovery that can also be transformative in the long term. But to take hold politically and socially, such transitions must be just and accompanied by support for workers and the most vulnerable, including by financing universal social protection floors and reskilling and upskilling youth to prepare them for a fast and changing world of work. Fourth, to meet today's challenges, we need to reimagine multilateralism. Now is the time to create an inclusive, networked, and effective multilateralism built on trust, based on international law, and geared towards the overarching goals of peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. The recently released report by the Secretary-General on our common agenda highlights a number of critical areas for action in this regard. It calls for a renewal of the social contract, anchored in human rights, to rebuild trust and social cohesion. It underscores the importance of listening to, consulting, and engaging with people around the world. And that is why the Secretary-General has proposed the establishment of a UN Youth Office and the creation of a special envoy for future generations, and calls for the convening of inclusive national listening exercises so citizens can contribute to decisions that affect their future. People need to know that their voices will be heard and their experiences will be acknowledged as a basis for policy making. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment to finally realize our common future. The actions that we take today will determine where we stand on the SDGs in 2030. This will shape conditions for decades and generations to come. Strengthened cohesion and forward-looking action can prevent and respond to future crises, climate-related disasters, famine, conflict, and public health emergencies. In this spirit, the United Nations is profoundly grateful to the Republic of Korea for its active and constructive engagement towards achieving the SDGs, and its committed work through the multilateral system, and as a member of the G20, to make the world a better place for everyone. Korea's unwavering attention to COVID-19 responses, engagement with younger generations and future leaders, and promotion of global partnerships can help to spur further action. So too can universities, like Yonsei University, that can also help to shape the research agendas and the perspective and skills of students as they emerge into a rapidly changing labor market. And I'd like to make a direct appeal to the students that are joining us today. Throughout history, student movements across the globe have been a major driver of change. We need you to continue to bring your ideas, your political power, and your revolutionary spirit to bear on the fundamental change that is needed in our world today to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations is fully committed and stands ready to work with everyone to channel the courage, creativity, and collective spirit of humanity towards equity, sustainability, and peace. Together, we can make our common future our common reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General Mohammed. Her message that we need to act now is clear and eloquent. It also encapsulates key actionable items of our common agenda proposed by the UN last year, which unveiled key points to promote global cooperation through an inclusive, networked, and effective multilateralism based on trust.
Now, starting with Dr. Gro Brundtland, this special session aims to touch on the main theme of the forum, remember our common future, and remind every generation and stakeholders about how sustainable development started in the past, and also revive the importance of our common efforts. It highlights the current state of SDGs and re-examines how all generations can work together for our common future.
Thus, it is our pleasure to invite special guest who has devoted significant time of her life to promote sustainable development, Dr. Gro Brundtland. In the 80s, she headed the World Commission on Environment and Development, better known as the Brundtland Commission, after her name. The Commission submitted its report entitled Our Common Future to the United Nations in 1987. As Norway's first female Prime Minister and the Director General of the World Health Organization, she has been the world's foremost advocate for public health, environment, and gender equality. For her contributions, she is often referred to as the mother of sustainable development. Now, I will turn the floor to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the Honorary Chair of the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment of Yonsei University, for a special conversation with Dr. Gro Brundtland.
We are here together with a shared objective to examine the progress of Sustainable Development Goals and facilitate discourse on the future directions of the SDGs in the post-COVID-19 era. Today, I'm extremely pleased to learn from her about how we can raise our specific efforts to promote global solidarity on the issues of sustainable development. Gro, thank you so much for joining me today for this inspiring GEEF 2022 special conversation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, my country, Republic of Korea, performed relatively well in maintaining public health. However, it has been very, very tough years for all of us, as you may also be saying. How has been the situation in Norway during 2020 and 2021 up to now in terms of coronavirus?
Well, first of all, thank you for all your efforts during your time, especially as Secretary General, because as you say, you really pushed climate and sustainable development and the goals during your time, and that was very important. Now, as to Norway, Norway got relatively hard hit, like several other European countries, in the early weeks and months, you know, in March, April of 1920. But gradually Norway has dealt with it in a good way and done better than most countries. But, you know, on my own side, as a person, I was in the middle of dealing with this pandemic because from 2018, I was co-chair of the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, which was established in a collaboration between the World Bank and the WHO. And because it was a combined effort like that, I decided, although I was nearly 80, to say yes to co-chair it. Now, we made our first report on global preparedness in September of 2019, and we called a strong warning about how badly prepared the world was. And we showed it in our whole analysis. Only 3 months later, the COVID-19 situation appeared, just like we had warned could come anytime. And the world was not well prepared. And even worse, you know, the countries have not been really good even at acting, given the fact that we have a global pandemic. So frankly, during the whole of 20, we were pushing hard, the IMF, the World Bank, the G20, the G7, everybody, to have more action against the pandemic, as it is a global threat.
Now, as you said, there's nothing which we can do without mobilizing global partnership. This is a global pandemic which required global partnership. Let us talk about our common future, which you really initiated 35 years ago. The definition of sustainable development or sustainability from our common future is now the go-to definition for the global community, even 35 years later now. As you worked as chair of this World Commission on Environmental and Development, WCD, did you at that time expect that you would provide this momentous turning point for the global community to discuss sustainable development? Why is our common future more important in terms of the state of the pandemic? And do you think the concept has evolved during the pandemic?
Well, let me start by reflecting on the first part of your question, which is, you know, we knew that we had a very serious mandate to look into. And we were quite convinced that the world needed to make a strategic policy change because of the alarming trends coming to us from the environment, including climate, which we already, of course, addressed. So we believed that we had a big responsibility and that we also thought the world would have to listen. So you can say that the report is maybe the one global report that has had the biggest breakthrough globally over the decades. And happily so, because as those 35 years have passed, and after the first 27 years, 2015 arrived, you were there, I was there, and we had worked for all those years to push sustainable development, sustainable development goals, and the whole climate issue. So yes, it was essential. Now, the pandemic just illustrates our interdependence, which is what was a main message in the report, Our Common Future. We are interdependent and we are in this together. There is no way to think only on ourselves. We are in one limited world and we need to work together.
Thank you very much. Again, from the conceptualization of sustainable development, the importance of different stakeholders and actors such as NGOs, multinational corporations, and others have increased in the attempt to achieve the goals. What are your thoughts on the current phenomenon? Did you anticipate this at the time of conceptualization? Or how should these different actors cooperate and coordinate with the international organizations and states to reach the goals of sustainable development?
You know, in our analysis and the way we worked during those 3 years back in the 80s, we were fully aware that what needed to be done involved the whole of the private sector, every government, every individual, every part of our democracies and every country. So we reached out to industry, to business, to NGOs, and to academia and universities like yours here. During the whole process of our analysis and our public hearings, we had that broad approach. We knew it was necessary. So I am very happy to see that you and others, you know, through the UN and also across the private sector, people realize that we cannot leave this to government. We cannot leave this only to private sector. It is a partnership if we are going to succeed. So the follow-up that you have done and the UN now is doing to try to reach out and get the best collaboration across the field is the only available path forward.
Looking back, I think the process of sustainable development goals has been most systematic and most well-organized, bringing into the UN process all kinds of experts, not only scientists, but economists, statisticians, and civil society leaders, political leaders, business leaders. I think I have organized, as you were part of this commissions which I have created during this process. So this is something which we have shown to the world that when we are united, when we work together, we could make great progress. Now, with this, let us now focus on the most urgent issue, that is COVID-19. What had happened in the past, what is the current status, and what will happen in the future. During the pandemic, we have witnessed how both the policymakers and the public have not been able to come to grips with the scientific findings. In your past experience, can you share with us a particular example how you are able to engage science with the policy and the public?
Yeah, you know, there are so many examples, because from my very beginning, from as a child already, I learned from my father the importance of evidence. And so from the very beginning in my studies, in the medical field, of course, but then public health at Harvard, this was always on my mind, gathering the evidence, sharing the evidence, and convincing people about how we need to move forward based on that evidence. So this has been a very important part of my whole thinking from the very beginning. And of course, as the Director General, it was critical. Now, so let me there are so many examples, but let me take some examples of where science is basically and evidence is critical for the decision making and the policy making. Evidence for policy was what I was always arguing for. Now, already as a, well, let me, you have from my general prime minister's time and political time in Norway and so on, seat belts. Why do you make rules about seat belts? You need to have the evidence about why it works and why it is necessary in order to argue to make a law that, you know, affects people's lives. You have the same situation. When I came to WHO, I pushed hard on the issue of breastfeeding. Why? Because small infants grow up in a better way if their mothers are able to nurse their child at least for half a year. But again, you know, why do we have to have rules? Why does Nestle not be allowed to advertise for milk products to get mothers away from nursing? You know, all of these issues, you need the evidence base to convince people. And not to forget, of course, the danger of tobacco, which I took up the moment I entered WHO. The danger of tobacco not only affecting the rich countries, which it already had, we had already gotten laws, but across the developing world, the tobacco industry was pushing ahead. So you needed to get the evidence about how dangerous it is and then spread that message. So the last one I will mention, because it's another critical one, CO2 tax. Why do we need CO2 tax? Well, you see how it is hard to convince every country. But back in 1990, when I again was Prime Minister, we put CO2 tax on the Norwegian continental shelf, on the emissions from our continental shelf. And of course, that's 30 years ago now. And now it is a major issue for all countries to follow that kind of thinking if we are going to deal with the climate change. Well, I think as we were approaching Glasgow, you know, there were a kind of combination of a great feeling of the importance of the meeting. The Secretary General had called, you know, code red for the planet. People were, you know, commenting and quoting him. And everybody was aware that we are really in a dangerous position at this breaking point. And then Glasgow, partly, I mean, it was not a total disappointment. There was no reason to say nothing happened. Some people try to say that, but that's not true. There were some steps forward, but too few and too unclear in many areas. So we are back to the reality that you saw back in 2015. What was attainable as an international agreement was the NDCs. And we have to pursue them. And then what do we depend on? Public pressure upon governments, in addition to the fact that all of them are aware of the danger now. But they need to be, feeling the pressure from public opinion, from all of the actors that are aware of the danger. And this applies to every country, and of course, to every global institution that is part of the way we go forward. So, public pressure, but it means knowledge base, awareness, transparency, accountability about the content and the work in every country to pursue the NDCs. That's the only way we can get far enough within the next COP. And I have hope still that it is possible, because we see that things are moving too slowly, but are moving in the right direction. When I go back to my long experience, and your own as well, the UN had, I think, a stronger ability in global connections. I mean, back in 2010 to 2015, from the Copenhagen meeting was over and was so disappointing. And in those years, up to 2015, the UN was an important voice. We had not come into the kind of populist Trumpism world that has more evolved, not only in the US, but in several places across the globe, which undermines the necessary role of our international institutions. Because when countries see that the UN is not taken seriously and is not important in key countries' views, like the US, it has an effect, and it has undermined the necessity for us to have strong international institutions. And that's why we have to call for leadership, yes, because leaders in all countries have to help support our international multilateral system so that we can work together in the way that is critical to overcome the danger from nature that you are talking about.
Okay.
So this is a question really of a basic problem in the world at this time.
Thank you very much for your ideas. Now, it's important that we need to educate our succeeding generation, young generation, to have more global citizenship. If we cannot really enforce political leaders to do that. Now, what is your view on this matter? How should we do?
One kind of angle is to look at the individuals who are, in fact, in responsibility, as you have now been talking about, and realizing, sorry to say, that they are too close to their own nation and do not have the global perspective. This is what you have observed. Now, I think the hope for the future lies more in the young people who now, across the world, because of the internet and because of all our technological advances, see themselves in a bigger world than what our generations grew up in. You know, we grew up in Norway or Korea, and most of our impressions were from our own nation. The young people who are today between 10 and 30, they enter into the globe every day as they look at the internet and they collaborate and they talk with people across the world. So my best hope is to inspire young people and the young generations to take that global view that makes it impossible going forward for people who are very nationalistic leaders to get a majority in their elections, because people will look for a more inclusive, more broad-minded, global types of leaders. It's the next generation that can solve this problem, not the ones that are in their 60s, 70s, or 80s and are not easy to change.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Brundtland. Now, listening to you today reminds us of the importance of lifelong learning and also the role of educators so that we are able to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals with evidence-based policies and the next generation. I fully agree that we have hope for young generation. The empowering young generation will be our role, so that they will be better leaders to make this world better for all of us. Now, again, let's work together to make this a sustainable world. And Dr. Brundtland, thank you for joining with us in this GEEF 2022. And I wish you all the best and hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gro Brundtland and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for making time to revisit the beginning of the discussion on sustainable development. As an educator and researcher of sustainable development, I was surely inspired to listen to two elders that pushed for the well-being of humanity and the environment, still actively exploring solutions to reach the current and the next generation. Now, to examine where we stand at this critical juncture toward 2030, I will introduce to you Dr. Joe Puri, Associate Vice President of Strategy and Knowledge Department at the International Fund for Agricultural Development, a specialized agency of the UN and an international finance institution that serves the world's most vulnerable and marginalized rural communities.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a privilege for me to be here today with all of you. I'm especially honored to be representing the International Fund for Agricultural Development, or IFAD, at the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. My task today is to give you a status of the Sustainable Development Goals. And even as we go into this, I know that you know that the state of the world is not all okay. But other than that top headline message, I want to dive into some of the specifics of what the state of the Sustainable Development Goals today is, so that you, as the next generation of leaders in the world today, can look at this far more astutely and critically than we have been able to do. I'm going to share my screen so that you can see some of the data and the charts that we have in this context. I hope you can see it now. So again, I should introduce myself. I'm Dr. Joe Puri. I'm the Associate Vice President at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Again, thanks very much for having me here. So like I said, the gap, the financial gap to meet SDG 1, which is essentially no poverty, and SDG 2, which is essentially no hunger, is increasing. We know that currently there are development challenges that are related to poverty, food insecurity, fragility, and climate. Poverty has increased in the past few years and past few decades, but pockets of poverty still exist in many regions. All of this has, of course, been exacerbated by COVID. We are also not on track to eliminate all forms of hunger and malnutrition by 2030. And we've seen a huge and an order of magnitude increase in violent conflict just in the past decade. In climate, although we do know what the pathways are to ensuring low emission climate resilient development, we know that our current climate commitments and actions on the ground are just not sufficient to keep the average increase in temperature below 2 degrees centigrade within this century. We know, for example, in climate that the current divide between mitigation and adaptation is 18-1, which is that for every $18 that is spent on mitigation, there's only $1 that is going to adaptation, which means that many urgent actions that can save lives, that can save food systems, that can save incomes are not being undertaken by all of us today. We also know that in all of the development pathways that we have espoused, unfortunately, the rural poor are getting left behind. Poverty has definitely increased, and as a consequence of that, many marginalized groups, including women who account for more than 50% of the population of the world today, are getting left behind. But we know also that there is increasing evidence now to say that increasing the empowerment of women is far more likely to reduce poverty compared to most other actions. We also know that to reduce poverty, we have to focus on the rural poor, who are also most responsible for providing calories on our table. So the rural small-scale producers today are responsible for producing more than half of the overall calories that we consume globally. Yet less than 2% of the overall climate finance actually accrues to them. It's clear then, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got to think in ways that are far more innovative, that are far more precise in terms of their targeting, and that are focused on behavioral changes as we go along. In all of the actions and all of the investments that we take, we've got to look at the sustainability, the long-term sustainability of the impacts that we are engendering and creating. Let's look at SDG 1. SDG 1 is no poverty. You know this, extreme poverty has increased for the first time in generations, and this is what is shown on the left-hand side of the graph. But we also know that the proportion of employed populations living below $1.90 a day is critically affecting the patterns of sustainable development that we would like to see going forward. It is also clear that, like I said earlier, women and indigenous people and marginalized groups are left behind even more in this non-inclusive development pattern. The second SDG that I want to look at is food insecurity. We are currently facing the burden of increasing food insecurity, malnutrition, undernutrition, but also obesity. This means that we are not future fit. On the right-hand side of the graph, we are seeing the number of undernourished people and the proportion of undernourished people in the populations of the world today. And this is increasing. This upward tick in the graph that you're witnessing is just not defensible anymore. And we've got to make sure that food systems and food system pathways that we espouse as we go along are catering to the poor, the insecure, the vulnerable, and the rural small-scale producers. Because guess what? These are also the people that make our food systems far more resilient. In fact, during the pandemic, it became very clear that it was the small-scale farmer that was producing and consuming in local economies that was most resilient and least affected by global supply chain disruptions. So it's clear that we've got to think globally and we've got to act locally in this context. I also want to look at SDG 10, which looks at inequalities. We know that the proportion of global population who are refugees has more than doubled since 2010. Within this, the proportion of women, for example, who are landholders are diminishing even more. In fact, women account for less than 13% of the overall agricultural landholders of the world. They are also far more likely to get affected as a consequence of conflict as well as climate change compared to men. And they're far more likely to be left out of any income and economic growth. Refugees are increasingly getting hosted by developing countries. In fact, more than 85% of all refugees are hosted by developing countries. Despite this, the amount of action that we take to keep refugees secure and to prevent them from being forcibly displaced is very, very little. We also know that people who migrate to other countries and send remittances are critically important for world economic security. In fact, remittances today account for more than $500 billion of resources and financial flows. This is 3 times the overall official development assistance that we are seeing today. So it's critical that remittances are a very important part of what we consider in terms of our attention for economic policy. But there is quite a bit of effort that is still required for increasing the amount of remittances and reducing the kind of transaction costs that are currently witnessed. For every $200 that is transferred on average as part of remittances, 7% counts as transaction costs. This has to be dealt with and dealt with very quickly, especially because it's a win-win option for all of us. And the last SDG that I want to focus on is the one related to climate action. We know that greenhouse gas emissions will continue to increase unless we take critical steps to shift economies towards carbon neutrality, low emission, climate resilient development pathways. As we think about new development pathways, whether it is for food systems, whether it is for development, it is important that we think of these in a way that is correcting the mistakes of our past. We know that we've got to do far more in adaptation than we've done before, and for this, international agencies as well as bilateral agencies need to do far more in terms of galvanizing additional resources for adaptation. A lot of this can be galvanized if we are able to commit ourselves today with respect to adaptation in the overall global climate finance flows, but also if we are able to induce new policy change that can incentivize governments on both sides of the equation to take action in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really proud to be here to be representing the International Fund for Agricultural Development. IFAD is playing a critical role in trying to close this gap that I've just spoken about with SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 10, and SDG 13. With our specialized focus on agriculture and targeting the most marginalized populations, we know that we are even more relevant than ever before in our efforts, in our collective efforts to increase food resilience, to reduce poverty, and to reduce inequality. Our focus on systematic measurement of results and impact across our portfolio in a credible way can only lend itself to understanding the impact of our work. And we are hoping very much galvanize many others to undertake similar action so that we know as to what is the result of every dollar that gets invested. We know that the task in front of us is really important, and in this, IFAD is proud of itself to be engaging in the long term with governments, with rural civil society organizations, and to use its overall engagement with governments to reach into remote areas where rural poor exist. Last but not least, as an IFI or an international financial institution, we are also able to leverage our capital base to ensure a multiplied return on each member state dollar to increase the impact and amplify the impact of our investments on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Puri. Her message highlights what the state of sustainable development goal is today. Many of us living in urban areas often lose sight of the intricacies of poverty alleviation, agricultural transformation, and food systems. Only 2 generations ago, South Korea was also a predominantly agricultural country. While we lacked many types of natural resources, we invested in universal access to education, which has helped us overcome our lack of resources. And education for us is a critical enabler of development. Now, Mr. Ka Jong-hyun, Chief Innovation Officer at YG Entertainment and our dear alumnus, will take the floor and explore the role of culture and entertainment industry for our common future.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank Yonsei University and Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, as well as many partners around the world for bringing us together today. I'm honored to be given this opportunity to talk about what it means to build a common future from a content provider's perspective. As the current Chief Innovation Officer of YG Entertainment, I have been working in the creative industry in Korea for 3 years. Also known as entertainment or culture industry, it consists of businesses in music, dance, game, film production, to name a few. As many of you may know, hopefully, YG's main focus is making music, a very good one, and creating content around that music. Unlike Western music labels, which concentrates mainly on making music, we also groom and represent the artists throughout their career. And with our music and the artist portfolio, we have gained an extensive global reach and influence. When our artist or the company uploads a Twitter message or posts an Instagram story, millions of young people respond instantaneously. Let me pause there for a second and remind you of something very obvious that all of you, with very minor exception, will agree on. And that is the fact that young people are the economic future of every country. Whether or not we're talking about sustaining the world or changing it radically, we need and will be soon relying on these young people as they are the future drivers of this world. A scary thought to some of you. Having said that, I must admit that YG has been exceptionally lucky because we have their eyes and ears and their hearts. We're constantly working with our fans, listening to them, and trying to return their love to us. We're lucky to have this opportunity that actually connect and influence them through our voice. I would like to give you a quick snapshot of what this looks like in numbers. One of our top artists, Blackpink, is now the most subscribed artist on YouTube, followed by other great names such as Justin Bieber and BTS. More than 71 million people are subscribed to Blackpink's channel, compared to 67 million for Justin Bieber and then 63 for BTS. One of Blackpink's music videos has recently exceeded 1.8 billion views. Considering that there are about 1.9 billion young people aged 10 to 24 in the world today, as estimated by the UN, The attention Blackpink has been receiving is simply incredible. For those of you who may still be wondering who Blackpink is, or those who just want me to shut up and rather see them sing and dance, now in thinking about the success of K-pop, I felt compelled to ask myself what we mean by culture and how it affects us. Culture may mean many things to many people, and I'm no expert in this. But as succinctly explained by an article in The New Yorker called The Meaning of Culture, which was published in 2014, it is a medium or an activity that is created and learned, such as music, books, or movies. Going a step further, the word culture also implies a more complex notion of being educated, as when we say someone is cultured. In my interpretation, K-pop song is a strong media which collectively becomes a culture, and all these youngsters out there listening to the songs are becoming cultured. And because now that these artists and entertainment companies have such a huge influence by connecting people around the world, we may be able to catalyze certain phenomena such as raising awareness for social issues. We should figure out what we should do to build a common and a better future together. Like everything else, culture evolves. To some of you, K-pop culture seems like an overnight success, but it went through a series of evolution in the last decade or two. In the study of K-pop evolution, you need to look at the music market dynamics. The global music market went almost bankrupt when the players in the market could not adapt to music market equivalent of Ice Age brought in by Napster. K-pop was also affected by that seismic change and came back stronger. Here's how we did it. A new wave of music is always led by young people. The artist who captivates the ears and eyes of the young people wins. While Western counterpart was busily figuring out rights issues and how to still sell more CDs, K-pop companies were desperately trying to survive and trying to connect with the fans. K-pop companies found internet as a partner, not the enemy that all the music companies hated at the time. This is important. Through internet, the music market has established a feedback loop between the creators and the users through social media platforms. And K-pop companies, including YG, were able to grasp this opportunity and put in efforts to listen to our customers' feedback and respond to it. With the help of internet, what used to be a one-way distribution of music has now become bilateral relationship with fans. And what used to be a local connection has now become a global activity. Through this virtuous cycle of communication, it snowballed into massive fandom culture where the exchange and impact of communication becomes more and more rigorous and personal. On top of all this, we're now also facing a generational change in consumption. This is what makes it so exciting and the reason why I'm giving you this speech. As you can see from this slide, the average age of K-pop fans is around 10 to 20. These are the post-millennials who are often called Generation Z or Gen Z. They're known to be expressive, value-driven, and actively in search for truth. Let me quote you from 2018 McKinsey & Company's study. Our survey reveals 4 core Gen Z behaviors, all anchored in one element: this generation's search for truth. Gen Zers value individual expression and avoid labels. They mobilize themselves for a variety of causes. They believe profoundly in the efficacy of dialogue to solve conflicts and improve the world. Naturally, their characteristics influence how they view consumption. To Gen Zers, consumption isn't something that gives you an instant joy of possession, but rather, it is something that allows self-expression and builds identity. It's a manifestation of who they are or want to become, therefore, a matter of ethical concern as well. From this point of view, what I would like to stress is that building a common future for YG means working with and for young people to put out music that not only makes them feel good, but also helps them realize their values. Sometimes it also means raising awareness and encouraging them to make a positive impact on the world. For instance, Angmyu of YG released a song last year called Hey Kid, Close Your Eyes, which through its lyrics sings the brutality of war and competition-driven society. On Earth Day, our singer-songwriter Yoon shared a message to his fans to be more conscious of climate change.
모두 함께 지구를 지켜나가요. Let's restore our Earth.
Blackpink, who as COP26 advocates, urged world leaders and fans to take climate action last year, have now been appointed as UN's SDG advocates. So when I say evolution of K-pop culture, it is not a linear morphing. Its scale has been brought forth by both technology as well as change in generational appetite. It is more interactive and more dynamic cultural phenomena, which is not limited to this small country, but affects and resonates with the global youth. Now the moment all of you have been waiting for to hear, the secret recipe for K-pop or YG's success. That is MSG. Not the white powdery stuff which gives you that extra umami, but is an acronym for music, sweat, and global platform. Well, I came up with that, sorry. Our strategy is to put the best music out there at all cost. Sometimes that is the reason why it takes a long time for an album to come out of our shop. We do not want our songs to sound the same as other companies. We want to climb our own private Everest. Sweat is almost inevitable from both the artist and the company staff, climbing that Everest I just mentioned. Lastly, it's the power of global tech platforms. Without them, we'd still be fighting bootleg CDs on the street corner of Shincheon. The global reach that the platform providers gave us is what propelled us to the global scene. Well, having said all this, I guess there is really no real secret. Those from the press, please do not quote me that the secret ingredient at YG is monosodium glutamate. Jokes aside, I would like to just add one more thing, which has been on YG's agenda for the last few years. That is, in order to act together and build a common world, it is absolutely crucial to be able to genuinely emphasize with the future generations and connect with them. Communication is not the easiest thing. In fact, it is one of the hardest things to do. But YG will continue to encourage our artists to be open about these issues and be supportive of individual as well as collective values. Thank you all for being part of this ecosystem of support for making a better world. Please note that YG and our artists will walk with you in this important endeavor as we continue standing with young people everywhere and translating our dedication into the creation of music that brings a message for each and every one of us. Like the Lady Gaga's famous quote, "We're just trying to change the world one sex queen at a time." Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ga, for your inspirational message. Culture can surely connect people and catalyze action for a common future. I look forward to the day when we can bring together Blackpink, the UN SDG advocates, other artists, and fans of diverse backgrounds and generations to deliver the change we need to achieve SDGs. Thus far, we have heard about the past endeavors and the ongoing efforts to take deliberate action on the values represented in the UN 2030 Agenda. Now we would like to welcome a special guest, Dr. Kang Kyung-hwa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Korea, and we want to discuss the future we want with a number of youth representatives. Dr. Kang Kyung-hwa has unknowingly become a role model for many young people, thanks to her experience in the field of international affairs.
Before working for the government, Minister Kang spent a considerable amount of time at the UN, mostly recently as the senior advisor on policy of the current UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, leaving a mark as the first Korean woman to hold a high-level position in the United Nations. She also has served different roles to tackle issues on humanitarian affairs, gender equality, and diplomatic relations. Of course, she is a proud alumna of Yonsei as well.
Well, thank you, Professor Yoon, for that wonderful introduction. And I'm very happy to be joining by such bright young minds from around the world for this third session of GEEF 2022, where we talk about the future. But let me first wish everybody a happy Lunar 2022. The year actually is 1 month over already, and we're into the 10th day of February. But I hope the year has gotten off to a great start for everybody, and that the rest of the year will bring you much accomplishment, fulfillment, joy, and friendship. So with that intro, you know, we live in very strange times because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The past 2 years have been really, really unusual in every aspect of our life and work. And I do know that each of you are a great advocate of the SDGs, which you know, you have chosen a particular area of the 17 SDGs to delve into, to advocate, and to dedicate your personal efforts to the realization. So having lived through this unusual period, and I'm not sure we're done yet or that the exit is being brought any closer, although there are talks now in Europe that we are beginning to see the end of this, and this is going to turn into an endemic. But given the past 2 years of this unusualness, has that changed your views about the SDGs in general, or where you have changed priorities perhaps in your advocacy for the SDGs? And you know, please freely share your views on this with us. So let me start with Mariana with that question. Mariana?
Yes. So for me, I noticed a difference in my interests. For example, I always been into sustainable cities and communities, climate action, but also now I give a little bit more of interest on clean water and sanitation. I think this pandemic was the perfect example over how fragile we are as human beings and our whole system, and as well as how interconnected we are and the importance of cooperation. And I think it made us like prioritize health. And while I noticed I was just checking once the SDG report of 2020, and I was really frustrated noticing how many of the goals that we had and we have built over the years, it just like went back. We collapsed in many of them, especially, I don't know, like education, poverty, gender equality. So I think we have like to go back to some prioritizing certain topics, especially climate change and clean water, because it's like a resource that we kind of like took for granted for a long time, and it's something really important for our health. We need a healthy environment, of course, and I think it's something that made me like focus more on noticing how important it is to have water for health and also for development. And yeah, that was kind of like my changes with this pandemic.
Thank you, Mariana. Bertha?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Coming from a developing country, many of the goals are highly important and relevant. And given the pandemic before and even after, we even see more than ever how all these goals are interconnected and how it is important for achieving our sustainable development. But for the purpose of this discussion, I think the goal that I always have had in mind and advocated for, and which has not changed as yet, is goal number 4, which is quality education. Africa, for instance, is the youngest continent in the world, where 65% of the population are the youth under 25 years of age, which is compared to other parts of the world where the national populations are aging. And for Tanzania, for instance, the country I'm from, about approximately 58 to 60 million of the population, the youth population is under 25 years of age. That is a little bit over half of the population. So this means that the youth are the greatest asset, or the resources that the continent or my country has and they would play a central role in shaping development of the continent. For this reason, then goal number 4, quality education, is extremely important to invest in so as to provide the youth with the necessary skills, knowledge, foundation, so as to expand the employment opportunities as well, the employment problem. And the quality of education that is being referred to, obviously, is the one that corresponds to the realities of the 21st century, so as to help the continent take off with the 4th Industrial Revolution, which is pertinent for Africa's development agenda, industrialization and development. Thank you so much, Minister.
Thank you, Bertha. Songha?
Thank you, Minister. I've always been interested into climate change. My research interest is the socio-economic stresses of climate change and how we can use environmental and energy policies to mitigate such effects. And I think COVID-19 has made the Sustainable Development Goal 13 climate action more interesting because it has given us multifaceted lessons. The first one, I think, is that it gave us hope during the lockdowns. So ironically, during COVID-19, because a lot of countries went into lockdown, we have seen a decrease of air pollution and rise of biodiversity. And I think COVID-19 has ironically given a message that as a international community, we can reverse the trends of climate change. And however, at the same time, COVID-19 has postponed a lot of net zero transition plans of many countries, including both the developed and developing countries. Especially, I think the situation is severe in the developing countries because they need to somehow use their finance to confront both economic recovery and climate change at the same time after COVID. So considering these factors, I think COVID-19 has made the discourse of climate change much more interesting and much more diverse. So I think I will continue to become more interested in SDG Goal 13.
Well, thank you. Great answers. I think as one of the answers indicated, the 17 goals are all interrelated. They were interrelated prior to the crisis. They are even more interrelated post-crisis. I think the crisis always brings out the weakest links in the social fabric of countries, the weakest links in global solidarity, and that certainly has been the case with the COVID-19 pandemic. But it also underscores how important then we try to restore those interlinkages. COVID-19 is not just a health issue. This new virus is the result of decades of environmental degradation, decades of human beings getting too close to the habitats of natural life, and bang, we have a virus jumping from animals to human beings. And this is not going to be the last time this happens. There will be other novel viruses causing huge global public health crises, and that alone indicates how environmental issues, public health issues, poverty issues, all are very much a part of the same global agenda that we need to be pursuing together. So in a way, it hasn't changed anything. It certainly has deepened the urgency of global action to achieve the SDGs. So getting back to you, I know that this certainly has been a soul-searching area for all of us. So given the experience of the past 2 years, what is the future then that we should envision for ourselves? What is the future that you envision as you look ahead to 2030? And I do know that you, the MZ generation, think very differently from the older generation that I and even much younger people belong to. So what is your interest? I do know that environmental sustainability is a common interest area, but beyond that, what is your interest? What do you see as your work in life, your career going forward? And let me start with Ung Chan to give us a view on this question. Ung Chan.
Thank you, Minister. So about the 2030 and MV generation. So I was just one of the MV generation who has grown up watching Minister Tang and also Secretary General Ban Ki-moon on news and media like every day. And it surely influenced my life, studies, and also career, I believe. So for me, after watching COP21 in 2015, I decided to major in sustainable development. So I'm currently studying. And also I just finished my first internship in international organization called World Federation of United Nations Association, where I worked for the peace, achieving peace for the Korean Peninsula between South Korea and North Korea. And for my interest, I also wanted to study more on SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. So going back to school this March, I'm planning to study more deeply on SDG 11. And based on that, I want to study more deeply on ESG metrics and how firms and companies, they publish their sustainable report. So I think I have to do more on economic study as well.
Thank you, Chen. Thank you. Certainly the corporate sector, the private sector has a huge role and responsibility in the SDGs agenda. And I think the ESG area is a very good indication of that. Vamila?
Thank you, Minister. For me, as I work for the government, actually back in Indonesia, I work for the Office of the President of Indonesia, and I'm in charge for South-South Cooperation Program. So I already have some experiences in managing development cooperation between Indonesia and also triangular cooperation with other countries or development agencies. So I think in 2030, I have like this vision to have become like policy maker in development cooperation in Indonesia, and also to strengthen the South-South cooperation that has been implemented. So Indonesia already established Indonesian 8, actually the 8 agencies in 2019. And currently we're also in talk with Korean government actually to have South-South and triangular cooperation, because I believe in achieving SDGs, multi-stakeholder partnership is very important. We cannot do single-handedly by the government itself or by the corporate or by the United Nations, but all the stakeholders involved in development has to be work together to achieve SDGs. And I also believe that in the future, corporates, multinational corporations or private sector will play a big role, because they are the engine of growth actually, because they have the funding, they have technologies. And I think it's very important for the government to engage more involvement of private sectors in development. So I envision that in 2030, if we work together, all stakeholders work together, I'm quite optimistic that we could achieve SDGs, Minister.
Thank you, Vamila. Vincent?
Thank you, Minister. As you said before, you said that there's certain linkages or certain parts of the global fabric that were kind of destroyed or severely hurt by the pandemic. And that's kind of put for my career, and I think for a lot of our careers, a real big shift and a big disjunct in kind of how we originally viewed ourselves going into our academic careers and also into this new decade. But I think it's really important that global institutions, the ones that we put our faith into pretty much every day and that were kind of developed over the past half a century, really do step up, and they actually kind of predictively prevent certain aspects that certain things that we can see in the future that would kind of ease that uncertainty that we kind of saw. We saw this in the pandemic as well. Some nations who didn't have the predictive rules in place and the actual protocols in place kind of saw a little bit a harsher turn for the pandemic. And I think that for 2030, for the opportunities that we want to see, be it policymakers, working with NGOs, even working in the private sector, that we have to have that framework of certainty, low risk, and preparation for the next decade and even beyond that.
Thank you, Vincent. Eric?
Hello, everyone. And yes, thank you, Minister, for the great question. So for me, when I think about what I hope 2030 to be, I guess there's two sides of it, right? One side is the world at large, and one side is my own personal side. I guess when I think about the world at large, obviously like everybody here, hoping that we'll have made significant progress on the reduction of global ocean poverty, particularly through the development of green technologies. When we think about the history of what industrialization, what development has been like, wealthy countries have exploited the environment for significant economic gains, and now there's an often they'll try to impose these sort of environmental restrictions on other countries when these problems were started by these wealthier countries. So it's to my belief that it's the wealthiest countries' moral imperative to really use this wealth to sustainably, fairly, and equitably help other countries develop and industrialize. I also believe that, or I also have a very personal interest in mental health. I'm hoping that will become a much bigger emphasis by 2030 as well. At least from my perspective, it really affects every single person, whether or not, even if you're the wealthiest person on earth. But stepping away from that, larger term perspective, in my personal self, on one hand, I, wish to be around friends and loved ones in a more normal setting. I think, the pandemic has taught us that, we all need some more of that. But I also hope to have found, a career where I, love what I'm doing and is genuinely helping the world. For me personally, I've spent the past year and a half, 2 years, exploring different types of organizations, the ways that organizations can make change, from, for-profit tech companies to startup nonprofits and social enterprises. But as someone coming from a computer science background, I'm particularly interested to see, where and how technology can be a disruptor in this space. Of course, it's not the solution for everything, but technology poses a lot of really exciting possible developments. You can see organizations like ID Insight, like Precision Development, Digital Green, doing a lot of really, really cool work in the sort of development space, and that to me is very exciting and shows promise that we can make a lot of progress on this in the next 10 years if we are to all come together.
Thank you, Eric. Noella.
Yes, thank you, Minister. For me, I kind of come in with the almost like dreamer perspective. For me, I remember when I was learning about sustainable development goals and hearing about them, I remember thinking, are we going to be able to make it by 2030? It's 15 years. Is that a realistic time to improve in all these sectors? And after a while, I started thinking in almost a pessimistic way. But in the end, I know that it's not just governments, I know that it's not just nations that should cooperate to make it happen, but us as individuals should also be working towards fulfilling those development goals. So as I was thinking about it, I thought, well, I know it might be too much to ask for nations to stop competing for power, but I just wish that instead of competing about who has the strongest economy or who has the strongest weapons, I wish that by 2030, countries would be competing over having the title of being, let's say, the most environmentally conscious nation. Because at least then we would see more and more investment going into environmental protection and the development of technologies and processes that are environmentally sustainable. But then again, instead of waiting for governments and nations to do it, to invest in the fulfillment of sustainable development goals, what can I do? And when I thought of that, the answer was for me to become an investor who invests in businesses and technologies that are actively a part of the global sustainable change movement. So my goal for the near future is to merge my passion for business and my interest in sustainable development, and to have a career in social impact investment. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Did I leave anybody out? No? Does anybody want to add anything more to that? Well, thank you very much. I think your your ideas and your sights firmly locked on 2030 and giving you a personal agenda toward that target is for me very heartening and very encouraging. I think, is it realistic 2030 to achieve the SDGs? I think, these global goals are global guidances. When Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted in 1948, it was adopted as a common standard of achievement that we should all aspire to achieve. Have we? Certainly not. And that was 1948, and we are still here struggling to reach those goals in many parts of the world. I think the SDGs also, this is not something that we're going to be giving up after 2030. It will stay with us. It will evolve even as we move 2030. What happens after 2030 is also a matter of a global consensus that we can achieve at the time. But certainly the importance of these goals as a shared global guidance that we should all pull our efforts to go in that direction is the value of these global normative guidances. And I think we all have that realistic sense. For me, I think climate action is the overriding context. We all, nations, global institutions, private companies, individual citizens, really everywhere, wherever we are, whatever our lot in life is, we have to be a part of the climate action to arrest global warming, because it's surely an existential question of humanity's future survival on Earth. And so whatever we do, we must not undermine the agenda. We may be doing it unconsciously, but we should always be vigilant about the consequences of our individual action on the climate change agenda. And it begins with small things like throwing away less plastic, using less, consuming less. But I do believe that climate action has to be everybody's business, and everybody has to be ready to sacrifice our ways of life, our personal goals, if that comes to that, so that we really are able to maintain that global goal of keeping climate temperature rise up to 1.5 degrees. Having said that, I think all of the efforts also have to be human-centered, if I could put it that way. Eric, I think you put a huge amount of trust in technology. Great. Technology, as I always say, is only good as how people make use of it. It's good if it's put to good use. It's bad if it's put to bad use. So, and is it good or bad, I think ultimately boils down to what does it do for human beings. And so the human-centeredness of our agenda, but that human-centeredness of definitely aligning the efforts with the climate change goals is the broad understanding of how the global community should move forward. I think, Vincent, you said your faith in global institutions. Certainly delighted to hear that. You may know that I am currently actively campaigning to return to a leadership position in the global organizations, specifically the ILO. And for the ILO, of course, the ILO is about work and the workers' right. And so the recovery from this COVID-19 pandemic, which has resulted in millions of jobs lost, millions of livelihoods lost, and people just plunging into poverty. How do we recover from that? That is human-centered and brings the most vulnerable along in line with our commitment to leave no one behind. The SDGs is a very big agenda. I think, Vanilla, you mentioned the financing side of this. Yes, ultimately, it all boils down to, do we have the resources at individual government level, country level, international level? here, the Sustainable Development Goals, when it was adopted, it also came along with a package of financing aims, the Addis Agenda. And there you have a commitment for each country to develop I forget the exact title of it, but I think it's a comprehensive financing tool framework, and that is still being worked on the ground. But as we do that, we also need to make sure that we bring the ODA up back to 0.7 GNI, which is the global standard. My own country has a long way to go towards that goal. We need to do more. Countries that have fallen off need to go back. And we also need to work with the international financial institutions. ODA alone will not cover the needs. International financial institutions whose job is to, whose mandate is to eradicate poverty, such as the World Bank, whose job it is to help countries, assist countries in socioeconomic policies that are growth-oriented, the IMF. And I think the global organizations such as the ILO, the High Commissioner's Office, and other specialized agencies of the United Nations need to work with the international financial institutions to make the most of the resources that lie within those institutions. So I think global leaders is certainly, that's my commitment as I am campaigning for the ILO post. And I think that should be also a shared commitment for all global leaders. But also, I think all global leaders should find time to listen to the young voices and make sure that as we work towards the 2030, I don't want to call it a deadline, but a milestone year certainly, that your voices are heard and your aspirations are reflected in the efforts of countries and global institutions and private sector entities. So thank you so much. It's been a very enjoyable and fruitful discussion for me, and I hope that our collective discussion will be a very important part of GEEF 2022. Thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Kang. As Dr. Kang has mentioned, there are voices to be heard from the young generation who are often overlooked and unaccounted for as we plan strategies in both the public and private spheres. We hope that this session and the upcoming sessions in this forum will serve as a platform for communication and also inspire all generations for renewed hopes and revelations for our common future. Now it's time to stretch out your legs. We will resume at noon Korean time. Thank you for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now it is time for the first featured session of GEEF. The session will be on quality of women's health and will be moderated by Ms. Chak-hee An, Director of Global Affairs at 중앙일보.
Good afternoon. Welcome to GEEF 2022. This session is titled Quality of Women's Health. I am An Chak-hee, the Director of Global Affairs at 중앙일보. At this session, we will be discussing the health of women, and it is being sponsored by Flashman Hillard Korea. And women's health is closely linked with the SDG goals. For sustainable development, this is indeed a very important global agenda. In particular, the low birth rate of the Korean society is becoming more severe than ever before. And so during this session, we will be discussing the low birth rate, as well as the physical and mental health of women, as well as the subsequent effect on the society and economy. Ultimately, let us also discuss the policies to enhance the quality of women's health. For this session, we have a gathering of very prominent experts. Let me introduce them one by one. First, we have with us National Assemblyman Chung Chun-suk, member of the Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly. We also have with us Professor Kwon Ja-young of Yonsei University. We also have with us Professor Baek Jong-won of Kyunghee University. We also have with us Director General Park Jin-young of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. Thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedules. Let us now continue with the discussion. We will start with the discussions on the expert fields of each of our speakers. I will be asking the questions and then listening to their answers. We hope that you will limit your answers to 2 to 3 minutes in order to keep within the time schedule. Let me start with Director General Park Jin-young to my left.
So, we discussed a lot about the lower birth rate of the Korean society. So can you tell us about the seriousness of this issue in Korea? Good afternoon. I am Park Jin-young, Director General of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. I'm sure you understand that we have very low birth rate in Korea. We don't have a lot of babies around us, and we know that the population in the primary schools is decreasing. So as of 2020, the birth rate is 0.84. This means that one woman does not have even one child. And up until the 1970s, we had more than 1 million babies per year. And at that time, there had to be population control campaigns by the government. But in just a couple of decades, things have changed. After the financial crisis in the late 1990s, the number of babies has decreased to less than 400,000. So now we are of a society with very low birth rate. Last year would be remembered as the year of the pandemic, but for Korea, it was the first time when we had the population cross line where we have less babies than those who pass away. I understand. So it is quite a significant issue, but in order to overcome this low birth rate issue, we have to address the concerns of women who may delay their marriage or who may decide not to have a baby. So in your view, what do you think is the most fundamental reason why we have this phenomenon? There are many different factors that impact the birth rate of a society. It is a complicated issue and it is a structural issue as well. As I mentioned before, as Korea went through the Asia financial crisis, the birth rate began to drop down significantly. It was mainly because of the uncertainties over the future, and there were some sense of despair regarding the difficulty of going up the social ladder. And there are difficulties in terms of employment and job security. There's bipolarization in the labor market and increasing costs and expenses for housing and education. So these concerns have been growing for the past couple of decades. In addition to that, when you think about economic activities and career, these are priorities for both men and women, but we still see that there's a lot of burden on child rearing and child care on the shoulders of the women, much more so than men. And also we have some gender inequality issues in terms of recruitment and in the job market. And when there's a baby, it seems that a lot of people agree that women would have to quit their career and care for the children. But there are many women who are opposing this idea. So given this phenomenon, the Korean government decided to take action because the birth rate has been declining since the late 1990s. And the Aging Society and Population Basic Act was enacted. And there were 3 rounds of 5-year plans to deal with the aging society and population decline issues. But so far, such measures were rather short-term measures that would provide support for maternity support and other support. But these were not able to address the fundamental concerns and the fundamental reasons. Therefore, these plans have not been very effective. As I heard from you, I can see that a lot of these factors that influence the birth rate of society are quite complicated and interrelated. But it is very obvious that we need to overcome this low birth rate issue, and we need to promote the women's health. So let's discuss policy directions. In what direction do we need to go in terms of policy development? Now, in this government, they support diversity of the younger generation, and they recognize the need for a fundamental shift in our society. So they've decided to shift away from just providing some support for maternity, but rather try to implement a new paradigm of better gender equality. And these ideas were reflected in the 4th 5-year plan for aging society and population since 2021. And the focus of this plan is to improve the perception of those in our society. And also, we allow 3 plus 3 years, in total of 6 years for maternity and paternity leave for the working parents. And also, we try to incorporate the sense of gender equality and women's reproduction rights and indiscriminate support for both mothers and fathers. In this session, we're discussing the quality of women's health, and this is also an area that we're focusing on as well. In the past, there would only be some level of support and policy support for reproduction, but these were rather fragmented and narrow-scoped. But now we're changing our perception and approach to focusing on the overall health of women, because women are not just seen as tools for reproduction, but as individual members of the society. In the international community, there was the population conference, and they agreed on this view that reproduction support is not just for the growth of the population, but to benefit the entire female population. And there was a dire call for such action in this direction to be implemented by 2030. We may be a late starter, but we have reflected these ideas in the 4th 5-year plan to improve the reproduction rights and the rights of women in terms of their decisions and the sexual reproduction and the promotion of rights for women. In other words, we need to support for the comprehensive well-being and wellness of women. And when it comes to support for reproduction, it should cover the entire lifespan of an individual, starting from the first menstruation. And also, when we devise these policies, we need to ensure that women's choices will be respected regardless of whatever choices they're making. And we need to also make sure that there's fairness and equality in providing policies. And we also need to create an environment where women are protected from any form of violence and discrimination. And we should not view women's bodies as tools for reproduction, but rather as agents of change and women who have agency over their body and over their decisions. In other words, we will continue to improve the policy environment for women. So, thank you for your answers.
We have just started our discussion, and this indeed is a very complicated issue with multifaceted reasons. And so we could see this from the discussion by Director General Park. Next, we would like to turn to Dr. Peck, who will talk about mental health. Mental health is a very important part of women's health, and we can also predict that it does have an impact on low birth rate. And so let's go to Professor Baek Jung-woo. If we take a look at the mental health of women in Korea, what is the status? Well, WHO, when defining health looks at mental health along with physical health and spiritual health. And so the mind and the body need to go hand in hand. One of the important indicators is the indicators related to the prevalence of diseases and also suicide rates. Are men more vulnerable to mental health, or are women more vulnerable to mental health? Well, God is fair, and so we are equal. Men and women are equal in terms of the rate of diseases. But for anxieties and depression, we have a higher rate in women. And men have a higher rate in addiction. And so added together, the percentages are equal. If we take a look at depression, we need to go back into the history. We had less than $100 per person in income when we were in the 50s, but now we have close to $30,000 in income. But we see that we're not happier and we're not better off in terms of mental health. And we still have the figures such as suicide rates that started to grow ever since the 97 economic crisis. And we have lost close to 150,000 people from suicide. During the last 5 years, we have seen that suicide in women and youth are increasing. The increasing trend is very notable. How can we explain this? Well, my father had 7 siblings. And so because he was in a family of 7 siblings, he had a large family that could help each other out. For me, I have a younger sibling, and over 30% of the households in Korea are one-person households. And so we have the highest rate of suicide rates amongst the OECD member states, and we don't have many people that we can rely on when we are in a difficulty. And so rapid industrialization and rapid democratization was something that we achieved. But now we need to make sure that we have a system where the society shoulders this burden together. In the UK, NHS actually provides home visit services by sending nurses to new mothers, and they can use this service for up to 16 times. And so without these home visit services, I think the mental health of women in Korea are at a crisis. So we are in a situation where things are getting worse. Well, Professor, last year, we had a policy to conduct a research about mental health in the COVID-19 situation. I understand you led that research. Well, we can predict that obviously COVID-19 had a negative impact, but what kind of an impact did it have on women's mental health? Well, I talked about the structural issues of Korea, and on top of that, we had COVID-19. And the difficulties triggered by COVID-19, I think, were difficulties that we started to adjust to during the last 2 years. So people started to adjust to this. But according to the Korean Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, we have seen that those at a high risk of depression is above 20%, and more than 13% of the population had thought about suicide. And these figures are not figures that we have seen ever in the whole population. Usually these figures are on par with those who have gone through traumatic stress. And who have been impacted the most? We could see that women in their 20s and 30s have been impacted the most. So women, youth, and the lower income group have been impacted the most. And we had an in-depth research on these topics. And what we could see was that COVID-19 did not impact everyone equally. Some people did well, and some people had stress that were at a normal level. But let's say that there is a mother who is raising a child with disabilities. It's very difficult because there's nowhere that she can send her child to for childcare. In Japan, in 2020, we have seen that there has been an increase of 45% in suicide rates, and most of them were the youth and women. And of women, we could see that suicide increased for those with a large family because they had a large burden of childcare and caring for the elderly. And second, those who are in service jobs. There are many people who lost their jobs if they had a job in the service industry. So women who were at the risk of mental illnesses have been pushed into bigger difficulties because of the larger burden of caring for their family and also losing their jobs. And on top of that, resources are very important in overcoming disasters. And so those who are of the lower income group, they had less resources to cope with these disasters. And the fact that people are considering suicide shows that they're in despair and feeling like there's no way out. Only death is the way out. Those are the thoughts of those on the minds of those who are thinking about suicide. And so at this point in time, we need to make sure that we pay close attention to the most vulnerable women. And so you can see that the situation is very difficult. So we now live in an ultra-low birth society. So we also have an increase of women who are not getting married, people who are getting divorced, people who are choosing not to have children. But there are also the stress of marriage and childcare and childbirth. And so bringing all of this together, it seems that women are quite vulnerable in terms of their mental health. So at the hospitals, what do you believe are the policy support that we need for the quality of women's mental health? I think there are two changes that I see at the hospital. Ever since 2020, I don't really know the faces of my patients because it's all covered by a face mask. And I can also see that we need to have mental and physical health issues that are covered by a realm of services, not just at the hospital, but we also need to make sure that there are opportunities for women to participate in community activities such as singing activities, or also be provided with various social services such as childcare. And I could see that all of these things come together to create high quality of women's mental health. And so when I meet these women at the hospital who are burdened with childcare, who have lost their jobs, and I can see that unlike the past, if we lived in a big family, then we could solve mental health issues within the family. But now we don't have that family network anymore. And so many people are relying on professional services for their mental health issues. And we have an increase of 20% who are seeking professional help for their mental health. Of course, increasing numbers is not a good sign, but at the same time, it also shows that more people are seeking help. So during the last 2 years, we have been suffering from COVID-19. Well, in countries around the world, tracing and testing was not done in many countries, but in Korea, we had stringent tracking and testing for COVID-19. But I believe that this is not only necessary for COVID-19, but also for the mental health of women. For example, women who are left with the burden of caring for their children by themselves, we need to make sure that we have home visit services as we have had for the tracing and testing of COVID-19. So because of COVID-19, we were not able to fully utilize even the services that are available, but now we need to make sure that we take this a step further. The negative impact of COVID-19 on women's mental health is not something that is exclusive to Korea. And so we have seen that around the world, we have an increase of about 20% in the depression of women. And so we need to find a system where women are able to seek help. For example, creating a hotline for women. And when people are found through these hotlines, we need to make sure that we provide customized services for these women through the local autonomies. Yes, that is very true. In these difficult times, if we are able to talk to someone and share our minds, that is quite helpful. We have seen that the level of recognized stress amongst women is continuing to increase. So mental health indeed has a large impact on our lives. We can see that once again through this presentation.
When individual citizens feel less stressed, they may decide to go for childbirth or marriage or any other life choices. We get to see a lot of MZ generations, and their ideas are different. And I'd like to invite Professor Kwon for your input, because I know that you come in contact with a lot of younger generation. So as for this millennials and Generation Z, what are they interested in, and what do they think about these marriages and other life choices? I am working at a university hospital, so many mothers and women that I get to see are in their 30s and 40s, and some of the pregnant women are in their 50s, but usually they are in their 30s and 40s. So I may not be able to represent all of these who are pregnant, but usually I get to talk to and care for pregnant women in their 30s and 40s. And when I see them, you may, of course, know that millennials and Gen Z, they care for their own life and happiness, so their individual happiness, and they want to be the agent of happiness for their lives. But then after childbirth, they will switch gears and search for happiness while caring for their babies. And then when women get older in their 40s, they may start to be worried about the possibility or the risks of having a baby. And because women in their 30s and 40s are enjoying their career and their career is advancing, they try to maximize the time efficiency when it comes to using their time for this and other activities. And there's so much information on the social media, there's so much information on the internet, so these women have access to such information. In the past, they didn't have such access to information, so they would come to see the doctor, they would ask a lot of questions. But now I see that a lot of these women have wrong understanding or misperceptions about certain topics, and sometimes they seem to be rather excessively concerned when there's no such reason or ground for that. I'm not saying whether they are wrong or not, but they would come to see the doctor, they would have a set of questions, and they would like to make decisions and choices on their own. In the past, they would refer to and seek advice from their parents, and also they would talk to their husbands. But these days, I see that more and more women want to make decisions on their own. In the past, people tended to accept that there would be pain involved in childbirth, but now women, they want to avoid such pain. And nowadays, women, they want to make sure that their babies will be healthy so genetically and in many aspects. And so it is interesting that now more women tend to go for C-section rather than natural birth, maybe because of the pain issues and other concerns. And these women are very knowledgeable about government policies and support programs. In the past, not many women were knowledgeable about that, but now they're more informed, so they understand what policies and what support programs are available, so they would demand that they would be able to utilize such support programs. And it was mentioned briefly in the past, and I was able to continue on with my career because my parents helped with childcare, so I thank my parents a lot for that. But these days, when you look at the millennials and Gen Zs, their parents, their mothers, do not want to stay home and care for their grandchildren. They would want to continue to enjoy their lives. So expecting such support from the parents' generation may not be easy anymore. So things are changing quite significantly. So when you are not able to get support from your family, where can you turn to in terms of childcare and support? So these are some of the issues and concerns of the young women. I can see that we need to provide more tailored support for these women depending on their life stages, because across the lifespan, there are different stages that women go through. Now, as for women who are capable of getting pregnant, who are preparing for pregnancy, there should be some specific medical and government policies to support them. So can you provide us with some suggestions as to what types of policies will be needed? I may not be able to discuss this issue from a political or economic or social perspective, but I want to approach this issue from the medical perspective. As I mentioned before, there are older women who may have the lower success rate of getting pregnant. And when they prepare for pregnancy, what they say is that they wish to get more support. Of course, I know that there's a lot of support already, and there has been increasing support for those who are having difficulty getting pregnant. But infertility support has to be extended because some of the existing infertility support is provided based on the income level. And because of this income threshold, some women are not able to benefit from such support. So I hope that the government will expand support. And there's also a social perception that infertility treatment is something negative. But I hope that society will change so that they will be more accepting of women who receive infertility treatment. I know that some women would have to come early in the morning before they go to work to get infertility treatment, but as you may know, it requires multiple and frequent and regular visits to the facility, to the hospital to increase the success rate. But for many working women, they find it difficult to secure time for such infertility treatment. So I hope that more companies will provide such support and the government will provide relevant support as well. And also for women who want to maintain healthy eggs. And there's a lot of talk about the egg bank. But these women, they may want to get pregnant later on in their lives. So the government may have to extend the scope of their support so that such women can be included. And we have a well-organized national health checkup system. But when women get older, there needs to be some infertility checkup that should be mandatorily included in the national health checkup. I see. Thank you for your suggestions. So these are policy suggestions for women who are preparing to get pregnant. Then let's move on to the next stage to support healthy birth, childbirth. What support will be needed? let me share with you some policy suggestions for women who are pregnant, who are going through pregnancy. It actually boils down to financial support. Now we have more vouchers available for women who are pregnant with twins. But still, such financial support is not sufficient, even though it has extended to more than 1 million won. There are genetic screening for women who have some risk during their pregnancy, and such testings would require much more than what the voucher can afford. So I hope that the voucher limits and ceilings will be adjusted accordingly and according to the risk levels. And also, I hope that there will be a supportive environment where mothers can enjoy their childbirth, because these young moms, they do not want to go through pain as mothers in the older generation endured. And I hope that there will be more protection of privacy in these facilities, because childbirth has to be a moment of happiness, and it has to be remembered as a beautiful moment that everyone can treasure. And so I really hope that the government will support so that all childbirth can be done in a family room. And I hope that there will be support so that we can create an environment where mothers can nurse their babies freely without the concern about privacy. And also postpartum care is also very important. And I hope that there will be more support for such stage, because there are many mothers who are not able to get guidance and support from their mothers, and they want to get support in terms of breastfeeding and in terms of child care, infant care, and so on. But there aren't many programs or facilities where they can go and seek help and assistance. So I hope that there will be more such support. And I mentioned about safe and happy childbirth. Now we don't have as many childbirth cases as before. Now we see that there are many hospitals and childbirth centers that are closing down because there aren't many mothers anymore. So it makes me even wonder whether I would have to discontinue my career because there would be no more pregnant mothers. So this means that, let's say I am flying and I get support for this flight, but even before that, I have to think about which airlines I'm going to use or not. Likewise, pregnant women, they need to make sure to be able to get access to all these good and supportive facilities where they will have their childbirth. So such infrastructure has to be sustained, and it has to be supported by the government. Now, these younger generation, they would do research on the internet, and they will go to doctors who are sort of popular among the moms. So what I want to say is that in the government policy, gynecology has to be supported extensively, because we need to make sure that childbirth is done in a safe manner. Because if there's any medical accident, if there's any death related to childbirth, then it not only affects the mother, but also the entire family. And as a gynecologist, I actually work around the clock to make sure that all the mothers are safe and they are cared for. And I hope that there will be more support for this particular department in the medicine, because there are many of these medical health care professionals who are working around the clock to provide support. And I hope that gynecology will continue to be supported. And I hope that excellent, talented people will come to major in gynecology. The number of childbirths is declining, and so you can see the entire pie is shrinking. The size of the gynecology is shrinking as well. So it is not only important to provide support for pregnant women and who are women who are preparing for pregnancy, but also support for gynecologists. It's very crucial. Yes, I was able to understand the reality on the ground and what's happening on the ground. So this means that we not only have to approach this from a policy perspective, but also we need to make sure that we have the proper infrastructure in place.
And so the biological age is increasing, but nevertheless, we need to enable women to have healthy and happy childbirth experiences. We need to also provide medical environment and support to enable an overall healthy life of women. So in order to protect women's health and at the same time to overcome the national crisis of low birth rate, we have to take into consideration the various challenges and the solutions that have been named by the experts on the panel today. We will now like to invite National Assemblywoman Chung Chun-suk, who is a member of the Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly. She has participated in various National Assembly activities related to women's health. Pregnancy and childbirth is directly linked to the right to health possessed by women. So what are some of the policies and laws that are being discussed? Pleased to meet you. As have been introduced, I am a member of the Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly. I'm a member of the Democratic Party of Korea. Concerning pregnancy and childbirth, I think the awareness amongst women is changing. As many of the experts have mentioned before myself, many women envision their careers as they envision their future. Marriage and childbirth is no longer an essential part of their future plans, unlike the past. So in the past, many women took it for granted that they will give birth to children when they get married. But now women have new awareness about their lives. And so we need to make sure that we have policies in place to protect the right to sexual and reproductive health. And plus added to that, we need to have an environment where we could have a safe childbirth and upbringing. As we are preparing for the presidential election in March, we have prepared various policies and pledges. We will reduce the burden on women who are finding it difficult to get pregnant, and we will also include relevant screening in the national health exam system. And for workers who are pregnant, because the working environment is very important, we need to make sure that we have policies in place to support those who are pregnant. For example, we need to include the items related to hazardous elements within the workplace for pregnant women, and we also need to provide support for substitute workers for the workers who are pregnant. And we also need to recognize childbirth as a part of the rights of workers. And so thanks to the efforts of our party, we have been able to pass a relevant bill within the National Assembly last year. And having listened to Professor Kwon, I could see that there is much more to do for health and reproductive health. Well, last year, you worked on protecting the health of women according to women's life cycle. So this is SRSR. These are rights to sexual and reproductive health. And so in order to enhance the support for women's health, what are some of the ongoing discussions? Well, as other people have mentioned, health of women were mostly concentrated on pregnancy and childbirth. That actually is viewing women's body as a tool for childbirth. But not only should we have support for mothers and children, but we also need to make sure that we have policies that focus on the rights of women to health. And so through the report that you have mentioned, I took a look at the meaning of sex and reproductive health, as well as various issues that women are exposed throughout their life cycle. And I also took a look at the social context for this life cycle. So as you're well aware, we can divide the life cycle into different stages from child to elderly. And so throughout the life cycle, we need to take a look at various issues that are relevant for that phase of the life cycle. The Democratic Party also is focusing on the keyword of sex and reproductive health for women. And that is why we are in the process of coming up with the Framework Act for Sex and Reproductive Health of Women. Well, we need to deliver accurate information about this bill. So this could include, for example, abortion in the national health system. And we could also include different policies to make sure that young women can visit OB&G offices without feeling uncomfortable. So we are living in a low birth society. Even in this situation where the biological age of women are increasing, for their first childbirth, we can have policies in place to support the healthy pregnancy and childbirth of women. If we take a look at the MZ generation, what would be some specific policies dedicated for Gen MZs? So from the youth stage, we have policies to support sex and reproductive health. Many people welcome this. So for all teenagers, we will be providing support for sanitary napkins, and we can also include ultrasound for all healthcare exams, and we can also include men who are teenagers to be vaccinated for relevant sexual diseases. And so these would be policies to have preventive care. So National Assemblyman Chung, we have had various policy suggestions through this panel. Can you talk about any suggestions that have been discussed through this panel that you believe should be discussed through the Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly? Well, I could really relate to many of the suggestions that have been mentioned by the experts on the panel today. Well, Professor Peck talked about the mental health of women after COVID-19. And so the Ministry of Health and Welfare also conducted a research on the mental health of men and women in Korea. And we have seen that depression is increasing in women overall, in particular women in their 30s. And you talked about home visit services. And we also took a look at how such home visit services would be available. And I think we need to give this more thought. We have many one-person households in Korea today, and we also see that the networking within family members is becoming weaker than ever before. And so home visit services are not only necessary for the elderly, but also for women. That is something that I realized through this panel. Professor Kwon made great suggestions. And so we can see that women who are pregnant or a part of the MZ generation, and the doctors these days are also a part of the MZ generation. I could really relate to that. I can see that many women are raising complaints about how the support for having treatment for women who find it difficult to get pregnant is very limited. And so we need to make sure that the basic direction is, if you're willing to have children, we provide support to make that possible. For example, some people complain that they're not able to receive support because they are of a certain age. And so we need to come up with measures to respond to these complaints. And for example, Professor Kwon talked about how women find it very difficult to take time out of their schedule because of the conflicting work schedule to get treatment so that they can get pregnant. And so that is something that we need to deal with. And for high-risk groups, we need to provide additional support, and that's something Dr. Kwon has mentioned, and I could really relate to that, and also support for the facility to give birth is very important. Well, my child is quite old now, and so I forgot about the times that I was bringing up my children. And actually, when I was younger, my parents actually took care of my children. But if my children were to give birth, would I be able to do that for my grandchildren? I really don't think so. And so that is why we need social support. For example, support for new mothers. And so our party is working on expanding the establishment of public centers for post-birth care. And so we need to come up with realistic and practical measures to provide support for women. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about these great suggestions. During the 20th National Assembly, we had a forum that discussed low birth rates, and we had opportunities to listen to countries such as Sweden and these countries that have overcome low birth rates. We have listened to their ambassadors, and many of the Korean National Assemblymen asked questions about how they overcome low birth rate. Well, the French ambassador talked about how they had a strong gender equality policy framework. And many of the National Assemblymen in Korea said, we do that too. Is there anything else? So we continue to ask, and the French ambassador continued to emphasize that there is gender equality. And I wanted to translate that to the National Assemblymen. What does it mean to have strong gender equality policies? Well, in Korea, we have seen that the gap between men and women in terms of wages is the largest among OECD member states. And so we need to overcome this issue through gender equality policies. And it was very frustrating to see that some of the National Assemblymen and women did not understand that we do not have enough gender equality policies. And so we need to have accurate targeting of our policies in coming up with our solutions. Well, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman Chung, for your remarks. As she mentioned, we need to care for the entire life cycle of women and different stages within the life cycle so that we can provide a comprehensive and integrated approach to support for women. Only then such policies will become effective and successful. It was wonderful to hear from the 4 experts on the panel, and I was reminded once again that childbirth and childcare were actually carried out by my parents so that I was able to continue my career. So this was a huge advantage for me, but I'm not sure how this will turn out in the future. I believe that we're at a crisis, or we are experiencing a very challenging time. And we need to understand the needs and the perspectives of the generation M's and Z's and what they want and what they are looking for. And we need to create an environment for the benefit and welfare of these women. We have some time left for the session, so I'd like to go back to the entire panel. I would like to ask you to say a few words about what you plan to do in your own area of expertise to advance women's health. So who would like to go first? So Ms. Park, maybe you can go out first? Okay, I will go first. I'd like to add a little more to what was already discussed. there's a lot more that needs to be reflected in this aging society and population plan. I think we need to advance this plan in a more sophisticated manner. So I was reminded, and I was able to repeat my resolve. Once again, I like to say that women are not just those who would add to population through reproduction, but rather they are individual members, equal members of the society. So only when they enjoy their life in an equal manner, they will be able to serve their role in many different ways. And then all in all, our society will improve. Thank you for your comments.
Professor Peck, having listened to the panel, what are some of your thoughts, some closing remarks perhaps? Well, I talked about home visit services. We have seen examples in the UK, and we have also seen a testbed in Korea as well. So this actually was the role played by our parents, how we should raise our children, how we should breastfeed our children. Our parents used to teach this to us, but now we have home visit nurses that are available. And we can also take care of mental health issues such as post-birth depression. And we could also utilize these home visits by nurses to check the health of the newborns as well. Well, in Canada, we have seen that due to COVID-19, there has been an impact in the development and growth of children. And so that is why we need home visit services that can take care of the health of our bodies and minds. This is something that family members used to do for each other, but now we need social services to provide these opportunities. And so this is not something that can be solved by any one individual.
Now moving on to Professor Kwon. You deal with MZ generation. So imagine that you are a member of the generations M and Z. So what area should be emphasized even more to improve the entire system? So I was preparing for a closing remark, but you asked me a specific question. So what I want to say, first of all, is that the number of childbirths is decreasing, but there's an increase in childbirth for our hospital because a lot of pregnant women, they want to have a safe childbirth, safe delivery. So they all go for bigger hospitals and general hospitals and university hospitals. And I, once again, would like to I am reminded that it is important to train the next generation of excellent gynecologists. And I also felt that I had to stay healthy so that I could deliver as many babies as possible. But there were many wonderful policy ideas and support program suggestions that were provided. And I will do my best to talk to people around me so that these ideas can be implemented. And I do hope that these ideas will become reality in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to see Professor Kwon. Everyone talks about not just girl crush, but Kwon crush, because everybody has a crush on Professor Kwon these days. I could see why through her presence here today. Thank you very much for sharing your ideas about concrete policy support suggestions. Now, I think everything is on the shoulders of National Assembly woman Chung Chun-suk. You have much to do back at the National Assembly now. That's great if I have a lot to do. I am being paid by the taxpayers, so I have to work hard. Within the Health and Welfare Committee of the National Assembly, I have always been interested in mental health. That's why I've always communicated with Professor Peck. Home visit services are necessary, and that probably should be based on changes within the Korean medical system. And so there is much to do for all of us. But I do believe that that is the right direction in the future. So it may take time, but that is the direction that we should be moving in. The Seoul metropolitan government has already started these services, and even if we try a test bed, we always see that there is a large difference between Seoul and the areas outside of the capital area. So I think we should have test projects in various parts of the country. We should not just look at just the example within Seoul metropolitan government. Post-birth depression, home visit nursing, checking the growth and development of our newborns, it's all very important. My son actually was hospitalized when he was just 100 days old. Later on, I realized that he did not need to be hospitalized. My mother told me she doesn't think that he should be hospitalized, but I was really scared at that time. And so he was hospitalized, and so everyone had to suffer from that experience. In hindsight, if we have home visit nursing services, we could reduce social expenses and we can reduce the pain that is experienced by the newborns as well as their families. Many of the women are looking to give birth in large hospitals in order to have safe birth. That is quite true within the Korean society, and so that is something that we need to work on. Sometimes we should be working on the overall recognition of hospitals and childbirth, but also we need to talk about some detailed policy support. Thank you very much. So we have conducted our session titled Quality of Women's Health, supported by Fleishman Hillard, Korea. Thank you very much to Professor Kwon Jae-young, Secretary General Park Jin-young, Professor Baek Jong-woo, and National Assembly women Chung Chun-suk for your participation.
The GEEF 2022 session on quality of women's health, organized by Fleishman Hillard. On behalf of the organizer and the speakers, a big thank you to our audience both here in Korea and around the world for watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. An, and the panelists for sharing your insights to improve the quality of women's health. To increase the total fertility rate, we will need to consider the root causes of gender equality. And doing so will enable us to bring contextualized and systemic changes for our common future. Now we will take a 30-minute break. Please stay with us, and we will resume at 1:30 Korean time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have 3 plenaries, and we will begin off first. Our own Professor Shin-gi An, Director of the Yonsei Institute for Global Health, will moderate the session on equitable vaccine accessibility and lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. Professor An, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shin-gi An. As I was introduced, I'm the director of Yonsei Institute for Global Health. So for this plenary sessions, we have 5 distinguished panelists today, and I'd like to introduce them to you briefly. Okay, here we have Mr. Mark Buttigieg. He is the Economic Diplomacy Counselor of the British Embassy. He taught Korean students long time ago, and he came back to UK and he began his civil service, and he came back to Korea as the British counselor. And then we have Dr. David Do, the Director of Corporate Strategy and Affairs of AstraZeneca Korea. He led negotiations and supply of COVID-19 vaccines in Korea, and he greatly contributed to the COVAX supply over 75 countries. Thank you for joining us today. And we have Professor Jun-sup Yum. He is the director of the Center for Global Development of the Yonsei Institute for Global Health. And he's infectious disease physician and professor at the Department of Internal Medicine at Yonsei University College of Medicine. And here we have Dr. Jerome Kim online. And Dr. Jerome Kim is the Director General of International Vaccine Institute, Seoul, Korea. He is one of the leading researchers and vaccine experts in the world. Now he is in Sweden because IVI opened the new international office in Sweden. Congratulations. And finally, we have Professor Peter J. Hottis, the Dean for the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, and the Professor of the Department of Pediatrics and Molecular Virology and Microbiology. He will present his insight through video. In the last year, when we held GEEF 2021, we had to prepare an online conference because of the COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, we thought that GEEF 2022 would be an on-site conference because we were going to have vaccines against COVID-19 and we could control the epidemic. But we still have a long way to go. And by this time, 62% of world population has received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine, and more than 10 billion doses have been given globally. On every single day, about 25 million are being administered. Without international collaboration to develop, produce, and distribute COVID-19 vaccines, these numbers cannot be possible. The COVAX, led by WHO and Gavi and CEPI, can be a representative outcome of these multilateral endeavors. However, in spite of this international effort about the equitable distribution of vaccines, vaccination in low and middle-income countries is still very low compared to that of developed countries. For example, only 11% of people in low-income countries have received at least one dose. This gap might be considered as a retrograde outcome of this sustainable development goal period or agenda. On the other hand, with the appearance of the Omicron mutant type, the number of infections is staggering. In the case of South Korea, the number of confirmed cases has reached 50,000 per day. It's a huge spread indeed. Experts say that we are in a phase of exponentiality. Vaccination can be said to reduce the disease severity rather than to prevent the infection itself. But various controversies related to vaccination are still going on. So many countries, institutions, and even individual researchers have been thinking about solving this problem. So I hope that this session will be a chance to share lessons learned so far and future development possibilities with international organizations, countries, and researchers. So, in order to share your precious experience and insight, we need to have many times, but because of limitation of times, so we just can give 7 to 8 minutes for your talk. So please understand us. So I'd like to give question to Dr. Kim, Jerome Kim first. So by the way, your local time is 5:30 a.m., early in the morning. Wow. So thank you again for joining us today. So you are the Director General of the IVI and probably one of the busiest people in this COVID-19 era. So IVI is an international organization that deals with the overall vaccine value chain, including research, development, and dissemination of vaccines, and stands at the center in terms of equal distribution of vaccines. So, Dr. Kim, please share with us the role of IVI in these processes and share your opinion on the achievements and future development directions for the equal or equitable distribution of vaccines. Dr. Kim, please.
Thank you, Professor An, and good day to everybody. IVI is the actually first international organization headquartered in South Korea. Our mission is to discover, develop, and deliver safe, effective, and affordable vaccines for global health. And that means that IVI does nearly everything in the vaccine value chain, from establishing the burden of disease or helping countries with the diagnosis of disease so that they are aware of where the disease is and how severe it is, to testing, developing new vaccines in the laboratory, testing them in animals, doing what we call animal challenge studies, so vaccinating animals and challenging them with the pathogen to establish that a vaccine meets a proof of concept of protection against disease or infection, and then doing clinical testing of the vaccine in phases 1, 2, and 3, which I think everyone now is familiar with because of COVID, the stages of human clinical testing, and then helping companies with the approval of vaccines to get them through the regulatory approvals in the country of origin and then with the World Health Organization as well. And then finally, we do effectiveness and health economic studies in order to establish that vaccines are actually doing what we think they're supposed to do in the real world, so generating real world evidence that will inform policy. And then also providing policymakers, so not only people at the Ministry of Finance, for instance, but people at the Ministry of Health, but also people at the Ministry of Finance with proof that vaccines are reducing disease and are cost effective. And all of these things together constitute what IVI considers its contribution. And actually, we see it very well in COVID, because in February of 2020, it seems such a long time ago now, 2 years, IVI made a decision not to make its own vaccine, but instead to help any company or organization that had a vaccine move that vaccine forward. So we've worked with countries to strengthen diagnostics with support from CETA and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to strengthen their capacity to do phase 3 trials, which is very important now, and I'll go into that in just a second. We've tested vaccines in animals and done animal challenge studies with some of those vaccines. We're working with companies in human clinical trials to do phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 testing of those COVID-19 vaccines. And we are now engaged in what we call effectiveness studies, generating real world evidence, not necessarily with the vaccines that we have available in Korea with Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, but many of the vaccines that are in use throughout the world. So this would include vaccines from China, as well as in one case, the vaccines from Russia. So IVI, because it can do all these things, is working with companies that have committed 1.2 billion doses to COVAX, the global mechanism for the distribution of vaccine at low or no cost to low and middle income countries around the world. And I think the 194 people at IVI have been very busy over the last 2 years, and everything that we can do, we've tried to do. In fact, one of the other panelists, Dr. Peter Hotez, is a good colleague of mine, and we've talked a lot about their vaccine and how we might be able to spread that vaccine technology to other countries around the world. In terms of where IVI sees future vaccine equity, so we are, during the non-COVID times, IVI is very concerned with what we call unincentivized vaccines. That is, vaccines for conditions, infectious disease conditions, which don't necessarily exist in high-income countries like Korea, in the United States, or in Europe. On diseases like cholera and enteric fever or typhoid, on non-typhoidal salmonella infections, on group A strep infections, diseases that kill hundreds of thousands of people a year, but have no major vaccine manufacturer interested in developing a vaccine. Why? Because when you're developing a vaccine for global health, you're developing a vaccine that can cost $1.50 a dose. And that kind of economic reality isn't one that generates high levels of revenue. for these vaccines. And because the problems don't exist in high-income countries, it's very difficult sometimes to encourage companies to get involved in the development of global health vaccines. So our contribution to global health equity is to develop vaccines for diseases of high burden in low and middle income countries, to get those vaccines manufactured by manufacturers who can meet the quality regulations that are necessary for WHO to approve the vaccines and recommend them, then to work with ministries of health and ultimately, I guess, with ministries of finance to implement programs to use those vaccines for impact. Because we know that vaccines are some of the most impactful investments that a government can make. Studies show that in low and middle income countries, for every dollar a country invests in vaccines, they save $16 in healthcare costs, direct healthcare costs, and a total of $44 saved in total costs. That is cost to society, cost to the economy. So vaccines are cost effective with a very high return on investment. And by moving vaccines forward, IVI is able to address the question of equity, address the question of manufacturing. We have ourselves done 8 technology transfers of vaccines to low and middle, to what we call developing country vaccine manufacturers. Many of those vaccines are now pre-qualified, that is approved by WHO, recommended by WHO, and in use throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you. So, the typical reality of the disease that require vaccination is somewhat different the current experience of COVID-19. So based on your explanation. So we need to think about rather preferable options for the low and middle income countries because they have a different but great disease burden which requires vaccinations.
Yes, that's a great point. And we are facing the reality of what happens when we don't have that. We know that there was going to be a huge human cost in not distributing vaccines equitably. We had projected that human deaths would double back in June of 2020. These are projections from the Gates Foundation. At that point, the number of deaths around the world was 400,000. Now we're approaching 6 million. And as you pointed out, 90% of people in low-income countries have not gotten a single dose of vaccine. And as a consequence, we know that there have been a significant number of infections. You don't see it on the maps. When you look at the maps of the number of cases per day, you don't see a lot of cases per day reported, for instance, in Africa. But we are doing some studies trying to use new vaccines in Africa, and up to 90 to 100% of the people who come in for screening have already been infected. So they show serological or antibody evidence of prior infection. So we know now that the infections were there. Presumably people died, but there was no record because one of the big gaps, other than the vaccine gap, is an equity gap in diagnostics.
Yes.
And then a consequence of that is that we don't know where the variants are. And luckily there are great scientists in South Africa who did some of the sequencing, who showed that the Omicron variant was present there. For 170 full-length sequences done in the month of November 2021 in all of sub-Saharan Africa, there were 170,000 full-length sequences of COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 done in Europe. So the diagnostics and sequencing gap is another thing that we have to think about as we think about how and where to deploy vaccines for COVID-19.
Yes, thank you for your opinion and comment. So while I'm listen to Dr. Jung's comment, so I can realize the importance of pharmaceutical companies. So I'd like to ask Dr. Do, AstraZeneca has been showing leadership in promoting global health recovery and equitable vaccine access by developing a non-profit vaccine. So, for example, AZD 1222. Could you explain further the concept of a non-profit vaccine and share your thoughts on the ways in which AstraZeneca has contributed to equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccine?
Thank you, Professor An, for an interesting question. First of all, I would like to say that it is a great honor to be here with such distinguished panelists and speakers. We are still fighting with COVID-19, and as Jerome Kim mentioned, the mutation of the virus has been evolving continuously, which makes the situation quite considerably worse. And as the audience here will recall that there was almost a war for securing COVID-19 vaccines, as many countries demanded early access to them. Mostly developed countries with large amount of capitals were successful in securing multiple and sufficient quantities of COVID-19 vaccines, and unfortunately the others will not. AstraZeneca actually had aimed to reduce such discrepancy early on to promote equitable access to the vaccine for global citizens, regardless of their wealth and social status. First, AstraZeneca has been supplying COVID-19 vaccine on a non-profit basis. It means that there is almost no discrimination for developing countries because developed and wealthy countries cannot pay a premium in order to secure COVID-19 vaccine early. Let me tell you why and how AstraZeneca came to such a decision. Back in 2020, when AstraZeneca was considering this COVID-19 vaccine opportunity, Oxford University, who has great relationship with us and really respect our corporate value of putting patient first, they suggested to work together and provide equitable access to the vaccine for the global citizens. We immediately reached an R&D and commercial agreement on non-profit principle. So our vaccine was co-developed with Oxford, and many of our clinical trials were funded by a number of governments, including that of the UK. So for us, because of this element of public funding, we believe that providing equitable access, or even ensuring the equitable access to at least AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine was the least thing to do. As a result, we were able to deliver more than 2.2 billion doses of vaccines to more than 170 countries in every continent. And 2/3 of that are actually consisting of developing countries. So that's the first thing we did. And second thing is AstraZeneca really closely work with local contract manufacturing organizations, CMOs, to expand global manufacturing capacity for ensuring equitable access to the vaccine. As you know, the demand for COVID-19 vaccine far exceeded supply. So most vaccine companies, including AstraZeneca, outsourced its manufacturing to a number of CMOs, including in selected countries. But one thing that really differentiated AstraZeneca from the market was that we did our best in providing the state-of-the-art technology as well as regulatory support for each CMO. In South Korea's case, we partnered with a CMO called SK Bioscience, which was relatively new to the market back in 2020 and not a public company either. But we trusted its potential and decided to share our technology and made sure that the company could become adept at manufacturing the COVID-19 vaccine. And furthermore, we also advised and guided them through getting an EU GMP authorization. Now, the company, SK Bioscience, is an outstanding and also public vaccine manufacturing company, and they were able to deliver COVID-19 vaccines, not just to Korea, more than to 75 countries through the COVAX facility. So I really believe that it was a win-win for both companies, but also fostered the growth of biohealth industry in Korea. And as a result, Korea governments were able to secure locally manufactured AstraZeneca vaccine. It was the first COVID-19 vaccine supplied to Korea, effectively protected Korean citizens during the first crucial months. Finally, now that arguably we are entering into the endemic phase from the pandemic phase, and I think it will be, likely a long game in which real leadership will be more important than ever before. So AstraZeneca will continue to provide our COVID-19 vaccine at cost to low-income countries, and additionally provide antibody option for selected groups. Around 2% of the global population still remain vulnerable to COVID-19 because of an inadequate immune response to a COVID-19 vaccine. They are the target for this antibody option. It's a relatively small number if you think about it, compared to the rest of the 98% of the population. But as a company that puts patient lives first, we will continue to bring these kinds of important priorities of the world to the company and act with urgency. To close my speech, let me share a conversation that I had with a senior board director of AstraZeneca a couple of weeks ago. I asked him point blank why he had agreed to this non-profit principle, because it caused some turbulences, to be frank with you all. He said that he did not want to have to tell his grandchildren or even great-grandchildren that he had turned down this great opportunity to fight the COVID-19 pandemic because it did not make sense commercially or even in terms of profit. I think this is something we all need to really think about during this intense period of the pandemic. Thank you for listening, and let me wrap it up there.
Thank you. Well, even you explained the AstraZeneca's experience and decisions to fight the COVID-19, but your comment give us a kind of resonance from Dr. Jerome Kim's the concept and explanation to fight this disease. So not just giving or not just donating some amount of vaccine itself, but you also try to share your technology or to transfer your technology to the other countries. It's quite a necessary component of our strategy. Thank you for your comment. And Councillor Buttigieg, so given the UK's early rollout of vaccinations and the leadership of the G7 in 2021, could you explain UK's effort to enhance global access to vaccinations, how it sees the global context?
Sure. So first of all, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me here on this excellent panel with some real expertise. It's a real pleasure, particularly thanks to Yonsei University and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. I've had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Ban Ki-moon several times since I've worked here in Seoul, normally to talk about climate change, but it's fantastic to also broaden that to work on the SDGs more generally. We're glad to support that. I brought a few slides today just to sort of put a bit of a human touch to what I'm about to talk about. Hopefully you can see them. But to start with, if you look at slide 1, this is a picture from Twitter that we put up in the British Embassy. It's actually a video from nearly 2 years ago in the British Embassy Seoul, so 27th of March 2020. What we're doing there is clapping for the NHS in the UK. It was a big phenomenon where the healthcare system was under a massive strain. Everybody had huge faith and sympathy for those working in it, and so we wanted to show them that we all supported them and we were clapping. But that picture is us in the embassy thinking about this quite crucial point, because actually about that time you had in Korea the Daegu outbreak just coming under control.
Excuse me, just a moment. So can we have his slide? Okay?
Yeah. Sure. Thank you for sorting that out. So around that time, anyway, was the Daegu outbreak. So the center of the emerging pandemic here in Korea was on Daegu. Case numbers had just come down from 900-ish a day, which seemed huge at the time, down to about 100 or so. And in Korea, people were wondering, is this the end, actually? Is this it? We're obviously wrong on that, and there was a long way to go. But in the UK, we had, at the same time, we had this moment. So just a couple of days before that, we had our Prime Minister announcing our lockdown. So this was the first time we announced it. And, you know, quite rightly, the focus of the headlines at the time were on medical services and shortage of supplies for our doctors and our hospitals. But one thing we are, looking back, very proud of is that even in that first speech, there's a line at the bottom there where the Prime Minister makes clear that he was asking for time. We needed the lockdown to provide time for our pioneering work on treatments and vaccines. And for the UK, that was always our long-term hope within this. And we wanted to really put that at the sort of middle of everything we were doing. So like a lot of countries, we threw our best minds and lots of money at the problem and managed to help to create a really important vaccine in record time. By December 2020, we had got to a point where we were rolling out the biggest vaccine program in British history. And we're now at a point where we've got about 2/3 of the British population covered by 3 jabs. So this is fantastic. And in South Korea, obviously, we have a situation where you've got huge triple jab coverage too. But as we're talking about, what about the rest of the world? And people have mentioned it here quite rightly. We're not in the same place around the rest of the world. This is publicly available data. It's just one graph of many you can find. You can break it down in lots of different ways. But what it shows is that lower middle income countries in particular clearly still are far behind what they need. They're not quite where they need to be. Why is this? Work on the SDGs, global health security, universal health coverage has been a focus of the world for years. We've known for a long time that we're only collectively as strong as the weakest link in our global health security chain. You only need to look at Omicron recently. Last summer in the UK, we thought we might have beaten Delta. We thought that might be it. And then Omicron came through the border and it was all go again. There was talk of new lockdowns, etc. We're only protected if we all are. We know this, but we still haven't done enough to address this, globally speaking. And I'm sure academics are going to spend years studying why that is the case. But one thing is for sure, I asked our vaccine task force in the UK, you know, can you explain to me, can you show me a simple slide as to sort of why this is so complicated? And this is what they gave me. Just a very quick run through of some of the issues. And these issues are obviously much more complicated than this slide can possibly show. But the science, the clinical side, the supply chains, regulation, deployment, commercial, contracts, these things are incredibly complicated. And the final slide I'll show you is to sort of put some feel for that. Last year, I had the pleasure to help facilitate a UK-Korea mutual vaccine donation, so a vaccine swap, some people will call it. And you can see just from these little pictures how complicated it is for 2 developed countries to get this cold chain logistics system to work. It was incredibly complicated. It took me and my team and lots of very bright minds in both governments a long time to work on this. It was a great outcome, which meant that we both got the best out of what we needed. But how do you roll these things out to the world? How do you make that work? And it's great to have experts from the IVI and AstraZeneca and others on this panel to talk about that. But in the UK, we've certainly been doing our best to try and find ways to overcome this issue throughout the pandemic as we went along fighting it in our own country. We've really sort of, helped support COVAX, for example. That was a big part of our focus from the beginning. It's now delivered globally over 1 billion safe and effective vaccines to 144 participants. Our funding of about 600 million will help COVAX deliver through Gavi at least 1.8 billion doses to low and middle income countries by mid-2022. And we are committed to helping the likes of CEPI too. We have been since 2018 and we continue to do so. We've been championing dose sharing with 100 million doses over the next year. And we're big donators to Gavi to try and help get the vaccinations to the developing world into people's arms. These are bodies with significant expertise for overcoming these challenges, but we need to learn the lessons that we've got through this pandemic as to how we can think differently in future and make sure that we continue to do so. Importantly, that thinking differently was there baked in the UK from the start, as described by our AstraZeneca colleague. The UK worked with Oxford AstraZeneca right from the start, invested £88 million early on to try and create this rapidly deployed vaccine with global use in mind. So the idea was that you wouldn't need complicated cold chain logistics. You could get it out to people on a non-for-profit basis, and that's amazing. That's real different thinking. Thanks to that, we have 2.5 billion doses now used in 170 countries. But we still need to do a lot more, and we recognize this. If we are to achieve WHO's target of, WHO's target of vaccinating 70% of the world population by the middle of this year. So we've been using our convening power in the G7 in particular to try and do that, and we were happy during our presidency last year to see the G7 commit to 1 billion vaccine doses in June this year. And we keep making that case in the G7, the G20, WHO, and everywhere we can, because we strongly believe we need to learn these lessons for the long term. So the next step on our agenda to try and break the cycle of panic then neglect, really, is the Global Pandemic Preparedness Summit that we're going to hold in the UK in March. This continues our G7 work on equitable vaccine access, and things like the 100 Days mission to learn those lessons from this pandemic, to try and make sure that we can get those vaccines for the future threat that we don't know about yet, for disease X. We can get those vaccines in place, ready to go within 100 days. That's the mission. We're also going to be focusing on funding CEPI for the future, to continue their excellent work with COVAX, to bake in access to early stage R&D contracts, to support them to raise the 3.5 billion they need for the new 5-year strategy to develop vaccines for future pandemics. But more than that, we and our partners believe that the time to embed these lessons is now. We must embed them into the global architecture for the future, so that we don't just go back to where we always are after a big threat. So we're calling for, with our partners, a new pandemic preparedness agreement globally. We're doing a lot of work on that. I'm doing a lot of work on that. The UK government's doing a lot of work on that, with career support and COVID fighting credentials too, and its huge vaccine production potential too. And we're hoping that for the long term, we can really bake in these lessons that we've learned all the way through this pandemic. But, you know, to conclude, we've paid quite a global, huge cost so far, and it's still going on for the lessons that we're learning. We need to make sure that's an investment for the future, for our children's future, and to actually really mean it this time, and to try and bake it into that global long-term approach. Thank you.
Thank you. So while we are dealing this difficult and tough, we can say enemy or the problem. So one of the critical problem or shortage is healthcare professional. So, I'd like to ask Professor Young. You are an infectious disease physician and have an interest in tropical disease and infectious disease prevention strategies through the clinician network. And I heard that you participated in several clinical trials when the vaccine was first introduced in Korea. So I'd like to ask you about the possibility of a network shared by many countries, not just in one country, In addition to, please share your thoughts on what areas of cooperation should be improved to strengthen the clinical capability of countries with a relatively slow development in the research and education on infectious disease. Dr. Young, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. So, I was involved in the developing clinician-based network in Korea, mostly by the infectious disease expert. And actually, we started to develop this clinical network after the outbreaks of MERS in 2015. And after making that network, actually in the meantime, people involved in this network usually shared some case-based unknown newly infectious diseases occurring in Korea. But after this COVID-19 pandemic started, actual value of this clinicians-based network started to work and develop in Korea. So since the first case and second and third cases started to occur in Korea, all of physicians involved in these caring COVID-19 patients started to share their experience, their knowledge, or their opinion in making policies for response to COVID-19 was starting to be going on in this clinician-based network. And since then, these clinician-based networks started to work really well during these 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic. So actually, this network started as a sharing platform for knowledge or experience in new infectious diseases. But since the COVID-19, now this network started to provide or making a lot of clinical data, clinical experience, and making this policy for coping with infectious diseases in Korea. And also this people involved in this network is starting to share their experience and involved in the new clinical trials of vaccines or new therapeutics related to COVID-19. And also, they are the ones who are in the front of the implementing these new vaccines and new therapeutics of COVID-19 in Korea. So those kind of informations are rapidly shared through the networks. And actually, those kind of experience really help in Korea of developing infectious disease policy and coping with this huge pandemic of COVID-19. So actually, we are trying to expand our network in Korea, not just by the infectious disease expert, but we are also trying to expand this network to the physicians who are interested in dealing with infectious disease at the community level. So hopefully, if our network can expand more nationwide, then probably this network, not just working as a knowledge and experience sharing platform, but also this network can work as a front runner in implementing new therapeutics and vaccines in the country. So actually this experience really helped us in overcoming this COVID-19 pandemic. So probably these kind of clinician-based network can be made in several other lower middle-income countries, and that network will be helpful not just for the dealing with the infectious disease in their country, but also the communication with the other countries as well. So in the early in the COVID-19 pandemic, our network started to communicate with the other countries who are in the early phase of COVID-19. So we had conversations with the other many national agencies like US CDC or other European countries, official organizations. So those kind of experience is one of the good case that this network can contribute to the control of infectious disease around the countries or globally. And probably if those kind of network can be made in a lot of countries, and then those network can be also expanded to the development of clinical trial networks, or maybe providing new platform for evaluating new therapeutics in the infectious diseases that whatever will be coming on in the future. So in the aspect of global development project that we are doing, especially in Korea, actually in the past days, most of the project has been focusing on developing like a hardware healthcare in the healthcare sectors, but actually in the infectious diseases sections, not just providing these hardware like hospital, building the hospital, or just providing some IT technologies for controlling infectious disease, but actually developing these clinician-based network in the country or in the community level can be a great asset in controlling the infectious disease, especially when there's new infectious disease coming on in the future. So hopefully our experience or our knowledge in running this clinician-based network can be shared to the other lower or middle-income countries. And if they adopt our experience, then probably those human clinical network built in the LMIC countries can be cooperated with us, and probably that will lead us to the more rapid or efficient responses to the newly infectious diseases coming on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite our very special panelist. He's Peter J. Hotez. In addition to his position of the Dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, also he's a co-director of Texas Children's Hospital Center for Vaccine Development. Dr. Hotez has developed a new patent-free COVID-19 vaccine called Corvivax that is designed specifically for global health. Dr. Hotez, you've made tremendous contributions to global health development through research in tropical medicine, and you have been very vocal about vaccine inequity. So could you share with us how you have decided to waive the patent for the new vaccine, and how Corvivax can be a game changer for global vaccine equity? In addition, it seems that the inclusion of researchers from developing countries could accelerate innovation in medical research and could support them to become the next leader in the field. So do you have any thoughts or ideas on this?
Well, the reason we chose not to file a patent on this COVID-19 vaccines is we make vaccines for global health. And by we, I mean our Texas Children's Center for Vaccine Development. We make vaccines for poverty-related neglected diseases, for the poor, diseases such as schistosomiasis and Chagas disease and hookworm infection, which affects the poorest regions of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. But we also have a coronavirus program for the last 10 years. And we decided to do, for our vaccine for COVID-19, to make a low-cost recombinant protein vaccine made by microbial fermentation in yeast. And we chose this technology because this is a technology that's in place in many parts of the world, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Vietnam, in Taiwan, of course, and in Bangladesh, and Indonesia, and in India. And so the idea would be that this is a vaccine that we could transfer the technology with no patent, no strings attached. We actually help in the co-development, and then it could slot into their manufacturing capacity because our technology is quite similar to that used to make the recombinant hepatitis B vaccine. That's also done as microbial fermentation in yeast. So it could slot right in. And so we think this is the fastest way to advance a low-cost recombinant protein vaccine. And now the one that's furthest along is our colleagues in India with Biological E. This vaccine has now been released for emergency use. They've produced 250 million doses and hope they'll produce 1 billion doses. And so it's very exciting to be able to advance this vaccine for global health. We're also hoping that this gets done for Indonesia and Bangladesh and Southern Africa. So really trying to fill that global equity gap that's been so difficult. Another aspect of our Texas Children's Center for Vaccine Development is devoted to capacity building. And I took this very seriously when I served as U.S. science envoy in the Obama administration for the White House and State Department to build vaccine capacity in the Middle East and North Africa. And now we're trying to do this on a global scale. So in our laboratories, we invite scientists from all over the world to learn actually how to make a vaccine at scale under a quality umbrella, quality control, quality assurance, working with national regulatory authorities. And that's somewhat unique because not many academic labs, even labs that call themselves vaccine institutes, but most of them are really immunology institutes interested in vaccines. But here, our group is a hybrid between biotech and an academic setting, so we can actually teach people how to make vaccines. And that's very important because right now you cannot walk into, say, Moderna or Pfizer, say, show me how to make a vaccine. With us, you can.
Thank you. Well, even we don't have enough time, but as I'd like to hear your your answer or your opinion. So we gave you the common question. So what would be a couple of specific steps or solutions for the global vaccine equity? So Dr. Hortes already gave his reply. So Dr. Hortes, please.
A long way to go to achieve global vaccine equity. I think part of the problem is the fact that we're very dependent on the multinational pharma companies, and they occupy a lot of resources. And the multinational pharma companies do a lot of good and provide vaccines for the Gavi Alliance, even pre-pandemic. But the key is not to rely exclusively on the multinational companies. We need to diversify to include vaccine producers in low and middle income countries. They need our support, as well as academic nonprofit product development partnerships, such as our Texas Children's Center for Vaccine Development. Another example is the IVI, the International Vaccine Institute in South Korea. So I think what we need to do is really to build that capacity across the ecosystem, not only the multinational pharma companies, with an array of technologies, because for any new pandemic, you never know which technology will be the best. So for instance, for Ebola, the VSV technology, vesicular stomatitis virus technology, proved to be so critically important. mRNA has been important, but not only mRNA. So I think having in play hubs that can make vaccines using different technologies, a diversified array of technologies for VSV, mRNA, DNA vaccines, adenovirus vector vaccines, nanoparticle vaccines, and yes, even our sort of old school recombinant protein vaccines made by microbial fermentation in yeast. This represents the best hope, I think, to achieve vaccine equity.
Thank you. And Dr. Hortes invited IVI while he's giving his comment. And Dr. Jerome Kim, please.
Thanks, Professor An. Sorry. So I think the best way to think about this is to mind the gaps. Mm-hmm. So there was a vaccine supply gap. There's a diagnostics and sequencing gap. Mm-hmm. And finally, and this is very important, there's a vaccination gap. I mean, not so obvious in Korea, But in countries and around the world, there are gaps in vaccination, and in particular, particularly in low middle income countries, there's an absorption capacity gap, which was highlighted by the Tony Blair Institute for Social Change in a white paper in August of last year, which really gets to some of the issues. A vaccine by itself won't do anything. It's vaccination that saves lives. And the capacity to do vaccination is going to be a critical part of our response in 2022. This is about leadership. What we have our countries, the G7, the G20, all of goodwill. Everyone wants to help. What we don't have is leadership. And what do I mean by that? It's the difference between an orchestra without a conductor and an orchestra with a conductor. We need an organization or a group of people who have the plan from end to end, not only with manufactured discovery of new vaccines and manufacturing of new vaccines and the implementation of vaccination programs, but there needs to be an end-to-end vision, and that is something that we, at this point still, two years into the pandemic, desperately lack. We need a better version of COVAX, which is 50% short of its goal. It's a great idea. We had never before distributed 10 billion doses of innovative vaccine technology in the first year of use in high-income countries and to some extent in low and middle-income countries, but we failed pretty significantly in low-income countries. We can partially address this also with regional manufacturing hubs, and both Professor Hotez and Mr. Buttigieg also mentioned support for regional manufacturing, and this is going to be a very critical part of a future fight against pandemics. We need to have advocacy for diagnostics and sequencing and building that capacity all over the world. We need to strengthen health systems so that we have fewer instances of absorption capacity problems, distributing vaccines for the next variant of COVID-19 or for the next pandemic, or for that matter, to turn vaccination from something we think of only for children to something that we think of as lifetime protection against infectious diseases.
Thank you. So just feel free, give your comment. So.
Sure, thank you. Actually, I'm very glad to follow DG Kim's points there, which I thoroughly agree with. I think what he's just set out quite nicely in his mind the gap point is that, and the rest of the point was that there's a lot now in place. Throughout the last couple of years, we've learned to put in place some really great tools. If we think about the access to COVID tools, accelerator work, there's some really great tools, but there are still some gaps. But we've actually got quite a good idea of where those gaps are and how to fix a lot of those gaps in principle and in theory. What we now need is leadership to actually make that work. And I think that's exactly where we're coming from. We started that, we tried to start that leadership through the G7 into the G20, and we now really think that we need this global permanent pandemic preparedness architecture to try and bake some of this stuff into future pandemics, epidemics, that we don't know about yet. We don't want to be in a position where we just have to go back to square one and set all these things up again. We know where these gaps are, we know how to work on them, but again, getting the international community to work on those things is a challenge. It's a challenge that I certainly wrestle with, and so does a massive number of government colleagues and businesses elsewhere. But throughout it all, we need to think differently. Businesses need to think differently, governments need to think differently. We've seen that happen, and we can do it again in the future. I think if we manage to come together through this new sort of architecture and put some of this stuff in place permanently, we can be much, much better prepared for the future, but lots of work to do.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Dr. Do, please.
Okay, I think, the panelists already made a great point. One additional point I would like to make is that I think information is quite critical. Correct information, delivery of the information is very important for policymakers, as well as public health, as well as pharmaceutical companies. Infectious disease medical institutions will continue to generate real-world evidence, And that will really affect what kind of vaccines each country has to use according to their genetics or even the environmental factors. So I think allocation, of course, in terms of equity, requires a lot of principles and leadership, but delivering and generating extra information and data would be quite critical in the coming days and months.
Thank you. And
yes, I certainly agree with all of the points that made by the Professor Jerome Kim. And since I'm a clinician or taking care of COVID-19 patients and providing vaccines, actually I think that in my talks I already mentioned, but there are many things that we have to consider in implementing the provided vaccines in the country and also in the community levels. And of course, we need a very strong healthcare system in every country to implement effectively all the vaccines or therapeutics provided in their countries. But I think there's a big role for this clinician-based network to work in the aspect of providing those vaccines or therapeutics effectively in those countries. So not just the providing vaccines, but also organizing those human networks in these countries can be also a big important point in overcoming this COVID-19 or newly coming infectious disease in the future. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for your participation and for giving us your insights on this important issue. Although we are still facing the staggering rise of the COVID-19 pandemic, and still have a long way to go, I believe and I hope we humankind will eventually overcome this disease. While we were going through the valley of the pandemic, we have learned the crucial roles of vaccines to deal with the infectious disease. We realized the need for a more efficient and safer way to develop effective vaccines, and need for equitable distribution and efficient administration of vaccines. And what I learned from here today, the attitude to mind the gaps, and the leaders who lead or the newer, better systems to fight or to deal with these complicated issues. So this need only can be solved by the collaboration of government, academic institute, international organizations, and business partners, including pharmaceutical companies. Once again, thank you for your endeavors and opinions and for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor An and the panelists. In Korea, we were so focused on securing vaccines, but through this session, we were able to know that there were a number of efforts to leave no one behind in terms of access to vaccines, which we had also discussed with UNHCR's Special Envoy, Angelina Jolie, last year. So may this year be comprised of days during which we make concrete actions for equitable vaccine access. So now we will take another break and resume at 3 p.m. Korean time. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our second featured session is titled Yonsei Institute for Higher Education Innovation, Workstations for SDGs. This session is co-moderated by our Yonsei undergraduates, Ms. Won Jae-yoon and Ms. Hong Soo-min. They will share their experiences on students' activities and achievements for SDGs 13 and 14. Please welcome Ms. Won and Ms. Hong.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Yonsei University Institute for Higher Education Innovation Workstation for SDG session. This is Chaeun Won, the President of Social Innovation Creators Academia, and I welcome all to our session, as well as, though our session is held virtually, I hope our warm welcome, as well as the passion of all of our panelists, are sent through all virtually. Today, we have 3 workstation teams under IHEI joining this session. For panelists, we have Recovery, Social Innovation Creators Academia, and lastly, Solvere. All of the teams working under Institute for Higher Education Innovation strives to achieve 2 of the main SDG goals, SDG 13, Climate Action, and SDG 14, Life Below Waters. Before we move on to the introduction of the panelists, I would like to start today's session by introducing Institute for Higher Education Innovation, Yonsei. The Institute for Higher Education Innovation, Yonsei, was established in March 2018 under the direct oversight of the president of Yonsei University. The president created this forum in order to foster future talent and for social innovation and to create positive social impact on our society through Yonsei. Based on the value of convergence and connectivity, the Institute for Higher Education Innovation fosters future talent through social innovation who aspires to solve societal problems by creating innovative solutions. It addresses social issues through an innovative paradigm in higher education and creates a positive effect on our society. To reach their objective, IHEI provides educational programs for creative convergence and incubates business models whose businesses address social problems. In 2018, a total of 5,952 students took 160 social innovation competency courses, and 456 graduate students took 34 graduate school social problem-solving courses. In addition to IHEI holding a biannual recruitment to onboard workstations, which were found every year as a voluntary team, they continue to foster change by incubating potential that could lead social change and work with the SDG goals as follows. In 2021, 960 students from 178 teams were active, especially in SDG 3, 4, as well as 12. If you hope to learn more about the IHEI, you can access the IHEI website through the following QR code. Please refer to the workstation-related website, as you can see the result of the student activities through a simple login process. Now that the introduction for the Institute for Higher Education is done, we will next move on to an introduction of each of the workstation teams. We will start with Social Innovation Creators Academia, SICA, created to incubate global social innovators through a creative platform where sustainable culture of intersectoral collaboration happens. Again, my name is Chaeun Won, and I am the president for Social Innovation Creators Academia. And today with me, I have as co-panelist Sumin Hong, the 11th vice president for our institute. In our presentation, the following items shall be our main objective. First, an introduction of SICA, next an introduction of our program, and finally, how our institute hopes to create societal impact, aligning with SDG number 13. SICA is an innovative student platform established in 2017 under Underwood International College. We approach social innovation through 3 focuses. 1, technological innovation. 2, economic value. And 3, social impact. Through our existence, our mission was to incubate social innovation and innovators through creating a platform where intersectoral connection happens amongst the social innovators. We hope to create positive and sustainable challenge through the world by incubating potential. Each semester, SICA selects a semester theme under which we conduct various projects such as, but not limited to, incubation of startup business models and pro bono consulting. Each theme is carefully selected to embody the global zeitgeist, but also in order at its core essence to embody the main themes and the founding principles of our institute. For instance, in 2024, we conducted pro bono consulting to social enterprises under the theme Sustainability through ESG. Though SICA believes that individuals can be a catalyst for social innovation, we always work in close partnership with other institutes that aim to also create societal change by creating innovative solutions. And in lieu of those partnerships, we have managed to achieve various awards such as Best Choice Award, Peer Champion Award, and First Public-Private Partnership for Pro Bono Consulting. Next is a brief slide to introduce the composition and the structure of our organization. The second part of the introduction is about the programs and the projects that we have conducted so far that addresses matters relating to Goal 13. Aim to incubate global social innovators. SICA previously, while it was under the Institute for Social Innovation, created an umbrella project. Of the diverse topics that we dealt under the umbrella project, Reborn and Solvere was specifically started to tackle problems regarding paper waste and clean water and sanitation. For some of SICA's more recent projects, specifically in 2020, in spring, SICA members deep dived into a collaboration with GOSIS to publish a Fischer research report on the topic of ESG. GOSIS is a member of Global Shapers community under the World Economic Forum that aims to increase awareness about social and environmental issues and pursue sustainable economic development. Also, in 2021 spring, Team Virtuous and Fashionate created startup business models to solve problems of package wasting in the cosmetic industries and also address matters of fast fashion. Over in the past 3 years, SICA has provided pro bono consulting and amongst the diverse range of social enterprises that we addressed, we always selected at least one company whose main goals embody goal number 13. And then next, moving on to the programs. Since SICA is here to incubate potential, our programs are constructed to help members grow their unique perspective, as well as network with other industry experts, peers, as well as alumni who also strive to create societal change in society today. Each semester, we invite different officials and speakers from various fields to present lectures on their path to success. As part of our insight session, members learn the perspective and the important targets that they need to align in order to create change in each field. In our social innovation session, SICA's unique program, in which members are divided into teams, analyze our society's pain points, and teams would design a solution to achieve social innovation. SICA incorporates technological innovation in this spring by making its main theme human-centered technological innovation. For the strategy impact session, SICA conducts pro bono consulting to social enterprises in order to further help the industries achieve their hoped social impact. Our final showcase is a place where all of the members present their semester goal as well as their semester project to a wider audience, as well as build partnerships amongst diverse industry experts so that their efforts could be furthered even after the semester is over. Every semester, SICA organizes a hackathon where members come together and work on innovative social projects for social innovation workshops. In order to further our domestic partnerships, we have so far worked with partnering organizations such as Makerspace I7, Design Factory Korea, and IHEI. In order to further our global partnerships, we have also continuously held global innovation tours and visited countries as the following aligns. Sika has also visited various domestic industries to better understand the workplace and all of the organization infrastructures. And the insight that the members gathered from such field trips, they have incorporated back into their projects so that their projects can create more tangible impact. For the last part, I will finish the introduction of Sika by introducing Sika's impacts. Under IHEI, Sika has 3 working workstations: pro bono consulting, social innovation creators academia, and social innovation workshops. Each of the workstations, along with SDG 13, embodies a main SDG goal, which are shown on the screen. We hope to achieve social impact by garnering partnerships, as well as developing innovators, not to mention to widen the network of social innovators domestically as well as on a global sphere. Thus far, Sika has managed to achieve tangible impact by creating societal change and to foster the pro bono consulting as well as social impact industry overall domestically. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayan, for introducing our Team Sika. Now Team Recovery will introduce its team history and project. Team Recovery has achieved social innovation by reducing plastic waste with an eco-friendly coffee consumption solution. Team Recovery, please begin your introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dongjin Ko, the co-founder of Recovery. Recovery is the startup where we bring sustainable solutions to the environmental issues of plastic wastes. Recovery started as a workstation project at IHEI since 2019 under the name of Coffee Print. Currently, we are a startup under the name of Recovery. Under the name of Recovery, and work towards achieving the 12th SDG goal, responsible consumption and production. Our team received numerous awards through 2020 to 2021 in areas of technology, startup, ESG, and social impact. Recovery started as recognizing the vast amount of coffee consumed in Korea. Annually, Koreans consume around 37 billion tons of coffee, equivalent to the mass of 373 Eiffel Towers. In Korea alone, there are 83,000 cafes with a growth rate of 15% annually. Our coffee consumption is not sustainable as we expected. Every 99.8% of coffee beans we consume become spent coffee grounds, which Korea alone disposes 36.3 million tons annually. The disposable plastic cups and straws we use to drink coffee take into 350,000 tons of waste annually. This is equivalent to 87,500 elephants. The current effort of recycle the spent coffee grounds takes only up to 10% of the annual produced amount. The rest of 90% goes to waste by methods of landfill and incineration. The 10% of waste coffee grounds currently utilized and fertilizers or pottery. For the plastic waste, such as cups and straws, are going under fast restriction of usage. The Korean government declared to achieve 100% zero plastics society by 2050. In replacing plastic products, materials such as PLA and papers are considered as biodegradable substitute. However, PLA has the issue of high dependence on crops, whereas paper has low versatility. From the status quo, we drive the mission to achieve sustainable coffee consumption. Recovery aims to provide eco-friendly coffee consumption solution for humanity. To do so, we propose 3 methods: waste coffee ground upcycling change, affordable bio-based plastic, and user-centric, high-quality products. Currently, our team is going through research and development to manufacture a bio-based polymer, CPLA. Our CPLA bioplastic is made from upcycled waste coffee ground and PLA, making it biodegradable. In addition, since we are utilizing waste resource, we contribute to carbon neutral production, as well as provide relatively affordable substitute to plastic than existing bio-based plastics. From the CPLA, our team is trying to launch products targeted towards the cafe industry and its use of plastic products. We aim to launch disposable cups, disposable straws, and even reusable tumblers to bring responsible consumption and production of coffee one step closer. Recovery will take action to changing our society towards zero-waste bioplastic society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dongjun, for introducing Team Recovery. Now, team leader of the Solvere will introduce this team. Team Solvere has achieved social innovation under the theme of healthy and safe water management. Team leader of Solvere, please begin your introduction.
Hello, I'm Jisoo Park, team leader of Yonsei Sustainable Development and Corporation Club Solvere. Before going through the Q&A session, I would like to introduce Solvere. This is a table of contents. Solvere, meaning solving problems in Latin, is currently working to achieve sustainable development goals proposed by the UN. Although the original members were constituted only by the SDC majors, as Solvere grew in size, we started to work with students in various fields in order to proceed with the project more efficiently. Now, I would like to show you the previous footsteps of Solvere. In 2017, Solvere chose SDG number 6, Clean Water and Sanitation, as a project goal and initiated Water Purifier of Life in Cambodia project. Solvere created and sold postcards that included water shortage problems in Cambodia in order to raise awareness of this damage. Raised fundings was used to install 100 RDI water purifiers in local Cambodian neighborhood through Kakao's Kachi. In 2018, Solvere chose SDG number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, to raise awareness of Tanzania's coffee and raise the economic power of local coffee agriculture. Solvere held meetings with local coffee farmer labor union, Kahawa, and sold coffee beans directly traded with local farmers in Sinchon and Songdo campus. And in 2019, Solvere tried to improve social awareness of teenage single mothers to achieve SDG number 5, gender equality. Solvere designed merchandises such as badges and stickers with adolescent single mothers and held 3 offline campaigns to sell the merchandise and raise awareness. In 2020, Solvere dealt with social problems related to stateless children associating with SDG number 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. Solvere created books that engage readers to consider the concept of children's right through the perspective of stateless children. Solvere later finished the project by delivering the books to Global Hope. And in 2021, Solvere carried out a project under SDG goal number 6, healthy and safe water management. Currently, interest in water shortage is being highlighted in various aspects of the international community. An example of the seriousness of water shortage problem is the Day Zero incident in Cape Town, South Africa, which recently shook the international community. Day Zero explained the situation where the water is completely depleted and the daily water usage is close to zero. Cape Town has been suffering from drought for 3 years since 2015 and overcame the problem through civil society and the government's water-saving campaign. However, these problems are not only within the African continent far away, but also is our problem as well. In fact, the Republic of Korea is one of the water-stressed countries. Water is directly related to individual life and hygiene, and also is used for cooking food, supplying the products, and sustaining various industries. However, it is difficult to feel the seriousness of this issue in the environment where clean water can be easily obtained anywhere. Therefore, through SoulTap and SoulPlat projects, we try to deliver information through books and online media to visualize water-related environmental problems and improve awareness. In the first semester, we worked on the SoulTap project. Here, SoulTap is an abbreviation of Solvair's Turn Off the Faucet and Prepare for a Sustainable Life, which conveys that water-saving daily habits are essential in achieving a sustainable life. To expand the concept of water-stressed countries and water shortage crisis, our team completed a magazine about 150 pages during the first semester and delivered the magazines to the people through Tumblebug crowdfunding. This is a crowdfunding process. SoulTap magazine consists of chapters called No Knowledge, No Awareness, and No Experience. It also includes content such as water shortage problem, water purification process, Netflix water-related environmental documentary recommendations, and 50-liter challenge virtual diary. Solvair also made water cups as one of the merchandise so that people can think about how much water they use in their daily lives. Solvair finished editing during the funding period and contacted publishers to prepare for the public production. After a funding goal was achieved, we prepared the rewards, including the magazines, to be delivered to the donors. The funding was achieved at 117% of the target amount of 500,000 won. In the magazine, SoulTap included knowledge about water shortage and various solutions, the water purification process and related experiments, and a virtual diary about the situation of day zero to help readers better understand the severity of this problem. In addition to delivering specific knowledge about the water shortage, the magazine also encouraged people to pay attention to water shortages in various methods by introducing campaigns that the individual can participate at home and recommending water-related environmental documentaries. As an extension of this, a total of 18 members have gathered to carry out SoulPlat project last semester. SoulPlat, a combination of Solvair and platform, aimed to provide information on water-related environmental problems in cities and suggest solutions. Through SoulPlat project, Solvair tried to select topics that are closely related to our lives, hence we should take more interest in. This time we tried to break away from the printing media and facilitated the internet platform. Our team selected Brunch as the online platform to publish our articles, as it was a suitable place to share academic information. Solvair planned to publish 1 article a week and uploaded 2 articles to the Brunch author store before the official publication. We later applied to Brunch official author by submitting a publication plan, introduction to our team, and pre-written articles. After registering as an official Brunch author, Solvair published a series of articles on the topics such as climate change and urban flooding, water supply for vulnerable groups, and expert interviews on urban flooding prevention systems. Along with the Brunch publications, our team has uploaded card news on Solvair Instagram to promote the Brunch platform. SDG number 6, healthy and safe water management, was a much more complicated goal to achieve than we have first thought when Solvair first started the 2021 project. The water-related environmental issues are intertwined with various factors such as social infrastructures, people's daily habits, industrial paradigms, and other environmental issues as well. That is why we think a bottom-up strategy to raise social awareness in this environmental issue is essential to encourage people in various positions to participate in achieving this goal. So we would like to ask the audience to take more interest in Sustainable Development Goal number 6 and end our presentation about Solvair. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jisoo Park, for introducing Solvair. This concludes the team introduction part of today's session. We will now move on to the question and answer part of the session between the panelists. This part of the session comprises of common questions directed at all 3 teams and specific questions that are directed at each team. We will start with the common questions. The first common question is, What were the reasons and motivations for defining and solving the problems that each workstation team aims to solve?
Well, as a freshman, I used to stroll to the cafe in the dorm every morning, grab a cup of tea, grab a cup of coffee just to start the day. I love drinking coffee, but every time I grab a cup, I couldn't help noticing the amount of plastic waste made in cafe. Starting from disposable cups, disposable straws, and even disposable plastic lids. Just to enjoy a drink a few minutes, we human beings are using resource that is difficult to recycle, decompose, and protect our planet. Just for our convenience, methods of coffee consumption were taking nature for granted. Trying to improve this reckless consumption of plastic, we, Recovery, started off as a project called Coffee Print, a workstation of IHEI. We tried to utilize 3D printing technology to recycle spent coffee ground into bio-based polymer. We believe that utilizing the byproduct of coffee consumption, the coffee grounds to manufacture bio-based plastic might help bring a relatively sustainable plastic consumption in the coffee industry. We chose the 12th goal of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, responsible consumption and production, where we aim to provide a responsible, clean, and sustainable substitute of plastic through upcycling spent coffee grounds.
Okay. When we decided on last year's project, we wanted to focus on the water-related crisis because water cannot be replaced by other substitutes. So we focused on the Day Zero incidents in South Africa, Cape Town. As we already explained before in the presentation, Day Zero is the status that the water is completely depleted and the daily water usage is close to zero. South Korea is one of the water-stressed countries, but people do not feel the urgent need to make any kind of effort for sustainable water management. Because of this gap between reality and the social awareness, we thought, oh, we have to do this project. Thank you.
Lastly, for SICA in the fall of 2021, we focused on creating sustainable development under the theme of sustainability through ESG. We noticed that the rapid social structural changes creates both positive and negative changes, such as technological innovation, but on the other hand, increase inequality. And also it makes sustainable development difficult for minor communities or small social enterprises. Thus, SICA decided to conduct pro bono consulting to 5 social enterprises by promoting and supporting sustainable development and paying attention to social phenomena which is caused by rapid social structural changes.
Thank you all panelists for your detailed answer. Next, we'll move on to the second common question, which is, what are some of the problems you faced when trying to provide solutions for the social problems you've identified?
So the most difficult aspect of solving the problem of plastic usage was to find a marginal line of how much users are willing to sacrifice usability or convenience for the environmental value. Since Recovery's end product is eco-friendly disposables made from our polymer CPLA, which stands for coffee PLA, we had to find the equilibrium point between product usability and environmental friendliness. For the usability section, we also had to consider the price, since our product is targeted for cafes and the price of plastic straws in cafes are highly affordable compared to eco-friendly substitutes, such as paper and PLA straws. Another hardship that we are currently going through is requiring the minimum facility for research, as our team is focused on polymer and material engineering. It is quite difficult to find research laboratories to conduct tests and develop our products.
Yeah, we also felt a difficulty in collecting information. Solver is a very small team and we change the project every semester. So we had to contact different experts and collect new information each time. As a college student, it was hard to access sufficient resources, especially overseas data. To overcome this problem, we had to contact experts in each field to get more information. It was hard to find experts and find their contact. And even if we got a contact, some of them were too busy to interview or some of them were not interested in our activities. So yeah, it was very hard to gather the necessary information. One thing more, we had difficulty in activities due to the COVID-19. Last year, our project was about improving the social awareness. However, we have to do this project in a full non-face-to-face manner. So we couldn't open the booth and go outside, meet people, and promote our campaigns. So we spent a lot of time discussing the direction of publicity. Since there were very few ways to promote and cover the book, the content of the book, I think, is somehow limited. So in some cases, our visitations to a water-related institution was canceled to prevent spreading the COVID-19. So yeah, it was too bad that we lost our chance to write more details of our experience.
For Team Zika, while providing pro bono consulting, finding good companies and supporting them with the data-backed and trend-sensitive solutions were two difficulties that our team has faced. A good company here means a company who truly aims to create positive social impact and also is ready to open young voices. Communicating with a company in an equal position is also a difficult part since companies often consider students as an intern or part-time jobs rather than as serious consultants. And also providing solutions with a data-backed and trend-sensitive evidence is also hard for some students who are not really used to analytic tools. Therefore, Zika will continue helping our members to required necessary skills to obtain professionalism and also to communicate with a company in a professional manner.
Thank you all panelists, and we will move on to the third and final common question that is open to all three teams. How did IHEI and its program help your teams to accomplish your goals?
Through the workstation program, our team was able to start with somewhat of a seed money, which helped us to develop our ideas and allowing us to receive aids and funds from various organizations. In addition, the workstation program backed us up for reference outside of school, as well as provide advice for our team to move forward in achieving social innovation.
Yeah, as the recovery team mentioned, IHEI was very helpful in various ways. When working on the project, IHEI provide not only a financial support, but also network with other workstation teams to finish our project successfully. Also, we had a chance to share our activities, check our performance at Show Up Vista held on each semester. So we thought the workstation that can support students' activities and be able to boost participation in this field. We also thought that increase in such organization and promotion itself would definitely helpful to students lead project like us. Thank you.
And for Team Zika, IHEI and the workstation programs have supported our teams in diverse aspects, including financial support and project development. Despite the COVID situation, IHEI supported us to continue our social innovation projects and workshops. Also, referring to the project layout of IHEI, our team was able to set clear main goals regarding social phenomena and SDGs. Finally, we were able to network with other workstation teams, which led to a vitalization of the social innovation community in general.
Thank you for all three teams. Now we'll move on to the last part of this session. In this session, there are prepared questions directed to each team. First, to Team Recovery, I was very surprised that coffee ground can be actually used as a recyclable resources. And I think this is a good news for Korea since we love coffee and there must be a huge waste of coffee ground in Korea too. Could you please explain the full upcycling chain of recovery and also final disposal of the recovery product?
South Korea is one of the world's largest coffee consuming country, and especially the area of Seoul, where the majority of coffee consumers are located, consume and dispose spent coffee ground. The current regulation does not consider spent coffee ground as a recyclable resource, but rather just a waste. Annually, Korea produces 3.6 million tons of spent coffee ground, out of which Seoul and the metropolitan region are responsible for about half of the waste. To collect the spent coffee ground, our team is currently looking for options to collect spent coffee grounds from cafes and utilizing electric trucks. And since half of the waste is coming from the metropolitan area, we are still working on the problem of finding a sustainable upcycling chain. And since our products are made from materials that is highly biodegradable, it is intended that just disposing our product does not affect the net carbon pollution or the issues of microplastics. As the products are currently disposables, we believe that the polymer's structural integrity cannot be guaranteed due to the impurity of the product after usage. And currently we are researching methods of recycling the used products into agricultural fertilizers for a better degradable solution.
Next team question is directed at Team Silver. In today's session, I'm so glad to see so many different workstation teams that are so passionate in their goals to try to achieve a more sustainable future for the environment. However, it is also a fact that it is hard to feel tangible change, especially in the field of environmental sustainability. What are the reasons for the citizens' awareness not having been improved despite consistent campaigns hosted by the Korean government, as well as various student organizations and NGOs? And what is Solvair's specialty compared to other existing efforts to solve this particular problem?
Yes, there has been a lot of organizations, and including government or NGOs, trying to promote and furthermore solve the water crisis and environmental issues. However, we believe that there are still some people's thoughts on the environmental issues itself. For example, if we simply search on the internet, there are lots of questions or diverse opinions, like whether if South Korea is a really water-stressed country or not. So these kinds of difference on thought, we believe that these kind of difference on thought is due to the lack of convenience and lack of experience in the convenience due to the water crisis on daily life. And this lack of experience can lead to the irrelevance, feeling that we are irrelevant, or even thought on the environmental issues itself. And adding on to that, we also believe that people lack knowledge on the water resources. But improving the knowledge on water resources is much more difficult than just merely conveying the information. And this is because the improving general knowledge of public should be done only when the uninterested public pays attention, divert attention to our field. But whereas just merely conveying information can be done when interested people just look for it. And the last one would be that it also lacks the index to distinguish whether our water crisis is real or not, because these kinds of real, standardized concepts should be provided to convince them, but this kind of lack makes our improvement very harder. So to work out on those issues that we found, we first prioritized spreading the knowledge about water crisis, and then we also tried to suggest the solutions for the problems. So there were various methods that were easy to approach to the audience were used. For example, the most thing that we would like to highlight is we tried to make the audience or the readers empathize to our contexts or our texts. While writing our daily basis posts, we tried to mainly write on how we've actually experienced, how we've actually learned, or how we've actually felt during those 50 liters challenge or watching the documentaries. And another point I would like to highlight is that we've also done a comparative research. Although it was kind of hard to conduct, we believe that this can make us and also readers to reflect on the future more seriously and more objectively.
Thank you very much for your answer, Silvera. I also believe that conducting campaigns can help individuals to, can change individuals to work towards achieving the SDGs. As a person working in a startup, I do have a question. There is one thing that I'm curious about, and there are currently many industrial efforts like campaigns or the improvement in corporation operation methods to achieve the ESG results. So what is the goal that the companies are focusing on the most among the SDGs? And also when companies implement ESG, it seems difficult to maintain and move forward from the beginning of the business, startup, for example. In that case, is there any effort or a system that can be done to help maintain the minimum ESG goal?
Among the 17 SDG goals, we believe that SDG 13, climate action, is the one that is most avidly used and most avidly pursued by a lot of corporates as well as industries. And the reason why I think that a lot of focuses are happening on E, especially out of the 3 ESG pillars, is because it is easier to achieve in terms of systematic reform, not to mention have a long-term tangible impact that reflects positively on the corporate culture and the brand identity that each corporate kind of strives to achieve with its core customer bases. Regarding the startup phase of each industry and how each startups can easily incorporate sustainability as well as ESG values into their corporate culture, SICA would suggest that in their early business settings, businesses try to focus on human-centered vision as well as designing their business model under a vision that will be an easier way to incorporate ESG values. Not to mention, recruiting talents who value ESG can help also create a more sustainable corporate culture under ESG. On the other hand, the government should also recognize that big corporates need to increase their corporate social responsibility and help nurture a more friendly environment where startups could also take a part in creating a more sustainable future for all, instead of burden pushing it to the smaller startups to garner and, I guess, widen the market for a sustainable future. Also, regarding investors, investors could pitch in by doing impact investment. Besides big companies, individual investors can also favor companies by fulfilling ESG checklists and investing in ESG funds or using negative screening tools to exclude companies with little ESG responsibility. Therefore, it is essential for startups to promote their social impact and build their social portfolio under the ESG value, despite there being an entrance barrier and hurdle for their efforts to be continued.
I'd like to give a question to the team Recovery. While listening to Recovery's presentation, I could easily connect with the goal to bring sustainable coffee consumption solution because literally we drink coffee every day. With staggering amount of coffee consumption, I have seen many individual or social efforts to make coffee consumption more sustainable, such as tumbler campaigns or paper straws. However, it was quite interesting that Recovery focused on developing technological innovation in the manufacturing process rather than bringing proactive change in people's daily habits. So I wanted to ask, when searching for technological innovation, is there a specific reason why you chose spent coffee grounds as a resource? And is there any other ways that you are looking into in your future projects?
Thank you for the question. When Recovery thought of a waste resource to recycle, we had 3 standards in mind, which 1 was infinitely produced, 2 high value in its compositions, and 3 biodegradability. For the case of spent coffee ground, it is produced in any part of the world where coffee is spent. So as long as the world continues to drink coffee, there will always be spent coffee ground. Secondly, spent coffee ground has a significant amount of fatty acids, which can be extracted and utilized in creating biodiesel, which is an eco-friendly substitute for fossil fuels. Lastly, it is highly biodegradable, making it an optimal choice as a resource for the biodegradable plastic substitute. Our team is also looking at resources like fallen leaves and branches that are produced during landscaping and started a spin-off project called Wooden Bricks, also an IHEI project, where we research the utilization of tree waste in creating environmental friendly bricks.
Thank you, Gary, for a great answer. For recovery, it was quite difficult for us to spread the word on bioplastics and upcycling methods to people of interest. From what I know, Solvere has been using diverse channels to improve awareness in their campaigns, especially against water crisis. So Team Solvere, here's my question to you. What was the most effective channel or method in raising awareness in your projects?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, and yeah, we have been improving our knowledge, improving the public's knowledges through different channels. And among them, we believe the most effective channel was social media, including Instagram posts or Facebooks. To begin, the first one we could thought about it was the accessibility. The social media shows high accessibility so that people, just general public, who are not interested in this field can also look for what we've been doing, since the social media is highly common and highly convenient method. And from that accessibility, we also experienced the derivative effects, because we've been always promoting the brunch postings, which deals with kind of more professional concepts or tumblebug funding going on. And all of those were posted on our Instagram accounts. So people, although Instagram deals with very lighter content, it can lead to the more comparably inaccessible but more professional and deeper contents. And the last advantage would be that we could post different kinds of media on the social media, like videos, cartoons, or even cartoons. So using those kinds of medias, we could attract people's attention more on our projects. So we believe that thanks to those advantages like accessibilities, derivative effects, and the diverse medias, we believe that promotion via social media was the most effective method. And we also believe that if those kind of promotions are well used via social media, we can raise much more of an awareness on the water crisis and also furthermore the participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Boyan. I want to ask a SICA team a question. While your presentation, I can see that your team is engaged in various social activities. The most interesting part was pro bono consulting, that you select companies and provide necessary consulting to meet the sustainable development goal. As the SICA team is very influential and has a good outcomes, I think many companies want to apply for this consulting. So I wonder, how does SICA select the companies to provide pro bono consulting?
Thank you for a great question, Hiju. Broadly speaking, SICA selects a company under two big standards. First, what kinds of value does a company want to create and pursue? And secondly, what kind of opportunities can a company provide for SICA members to experience social innovation in a real business scene? During last semester, SICA has provided pro bono consulting to 13 social enterprises in collaboration with POSCO Research Institute, Sangsang-uri, and Korea Social Enterprise Promotion Agency. Thanks to those three organizations, and Coming back to the topic, we limit our companies to social enterprises, since what SICA aims to provide through this pro bono consulting is an activation of startup scenes, where we believe that social innovation often and very often incubates. By having a thorough research and a thorough interview process with a company, SICA observes does companies' business model matches with its vision, and how can our members can contribute to its vision. We believe that companies who has a clear vision and is open to young and innovative voices can build up the best project with our SICA team. And if there is any company CEO who are looking this session, please contact SICA through an email. Thank you.
Thank you to all panelists for an interactive and lively Q&A session. And that last question concludes the panelist question and answer session for today's session. And since the question and answer session is over, that concludes the session in general for Institute for Higher Education Innovation Workstations for SDGs session. So thank you all to all three teams for a wonderful presentation, and thank you to everyone for attending our IHEI Workstation for SDGs session. We thank all teams, Recovery, Social Innovation Creators Academia, and Solvere for your tremendous effort and impressive progress, as well as the positive social impact that you strive to achieve. Also, great thanks to IHEI for working so passionately and intimately with all of the workstations, not just the ones that are present today, but all of the different teams that work to achieve all of the different SDG goals, and also being a catalyst for social innovation. We hope this session can be a start of a bigger change for everyone under the IHEI Institute, as well as at large Yonsei University. All of us can make change and come up with innovative ideas. Please encourage and keep up with our young social innovators and IHEI. Again, thank you all for your participation today.
Thank you, panelists, our dear UIC students, for coming to campus during your precious winter break. It is amazing how dedicated these young students are to deliver social innovation to wicked problems, including responsible consumption and production, and access to clean water.
Our third featured session is titled Global Citizenship for a Sustainable Tomorrow, From Policy to Action. It will be hosted by our partner, Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, and Ms. Fröhler, CEO, and Ms. Zimmerman, Program Officer of Ban Ki-moon Center, will be co-moderating the session. Welcome, Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens.
Hello, everybody. Distinguished speakers, dear changemakers, dear guests, and everybody around joining us on YouTube. Thank you all very much for being with us today at this scientific session about global citizenship for a sustainable tomorrow, from policy to action. My name is Katrin Harvey, and I'm the COO of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, and I will be co-moderating this session today with my colleague, Juliet Zimmerman. At the Ban Ki-moon Center, we work directly with current decision makers and future change makers in their leadership roles to implement Sustainable Development Goals. These goals, or the SDGs, are a set of objectives all governments have signed up to in order to make the world a better, more sustainable and equitable place. SDG 4, quality education, is one of the keys to unlock many of the other SDGs and to ensure that no one is left behind. Education is fundamental to developing the capacity of today's youth to act as global citizens. As a community, we are confronted with mounting challenges, including climate change, conflicts, gender inequality, and of course, the global pandemic. Equipping generations of leaders with a mindset of global citizenship is therefore more vital than ever before. A number of policymakers and educators are already taking action to integrate global citizenship education into curricula around the world. The aim is to empower learners of all ages to assume active roles, both locally and globally, in building more peaceful, tolerant, and inclusive, secure societies. We must integrate teaching and learning of global citizenship in people's minds, in their hearts, and in their actions. This way, we go beyond simply transferring information and knowledge, but also equip learners with the skills, values, and behaviors necessary to forge a sustainable future for all. At the Ban Ki-moon Center, we implement our own programs to educate, empower, and build leadership of youth and women to act as global citizens in their communities. We get to share the journey of inspiring young changemakers who develop and run their own specialized SDG micro projects in their communities, addressing challenges with concrete, actionable, and impactful solutions. To date, we are proud to say that the Ban Ki-moon Center has trained over 200 young leaders who have implemented 170 SDG micro projects, which in turn have reached 730,000 people on the ground. We are privileged to have 3 of them with us today to learn from their experiences. The Ban Ki-moon Center is also proud to be part of an initiative called Mission 4.7, along with UNESCO, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Columbia University, the Global Schools Program, and the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. Mission 4.7 encourages and supports governments as well as educators in adopting global citizenship education or transformative education in their policies and practices. Today, we bring together the 2 strands of our work to discuss the importance of global citizen education and highlight why SDG 4, particularly 4.7, needs to be prioritized. We will hear from trailblazing leaders, policymakers, and actors who are all part of Mission 4.7 on how they have already taken initiative to integrate the topic into policies, curricula, training programs, and pedagogical concepts. We will later on hear about the practical, on-the-ground, and transformational SDG micro-projects some of our young changemakers have realized as part of their engagement with the Ban Ki-moon Center. Both our current leaders and our changemakers will share best practices, experiences, challenges, and opportunities for GCED, policy implementation, and youth action for the SDGs. I am personally looking forward to hearing more from all of these inspiring global citizens and to follow the discussion on what is needed for global citizens to thrive in different countries, communities, and contexts. Without further ado, I'm honored to now give the floor to the 8th UN Secretary General and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center, His Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who has a message of welcome for all of us.
Excellencies, dear participants, dear global citizens, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's session, Global Citizenship for a Sustainable Tomorrow, From Policy to Action, hosted by the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. In a world of ever-increasing global challenges, education provides an essential pathway to solutions by illuminating minds and inciting actions. Global Citizenship Education, GCET, seeks to empower learners with the knowledge, values, and behaviors needed to create a sustainable tomorrow. In the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4, Target 4.7 calls for the implementation of education that is inclusive and that promotes sustainable development. GCET is a key component to achieving this goal. It teaches values such as empathy, compassion, and cultural understanding, as well as knowledge about sustainable development and the global issues that affect us all. To transform education and foster global citizenship, curricula must be adapted, national policies put in place, and support must be provided to the teachers responsible for implementing GCET in the classroom. UNESCO, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN, the United Nations Academic Impact, UNAI, and many academic institutions and civil society organizations are working tirelessly to promote SDG Target 4.7. I commend them all for their contributions, but more still needs to be done. The Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, which I co-chair with my dear friend and 11th President of the Republic of Austria, Dr. Heinz Fischer, seeks to empower young leaders to act as global citizens for the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. We also work with existing leaders to promote policies for transformative education, climate adaptation, and sustainable development. As I often say, the world needs more global citizen leaders. We are currently missing this kind of leadership. However, I am hopeful that we can get back on track. The youth of today have incredible potential to change our course if given access to the education they need to thrive and contribute as global citizens. Dear participants, global citizenship education is fundamental to achieving a sustainable tomorrow. It gives us the tools we need to act for the SDGs. I commend the leaders in education policy who will share their insights and experiences with us today. Thank you for your engagement. I also congratulate our young panelists, Julian Andlov from Zimbabwe, Rosario Diaz Gravito from Peru, and Shireen Shehzad Bamani from Pakistan, who are members of the Ban Ki-moon Center's Leadership and Empowerment Program. You inspire all of us to act as global citizens. I wish you an engaging and inspiring session. Let us work together for the achievement of the SDGs. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jiban. And now I'm just as delighted to have with us the 11th President of the Republic of Austria, His Excellency President Heinz Fischer, with us today, who will welcome everyone to this session as well. President Fischer, over to you.
My dear friend Ban Ki-moon, thank you for your inspiring words. Your Excellency Minister of Education and Religious Affairs of Greece, Niki Kerameus, Honorable Director of the Division for Peace and Sustainable Development at UNESCO, Mrs. Vibeke Jensen, dear youth panelists, dear participants and friends. First, greetings to all of you from Vienna, from Austria, from Europe. I'm pleased to welcome you all today to our session of the topic of global citizenship in the field of education, SDG 4. I appreciate very much your engagement in the field of education and in connection of the SDGs. Before my time as president of my country, I was 4 years the Minister of Science, Universities and Research. This was in the 80s, quite long ago, but I learned in detail about the global relevance of science, technology and education. And that's more important than ever. We live in difficult times, and to navigate them, educating our youth, building their capacity to act as global citizens for a sustainable tomorrow, and utilizing the opportunities and achievements of science and research is of great importance. Global Citizenship Education, or GCED, equips learners with the knowledge, values and behaviors necessary to give back to their communities and the world. However, GCED is yet not the norm, and access to quality education is not a guarantee. Today, millions of children and adolescents still lack access to quality education, and many to any schooling at all. The situation has also been made worse by the ongoing pandemic, as we all know. Therefore, more than ever, we must work together as an international community to ensure sustainable access to to quality education for all, leaving no one behind. We must support our youth so that they can reach their full potentials and contribute to bettering the future for themselves and their communities. This is in everyone's interest. We need all of us on board to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Without this, we will not be successful. Dear participants, a few months ago, I read a book written in 1912, 110 years ago, about the opportunities of science and research for the future of mankind. And I can tell you that the significance of science and yet education has been totally underestimated on that regard. So we have to learn from mistakes from the past, and we have the great responsibility to prepare our youth to cope with new developments and to ensure that they go in the right direction. We must ensure that the progress in this field is distributed fairly and justly, so that no one is left behind. Research and science should serve humanity and not endanger it. This is our common responsibility. This being said, we only have a limited amount of time left to achieve the SDGs. 2030 is less than a decade away. It heartens me to see countries like Greece showing great leadership in ensuring access to inclusive quality education and preparing learners to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. I also commend UNESCO, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and the United Nations Academic Impact for their leadership in the pursuit of realization of SDG 4. It makes me proud to see the Ban Ki-moon Center's own young leaders featuring on today's panel. These change makers are already leading the way and will continue to do so moving forward. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you fruitful discussions during today's session and a good future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Fischer, and it's always a delight. Let's dive right into the crux of the matter now and learn more about what has been happening on global citizenship in various contexts and countries. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Her Excellency Minister Nikki Karameos, Minister of Education and Religious Affairs of the Hellenic Republic and member of the Hellenic Parliament. During her tenure as minister, she has introduced a series of legislative reforms to upgrade the quality of Greek education systems and render it more fair, inclusive, and dynamic. I'm very excited to hear more about what you've been doing, Minister. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear President Fischer, dear Director, dear youth delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure to be here with you today to discuss this most vital question of promoting education for sustainable development and education for global citizenship. And it is a true honor to be in a group of such distinguished people under the leadership of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals set for us a pathway for a better and brighter future, tackling poverty, hate, and discrimination, and environmental degradation. While there is an SDG which is explicitly dedicated to education, I think, ladies and gentlemen, most of us would agree that education has a key role to play in most SDGs and not just in that one SDG focused on education. Education is a catalyst for change. And hence, I fully agree with President Fischer and with his remarks earlier on about lessons learned from the past and what we can do moving forward. Now, more than ever, we need to invest in our education for sustainable development and the whole of society approach, acknowledging how seemingly distinct phenomena are in reality deeply intertwined, they're deeply interlinked. To that end, please allow me to share with you some key policy initiatives from Greece on 3 levels. And the 3 levels are the following. The first is primary and secondary education. The second level is vocational education and training. And the third level is universities. So the first level are schools, from pre-elementary to high schools. In Greece, we have introduced policies in line with SDG 4.7 to ensure that all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. What do I mean by that? We have revamped over 160 school curricula in order to place the acquisition of skills at the very heart of learning, along with integrating sustainability across disciplines. So we're moving from the focus to transferring of knowledge to a parallel focus on the cultivation of skills. And when I say skills, I mean critical thinking, I mean empathy, I mean problem solving, etc. So we have updated the content of what is taught in schools, which we have introduced new pedagogies, which are skill and student-centric, and we have incorporated digital tools across the board. We have also introduced into the mandatory curriculum from ages 4 to 15, a new model which is called the Skills Labs. The Skills Labs aim specifically at cultivating soft and digital skills through broad social themes such as diversity, global citizenship, respect for others, respect for the environment, volunteering, etc. Lastly, we have introduced English as part of the mandatory curriculum as of the age of 4 for all youngsters, so that they can become truly citizens of the world. So that's the first level regarding schools. The second level has to do with vocational education and training. And there we have radically reformed the way VET modules are set by including social partners in the process of curriculum formation. So in essence, what we do is we first go and see what society needs, both at the country level, but also at smaller, let's say, municipalities. And once we have first detected the needs of society, that information is taken into account when we form specialties offered and the curricula. I'll give you an example. Greece is undergoing right now a huge effort for delignitization. So one of the specialties that is in great demand is technicians for renewable energy sources. So in areas where we're advancing with delignitization, at the same time through VET institutes and institutions, we are offering specialties which are in great demand in those areas, such as technicians for renewable energy sources. Third level, university level. We are heavily investing in making our universities more connected with the global education community than ever before in Greece's history. We have removed red tape to make it easier for universities to establish all kinds of partnerships with foreign universities. And when I say partnerships, I mean dual degrees, I mean double degrees, I mean summer programs, I mean exchanges of researchers, students, professors. We have allocated significant amounts of funds to attract faculty from around the world to make our universities hotspots of international collaboration and learning. And we're establishing ties between Greek universities through strategic partnerships, for example, in Europe, in North America, in East Asia, and beyond. Our university students are our best ambassadors to promote a culture of extroversion, of openness and tolerance, to learn from each other, and to promote the values of global citizenship and peace. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to education for sustainable development and global citizenship, we believe it is essential to start as early as possible and to aim as broadly as possible. We have to integrate sustainability across the board, from pre-K, from the age of 4, up to universities and lifelong learning. This will ensure that the common efforts will have an impact and will be able to meet the sustainable development goals and effectively promote global citizenship. Thank you very much for including me in this most distinguished panel of people, for your exemplary leadership and for your attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. What an inspiring mission. I forgot to mention that Minister Karameos is also a member of the high-level advisory group of Mission 4.7. So she's also part of our team there. Thank you so much again. And now next, let's move on to Ms. Vibeke Jensen, who is the incumbent director of the Division for Peace and Sustainable Development within the education sector at UNESCO headquarters. Her division covers, amongst others, education for sustainable development, global citizenship education, prevention of violent extremism, sexuality and HIV education, school violence and bullying, school health, and the UNESCO Associated Schools Network with over 11,000 schools around the world. So very interesting to hear what Ms. Jensen has to say, and also happy to let you know that Mrs. Jensen is also a member of Mission 4.7 Secretariat. Ms. Jensen, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Katrin, for that introduction, and excellencies and dear participants, good morning, good afternoon. And it is indeed my great pleasure to join this forum, and I thank the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens for the invitation. Now, the global pandemic that has disrupted our world for the past 2 years has magnified our interdependence, conducting us to a dangerous turning point. A safe and sustainable future can only be shaped by informed global citizens acting in solidarity and cooperation. And this is why the theme of today's forum, From Policy to Action, carries urgent resonance. The climate crisis created by human action threatens our survival. And as our former UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban, so often has asserted, there is no planet B. Inequalities are rising dramatically within and across countries, undermining social cohesion. Hate speech, misinformation, and divisive narratives amplified on social media are fueling social and political polarization. Digital technologies are rapidly shifting our relationships to learning, work, and each other, and the pandemic has only accelerated this dependence. And against this backdrop, UNESCO's International Commission on the Futures of Education released a landmark report last year in November. It calls for reimagining our futures together through a new social contract for education, one that rebalances our relations with each other, with the planet, and also with technology. So to make this shift, education itself has to become transformative. And to strengthen our capacity to act together, we must learn collaboration, empathy, and human solidarity, as well as to treasure diversity and pluralism. To protect our planet, we must learn for our planet by acquiring the knowledge, mindsets, and skills to act for sustainable change. To make technology a force for inclusion, we must accelerate action to bridge the digital divide that prevented at least 1/3 of the world's students from even accessing learning during the pandemic. Digital skills now have to be integrated into every learning pathway for democratic participation, employment, and resilience to the accelerated flow of disinformation, violent ideologies, and also hate speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Sustainable Development Goal Target 4.7 is our common anchor to transform the world through education. UNESCO is actively working towards it through its education programs, the programs for global citizenship, for health and well-being, and sustainable development. And we are seeing increased understanding and accelerated take-up of this target at all levels. Let me give you a few compelling examples. In Southern Africa, we're supporting 16 countries to integrate global citizenship education principles in their curricula, as well as the history of the regional liberation movement, so that the young generation can reflect on their past and also understand the roots of discrimination. In the Sahel, we are building the capacities of teachers on transformative pedagogies. The aim is to build resilience among youth to violent extremism and engage them as peace agents within their communities. And at the global level, we have stepped up action to counter Holocaust denial and build resilience to anti-Semitic prejudice through education, including by partnering with social media companies. A UN General Assembly resolution adopted last month highlighted the importance of education to counter Holocaust denial and recognized UNESCO's lead role on this front. And last October, member states of UNESCO adopted national commitments to address hate speech through education at the first Global Education Ministers Conference on this subject. And this was organized with the UN Office on the Prevention of Genocide and the Responsibility to Protect. These are all learning experiences that transform learners, connect with the world around them, and gain the mindsets and capacity to act for peace and a more sustainable tomorrow. We are starting to gain strong evidence from around the world on conditions for this to happen. Transformative education put learners at the center, giving them space to think critically, claiming their rights and take action. They need to understand power dynamics, including the historical, social, and political structures that shape our place in the world and our relationship to the planet. They must be equipped with media and information literacy skills to be responsible digital citizens. This calls for concerted global cooperation to steer the digital transformation of education around 3 core principles: centering on the most marginalized, investing in high quality, open and free digital content, and supporting pedagogical innovation. And this brings me to the last point. Transformation only happens with teachers. No technology can replace them, as the pandemic has universally demonstrated. If education is to be transformative and serve sustainable development, teachers need the support and training to make this happen. And this is not yet the case. According to a recent survey that we conducted with Education International of more than 58,000 teachers, only 1/3 felt confident teaching about climate change or issues such as racism. They asserted their motivation, but felt ill-equipped. The message is clear. Teachers need far more support if they are to succeed in helping young generations grow up as global citizens. Just as critical are assessment methods that reward competencies such as collaboration, empathy, and respect for diversity over competition. In short, transformation cannot be piecemeal. It is not a matter of adding subjects to the curricula, but of shifting the paradigm so that learners gain a sense of all that connects us to each other and to the planet, and the capacity to take action for a more just and sustainable future. For too long, the voices of youth have been sidelined in discussions about their future. And I'm very pleased to see that the next panel discussion will draw on the experience of young change makers. I'm a firm believer that young people can help lead our societies in shifting towards a more inclusive and sustainable future. And I wish you a very fruitful and interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Jensen. This has been very inspiring. And I do agree that we have to have everybody on board to really make this paradigm shift happen. Next up, please let me introduce to you Mr. Ramu Damodaran, the first chief of the United Nations Academic Impact, which he designed and launched in 2010. He also served as Secretary of the United Nations General Assembly's Committee on Information and the department's focal point for legislative relationships with member states. His many initiatives include the Many Languages One World multilingual essay contest, as well as a global competition for projects on diversity with the United Colors of Benetton. Mr. Damodaran is also a member of the high-level advisory group of Mission 4.7. Mr. Damodaran, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Katrin, President Fischer, distinguished friends. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's been 15 years since Mr. Ban Ki-moon took over as Secretary General of the United Nations. And I still recall his opening speech after taking the oath of office, when he said, "We cannot change everything at once, but we can build progress in a few areas, and so make way for progress in many areas. This will require intensive and continuous dialogue. It will require us to work together, transparently, flexibly, and honestly. And it will require us to start with an open mind." Now, those 3 elements, dialogue, teamwork, and an open mind, are the hallmarks of education and of the academic calling, which is reflected in our panel today. And they have informed a series of transformations that the United Nations underwent between 2007, when Mr. Ban took over, and the conclusion of his second term in 2016. In essence, these alter the context of the human person and the organization. Because hitherto, the human person, woman or man, had been seen as a subject of what the organization could do for them. In these 10 years, we transformed that equation into what individuals, women and men, could do for each other, for the organization, and for the world. The essence, if you will, of global citizenship. I'm very conscious of the fact and grateful that the Ban Ki-moon Center in Vienna is not titled as a Center for Global Citizenship, but for global citizens, because it is that affirmation of the fact that it is the individual who makes the right choice and can make that connection and that transformation that is so essential at a time when we try and distance the individual from the process of change by couching it in the abstract. President Fischer, and I believe this was almost 25 years before the Sustainable Development Goals came to being, had spoken of the events of 1989, including the fall of the Berlin Wall, as something like a political miracle. And it had a lasting impact on him. The possibility of this political miracle, that what appears a difficult and even forlorn endeavor can in fact be accomplished. The Sustainable Development Goals and the idea of global citizens is a political miracle. I do not doubt that in 1945, not one single founding member of the United Nations would have accepted for the organization a role in what it considered the internal affairs of how it related to its own citizens, the rights it gave to them, and the duties that they extended in return. That was considered a domestic province. Today, we have international accountability between citizens and governments, and between governments and each other within the framework of global citizenship and the SDGs. Much of this is really owed to the imagination of Mr. Ban, because even though global citizenship education, as we have heard, is an important factor in Mission 4.7 or SDG 4.7, the idea of global citizenship at the United Nations actually comes 3 years earlier, in 2012, when Secretary General Ban launched the Global Education First initiative, one of whose 3 pillars was global citizenship. In his characteristic style, he was able to almost slip it unobtrusively into the global agenda. And so it became much easier once the SDGs were being drafted for this to be included as an element within them. When the Mission 4.7 was launched at the Vatican in December 2020, His Holiness the Pope spoke about the wave of educational opportunities based on social justice and mutual love amidst the globalization of indifference. And I ask you to pause for a moment and think about this globalization of indifference. In particular, as has been said, how it relates to the trauma we have undergone over the past 2 years. One would have thought that the searing tales and experiences that the world has undergone since the beginning of 2019 would have altered our consciousness, would have called for an end to conflict and war, would have encouraged us to seek new ways of partnership and endeavor. That has not happened at the government level. But, as I'm sure our later panel will attest, it is happening at the popular level, at the student level, at the level of individuals concerned about the world that they live in. As my good friend Sam Loney, who will speak just after me, once described it, we are now in an intergenerational space. And I ask you to keep that in mind, because this is not the traditional idea of intergenerations as a conflict between generations, but one of harmony between them. I think also of the fact that some of the points that have been made earlier in this conversation are so compelling. When we heard Minister Kerameos talk about renewable energy in Greece, one thinks of the work of the United Nations Academic Hub there, the Energy Policy Institute of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, which has started a program of tree forestation, bringing to mind the metaphor that we plant a tree under whose shade we will never sit. That is what global citizenship and citizenry is all about. Archbishop Desmond Tutu said at one point, we are so busy fishing people out of the water that we don't stop to think, what caused them to jump in upstream in the first place. That sense of conscience is what animates our conversations today, of global citizenship today. President Fischer spoke about a book written 110 years ago, and he quoted from it. I would like to go 110 years before that, to the edge of the 19th century, to 1802, when in Heiligenstadt, in Vienna, Ludwig van Beethoven wrote his testament. And I'd like to share one excerpt from it. O Providence, grant me at least one day of pure joy. It is so long since joy echoed in my heart. When, oh, when can I find that joy in this temple of nature and of man? Our world today is that temple of nature and of human beings. We can alter, we can mutilate, we can defile, we can destroy both of them at our peril for our immediate gains. But with the spirit of women and men like you and the young mentors and mentees and fellows of the Ban Ki-moon Center, we shall assure that both nature and human beings enjoy the respect they deserve and cherish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Damodaran, especially for reminding us to believe in miracles in the exact moment when the sun reached my table. So that already was a miracle. Last but not least, it is very great to have Mr. Sam Loney with us, who was already mentioned. He is a program director at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN, a research and policy organization. And he's also the founder and director of Global Schools, which is a program that combines research and training to promote education for sustainable development around the world. Sam has many accolades under his belt, including from the Nobel Peace Prize Forum, Forbes magazine, and the NAEEA. Sam is also a member of Mission 4.7 Secretariat. Sam, over to you.
Thank you very much, Catherine and Julia, for putting together this wonderful and very important event, and to Yonsei University and all the partners, and of course, to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, Minister, Mr. President, and my friend Ramu, and many other distinguished guests. In the short time that I have, I want to highlight a hypothesis that we had early on before we engaged in education for sustainable development and started the Global Schools program. And that was, that, you know, global citizenship education and education for sustainable development, these are good for society, but also for education. And I think many of the guests have highlighted the importance that global citizenship education has for society, but I would like to go a bit further and talk about the education aspect of it. And I think we have talked about what is global citizenship education, but I think just to be a little bit explicit, I think it's important that we highlight the values as well as the knowledge and the skills that are really embedded into the concept of global citizenship education, because I think you need a much more comprehensive view on the approach that it takes. So from the values of peace and tolerance and human rights, knowledge of how the global economy works, the complexities, how the environment interacts with the economy, and much more. And of course, I was very happy to hear the minister talk about skills and the 21st century skills, and that the underlying aspects of that, which is empathy, systems thinking, collaboration, and the types of mindsets that are necessary for children today to thrive in the future, but also to be able to shape a more sustainable community around them. But also for me, global citizenship education, it entails of not just what it is and the content of it, but also how it's being taught, because I think that is actually a crucial step from student-centered learning to action-oriented learning. And the first claim, which is how is global citizenship education good for society? And I think if we want to go to the very basics, we can argue that values form behaviors and preferences which essentially determine the economic, social, and even political developments within a society. So really the superstructure of an economy and a society is in large part shaped by the values embedded within it. And this is not my assertion or theory. There are many social and economic models out there that really study the importance of values and preferences of the agents in the economy and how these shape interactions. And indeed, many Nobel Prize in economics and other fields have been won on these very insights. So I say to you, imagine the values of human rights and tolerance and peace and environmental sustainability embedded into our respective societies. And if we were able to equip children with these values, I think we're likely to see a much better world. So we know that these values are important in shaping our world, but how do we really embed global citizenship values in society? And I think here education is an extremely powerful weapon, and that's something that Nelson Mandela famously said. And really building on that, we can really see education as a sensitive intervention point. And there are actually models and there are lots of studies which show that education is probably one of the most effective long-term tools for achieving decarbonization and certainly the sustainable development goals. So here, I think by embedding these values in our education and being able to embed them in an effective manner, I think is really the key here. And we ourselves have seen the results of this at the Global Schools Program by really, providing the tools for teachers to build communities around these core values, and as well as to teach and have school activities around this. And really the results have been extraordinary. We now have many case studies where we can point to and say this has made a difference, and we could see how it's actually leading to better outcomes within communities. And I wish I had the chance to go through all those examples, but we don't, but I encourage you to go on the Global Schools website and look at those case studies. And indeed, the next panel of essentially youth panelists are really the essence of this, which is to show how individuals with the right resources and tools and skills can really shape entire communities and create real change. But also, I would say that global citizenship education is good for education itself. So this fact, I think, is often overlooked. I think the primary concern, and I think in large part rightly so, of education ministries around the world is how do we enhance and how do we improve educational outcomes? And there are studies which show that transformative education, which global citizenship is certainly a very important dimension of, shows that it has a direct impact on student attendance, on student engagement, on teacher satisfaction, and learning outcomes across a range of areas, including math and science schools. And we're seeing again these incredible stories, and we're seeing the results of this again through the global schools and the evidence base that we've obtained through these experiments and through these case studies. And we're really seeing that students who were previously not engaged in the usual day-to-day education are all of a sudden really becoming the leaders in a classroom, not just in those activities, but also across a range of other activities. And I think this often overlooked insight is critical to be able to more effectively promote global citizenship education and ESD. So what is the issue? If global citizenship education is good for society and it's good for education, why are we not seeing more of it? And I would argue that this is a developing field firstly, but really the missing components are poor data, and essentially both the extent of the data as well as the quality of data on how well global citizenship education is being taught around the world, how it works, and what are the strategies being used to promote it, and what more can be done. The second one is that there is a missing, I think, blueprint for global citizenship education. So what are the key content, what are the key lessons that need to be thought across the three domains of learning: cognitive, socio-emotional, and behavioral. And of course, the third component, which I refer to, is the missing pedagogical strategies and training that can be complemented to ensure that happens. And I would actually argue that there is also another element, which is the country level success stories. It's wonderful to see the Minister of Education doing wonderful new innovations of global citizenship education, as well as ESD in Greece. And I think we need to see more examples of that, and to really use those stories, to use those experiences to encourage other countries to do the same, and enable other countries to learn from the experiences of Greece and the handful countries who have really been at the cutting edge of this movement. So all the evidence is there, all the case studies have shown it, and we now know what needs to be done. What we're missing in this space is really a cohesive strategy and the resources and the collaboration to make it happen. And I think forums such as these enable those collaborations and really will enable us to actually build a solid and a cohesive strategy to bring global citizenship education to all levels of education in a meaningful way, and to really enable and empower the teachers to be able to teach it and to be able to engage students in the community. And I think not only is this important for us and for our communities, but I think we owe it to the next generation in particular to equip them with the knowledge, the skills, and the values that would enable them to thrive in the future economy, and more importantly, to shape communities that they will want to live in. And as Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said, let us work together to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sam. That brings us to the end of our high-level panel. Thank you so much for your amazing insights of everybody. Before we hand over to Julia and the youth panel, which everybody's very excited to learn more about their work, we want to engage everybody with us today on YouTube, streaming with us, even panelists on the call here today. Please take out your cell phones, go to menti.com, www.menti.com, or scan the QR code on your screens. And then you will be prompted to enter the code that you also see on the screen, which is 9337445. And you will be answered to able to answer questions live, to be a part of our poll questions, to see what people have already been listening to and what your opinions are on certain topics. So I give you 2 more seconds to actually sign up. And then once you're in, you will see the first question, which is, what would the world look like if global citizenship were taught in every classroom? So this will become a word cloud. So let's give us your ideas of what it could be, and we'll see how it looks like. Oh, caring, happy, fulfilled. I love this. More prosperous, more sustainable, more inclusive. Becoming harmonized, tolerant, accomplished. If a few more are coming. Yes. Fair, peaceful. Yes, peaceful is growing and inclusive is growing. So there's more people who are typing that. Wonderful. I think that's all of the answers. Oh no, there's more. We're coming. Again, more inclusive, with innovations, innovative, recognizable, responsible, sorry, imaginative. Very nice. Equal. But I see inclusive and peaceful are really the most prominent one, inclusiveness and peace. So I think this is a perfect summarization of where we want to go with global citizenship. All right, to the next questions. So, is global citizenship currently a well-known and practiced mindset in your country? Let's see how many people agree with this. Okay, so we're in the middle. No, disagreeing. Oh, look at the more people towards the disagreement page. So we have a bit of a way to go. I think that also sums up our conversation so far. So most people more disagree with the fact that global citizenship is already a mindset in their countries. So that we have a path laid out for us. So that's obvious. Next question. In your opinion, what is most needed to implement Target 4.7 in both formal and informal educational settings? So what do we need to do in the educational settings to get 4.7, so global citizenship education, more integrated? I can see people typing. We need textbooks on all levels, yes. Curriculum reform, absolutely. Real commitment with our people on our planet, yes. Encourage students to read a newspaper from an actually different country each day. That's an interesting idea. We have to promote awareness among teachers and leaders, and it should be part of the curriculum. Yes, I also agree. Some very interesting ideas here. We need accessible and inclusive policies, global classroom exchanges. Oh, this is awesome. I think this is really important. Must be very fun for students as well to have this exchange. Spreading the word about 4.7 in informal settings and rural settings, yes. Make education learner-centered and encourage innovativeness, yes. We need an educational reform and strong commitment from all stakeholders. A consensus regarding global citizenship education, including teachers and students at the center, yes. New teaching strategies, absolutely. So many ideas, this is great. Have we seen all of them? I think we have. Can you scroll down one more? Oh yeah, there's more. Oh yeah, leaders and teachers need to actually live with the mission of empowering youth without having them fully agree with the concept education will only be empty. Budget, yes, as with everything, we need money to implement things, absolutely. And we have to set a curriculum that is the same for every country. At least that's an interesting challenge for every country across the world, but it would be interesting to have that. Okay, I think, yes, going to the last question. One last question from everybody. So what inspires you as a person, as an individual, to be a global citizen? What is your inspiration? Or who? My community. The capacity within me. Oh, I love this. Believe that we have a common goal. Yes. Young people around the world doing amazing things. Yes. Knowing that we are all one. The hunger to bring change. Greta, yes. Seeing different parts of the world and understanding, acknowledging the differences. So traveling, once we can do it again, absolutely. The possibility of a more inclusive and happy world. Yes, the dream. My students, that's lovely. I'll give it 2 more seconds. interest that meets in one place to solve world problems. Yes. Very cool. Moral responsibility to make a better world. Honest leaders. Absolutely, that would be great. There are some around. All right. Good. I think we can conclude Mentimeter. And with that, also, I'm very happy to hand over to my colleague, Julia Zimmerman, Project Officer of the Ban Ki-moon Center, who will take over my virtual moderator's mic now. Thank you so much, everybody. Over to you, Julia.
Thank you so much, Katrin, for the lovely passing over of the mic. And thank you to all the speakers that have already shared their incentives today with us. It's been really a treat to listen from my side. And now taking from that last question, what inspires you as a global citizen? Well, I can say what inspires me are these three young change makers that we have with us today. So I'm very excited to introduce the three wonderful speakers that we have joining us, Jillian and Lovu, Rosario Diaz-Garavito, and Shireen Shehzad Brahmani, all three of which are members of our leadership training programs. Jillian is a scholar from our 2021 cohort, and she is from Zimbabwe. She's empowered to make a difference in her community and beyond, and holds a bachelor's dual degree in business management and information technology from the Catholic University of Zimbabwe, and recently graduated with a distinction from Lincoln University with a master's of management in agribusiness. So we're very excited to have her with us today, and she has a project that she's going to share with us as well. Next, we have Rosario Diaz-Garavito from Peru. And Rosario is just a fantastic young change maker. She's a part of our Women's Empowerment Program Latin America, currently ongoing. She's an SDG activist and the founder and executive director of the Millennials Movement. She also served as the elected focal point for the Children, Adolescent, and Youth Group of the Latin American and Caribbean Region Civil Society Participation Mechanism. Amongst many other things, she was awarded as an Obama Scholar and graduating from the Master's degree in International Development Policy at the Harris School of Public Policy, University of Chicago. Wonderful to have you with us, Rosario. And third, but not least, of course, is Ms. Shireen Shehzad Brahmani. Shireen is a current global citizen mentee in our mentorship program at the Ban Ki-moon Center from Pakistan and studying at University of Ghent in Belgium. She holds a PhD student currently of health sciences at Ghent University in Belgium, and completed an MSc in epidemiology and biostatistics and a BSc in nursing at Aga Khan University in Pakistan. Presently, she also works as assistant professor at Aga Khan University in the School of Nursing and Midwifery. So I'm very excited to have these three with us today, and I hope that they are now visible also on your screens. And I would like to start already with a question for all of you. It's so lovely to see you today. What does global citizenship mean to you, and why is it so important? And I'm going to go ahead and start with Jillian to kick us off. We can't hear your mic yet, Jillian. Still, unfortunately not. Let's give the team a minute to kind of check that. Can you try again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. Go for it.
All right. I'm so excited to be here and to be joining everyone here. Global citizenship for me is all about a world where we don't see our language differences, our skin differences, but it's a world where all of us know that we're living all together in a world where we are sharing. So whatever action I take must be an action that makes the world a better place for the next person, regardless of where they are located, regardless of where they come from. So global citizenship for me is about living in a global village where we don't see any differences amongst each other, but we live together as if we're from the same place. That's what global citizenship is for me.
Thank you, Jillian. So this idea of a global village, that we all see each other as a part of one community, that's really a nice image and one that I also see myself too. Same question now to Rosario. What does global citizenship mean to you, and why is it so important for you?
Thank you, Julia. Well, I guess for me, global citizenship means have this sense of belonging to something or a wider space, a wider community where you feel empathy about different issues that perhaps are not necessarily affecting your community, but you can see is affecting other people, such as you, that is having different struggles. So I think whenever we see and feel this empathy, we have this sense of belonging, then we start growing a commitment in order to do things differently, in order to speak up, in order to take actions that perhaps are going to start shaping in a different way our world and our community, and start bringing this knowledge and these practices to our community, to our group, so more people can join. I think it's very important that we kind of understand this concept, mostly now, where we can see that not the communities cannot be isolated, or any community can be isolated when we talk about climate change, when we talk about inequality, when we talk about different struggles. So I think whenever we feel this empathy and we have this commitment and we take action and we have this feeling of belonging, then is when we can start acting all together to move forward these global and regional agendas for a better future and actually a better present as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosario, for this as well, for sharing your insights on global citizenship. Shireen, what does global citizenship mean for you?
Thank you so much, Julia, for first of all for giving inviting me as a youth panelist here. So in my opinion, it is a concept or a notion which promotes citizenship beyond the political, geographical, or territorial boundaries. So it doesn't matter where you are living. You can still be the part of a global community. For example, if you are a globally minded individual, you will not only do things that will impact your own community or your own setting. Rather, you will think broad. Beyond the region, you look national, international, and global perspective, right? So as an individual, if you want to be called as a global citizen, so you should not be a person who is a local champion only. Your actions, your reflections, your thoughts, your perspective, your ideology, everything should be beyond yourself. Like you should promote respect you should promote respect for others by valuing their culture and diversity. And for example, being the national of a developing country, I look towards developed country, what they have actually utilized for targeting, for example, for better health. So whatever they have utilized, they have successful in utilizing anything, I can use the same, I can apply the same in my country and replicate the same for us. So, but this will only possible if you widen your horizon, if you are of thinking, right? And you think as a global citizen. And COVID, this pandemic time has actually prepared us for this. Like if you focus on yourself, you will not be successful until and unless you will support others, and when you will assist others, then you can bring a successful outcome and profit for all, right? So this is
wonderful. Yes, exactly. This mindset that we can all take on. So this is something that global citizenship education helps foster. But in your own ways, in your own studies, you've grown as global citizens. And in our program, you have had the opportunity to implement your own SDG micro projects. And that's where we're going to go to now. The SDG micro project of the Ban Ki-moon Center is a guided project for our young change makers where they work on addressing a challenge in their community. So really spotting a challenge and finding a solution and tying it to the Sustainable Development Goals, either one or perhaps more than one of the Sustainable Development Goals as they seek to address that challenge in their community. And our three speakers today have really done fantastic projects, are in the process of continuing to build these projects. And so I'm really excited to have them share with you. And I'm going to go ahead and start with Jillian to share with us about Project Bliss. Over to you, Jillian.
Thank you, Julia. Just like Julia has already said, the project that I worked on is called BLISS. So BLISS, I'm so glad that the high-level speakers were talking about global citizenship and education, because BLISS was also working with primary schools. So I was working with primary schools here in Zimbabwe. 2 of them were promoting, as in agriculture, and also promoting sustainability in terms of provision of food, also teaching these children how to grow their food sustainably, also fighting hunger, because very unique component of Project BLISS is that it promotes the planting of fruit trees in these primary schools, either refurbishing the school orchards or actually establishing new school orchards. So Project BLISS was actually fulfilling a couple of SDGs, which is SDGs 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, and 13, because whilst we're planting these fruit trees, yes, we're promoting sustainable diets through, since fruits provide vitamins for these school children, but also when we plant a tree, we're also contributing towards the action against climate change. So doing this project was actually a good start for me, because in the same spirit of promoting education amongst these children, they were equipped with not just knowledge and sustainable agricultural practices, but they were also equipped with skills that they can use later on. Because coming from a country like Zimbabwe, we have so many economic issues, and unemployment is one of them. So when you equip these children with practical skills, especially sustainable agricultural skills, they'll get to use these skills later on in their lives. So it was a very interesting project, and it was also good for me to work with these children, because most of them had no idea what sustainable development goals were all about. But once I had workshops with them, they were so excited. They wanted to be part of the movement. So it really motivated me to, take this project even into other regions and into other countries, because I just imagined, okay, if these children had no idea about this, what about other children elsewhere, So I'm really motivated to take this project to other regions, even outside of Zimbabwe.
Thank you so much, Jillian. Project BLISS is really an exciting initiative, and what I really liked about it particularly was just how hands-on it is, going into a classroom, teaching a workshop about sustainable diets, agriculture, but then really going and physically planting trees together and having that experience of building a community together around sustainability is just so important. So thank you for your work as a change maker. Next, I want to turn to Rosario to share about her project, the Agenda Ambassadors, 2030 Agenda Ambassadors program. So over to you, Rosario.
Thank you, Julia. Yes, actually, this program, it was an initiative that started some years ago. Within the program of that I participated at the Bank Center, I was able to shape it in a better way, because one of the things that through the years, even though we were working on this and we had identified that, we are supporting SDG 16, SDG 5, SDG 13, 17, we didn't realize that we were actually contributing very high to SDG 4, target 4.7 specifically. The project, it's focused on youth-led organizations in the Latin American and Caribbean region. And what it basically does is it trains different organizations and also gives support and guidance to these organizations, so they can not only learn about the importance of the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development, but also whenever they are activating in their communities, regardless what is their focus, if they can be working for climate change or gender equality. The idea is that they include the 2030 Agenda approaches and the SDGs, and these actions can continue even after the program is over. The program is being delivered per different editions now. It's a 6-month program, and we, besides the training stage that we deliver to the organizations that participate on the program, we also partner with different allies from international or global or regional initiatives. We partner with, for instance, the SDG Action Campaign of the United Nations. We also partner, we have partnered at some point with the UN 75 process. Last year, we partnered with the world's largest lesson. We also partner for the Global Week of Action for the SDGs. So the idea is to create also these connections, these partnerships, these paths, so the participant organizations can deliver actions in their community, but not necessarily stay just there. Showcase their experience with other people, not only with their peers, but regionally and globally. So in that way, they start feeling this sense of belonging. You know, they belong to this global movement of youth activists and people that is actually contributing with the achievement and advance of the SDGs from the territories. So that is the program. We also have some pictures of the different actions that we have taken. The program this year is being taken online since 2020 due to the COVID-19 restrictions that we have, you know, in order to mobilize. So the actions were mostly focused online, and also the different implementation activities were focused online. But instead of, for instance, being a market and deliver there a campaign, and we were working on digital activities, cyber activities for different topics related to the SDGs. So we have a last picture as well where you can see, so it looks like whenever we are in not covering frameworks or context, this is actually the action. You know, young people actually working for young people, so we can ensure that our future is better. So far, we have been working with 200 plus youth-led organizations, all of them based on the Latin American and Caribbean region. And definitely when you guys ask who inspire you, I think this is the people, and this is the community that I was saying, right? This is the community that inspired me in 16 countries in my region. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rosario. It's really inspiring to see what you're able to accomplish in your region for other people from Latin America and the Caribbean, and to really encourage other young people like yourself to be empowered to take action for sustainable development right in their own communities. So you're just multiplying exactly the effort that we're also working on at the Ban Ki-moon Center, and it's so wonderful to see that it's multiplying outside of our work. Now I will turn to Shireen to share about her project in the global health space. Shireen, over to you.
Thank you so much. So considering the depression in elderly is a major public health issue, and during pandemic, where the social isolation, social disconnection has resulted actually in more serious issues among elders, especially living in a shelter home. So what my project actually did, we tried to promote resilience building skills among those elder clients that can reduce their depression and enhance resilience and healthy coping. And this is very much in line with SDG 3 that ensures healthy living and to promote well-being. So we conducted several activities with them centered around some theme, and I would appreciate if you can show some snapshot of the project so they can have a better idea about what we did. So, okay, thank you. So if you can focus on the left side of the picture where they have holding a jar. So this is the activity where we try to promote the sense of gratitude among elderly clients. Each older adult were given some time to think about their blessings. Meanwhile, we have given them the recycled gratitude jar, which was decorated with the colorful paints. They were like, it was given to them, and we give them the time. We gave them the chits where they have jot down what blessings they have, and then they put those chits in this jar. So this was a source of reminder to them about their blessing and how much they are grateful. And on the right side of the picture, if you can focus, so these were, here we shared some stories through flashcards. So these stories were focusing around the power of faith, trust, and the concept of humanity and helping others. And at the end, we took the participants' feedback and reflection around that. And if you can, like, if the next slide, if you can focus on the, am I audible to you? Okay, so if you can focus on the left side of this slide, you can see that like we tried to enhance optimism, where each elder client was given a newspaper with a marker. So they were asked to circle or highlight anything that portray positivity and happiness to them. So it could be a picture of a nature, a child, a happy family, or any positive word. So you won't believe, like somebody has marked prayers, highlighted prayers, somebody picked a car, very like a very fascinated car, and somebody has circled the sports. So because they really wanted to engage in sports. So this was another activity. And on the right side, this was another session that fostered optimism by reminiscing good moments, recalling funny and good moments from the past time. That the purpose was to increase positive emotion and hope and reduce their depressive symptoms. And we use dice for that activity. So whatever number came up on the dice, so they were supposed to answer those number of questions. And questions were like, what did you like to do as a child? Which movie or song you love the most? You won't believe they even sing the song with us. So, and what funny memory you have related to to your childhood. So these were kind of activities we did, though during this time it was very challenging because dealing with the vulnerable population during this pandemic time, getting permission to enter in the older home was a bit challenging, but so we were quite delayed with our timeline, but I really like appreciate and acknowledge the support I had from my mentor. She was instrumental and very encouraging throughout the process. To achieve the outcome, because we wanted to promote resilience among these elder clients. So this was all about the project.
Thank you so much, Shireen, for sharing about your project. And Shireen is a part of our mentorship program, our ongoing mentorship program for young women in global health. So her mentor is also a professor in global health and has a background in nursing, if I remember correctly. And so they've been able to work together very closely throughout the whole mentorship process, as Shireen has been ideating about the project, building the project, implementing the project, and it's just so nice that this partnership, this collaboration is possible because, of course, mentorship is really important to help young change makers. I think all of the young people listening today will agree that that makes a big difference when you have someone that kind of extends a hand, helps you out, gives you new fresh ideas, and can even learn from your fresh ideas too, which is great. So with that, I want to now turn over to a final question before we go ahead and have a question from the audience. We have a special guest who'll be giving a question from the audience. But that final question from me first is, what advice would you have to others who want to take action as global citizens for a sustainable world? How would you want to advise them to go about it? What's your key wisdom here? And I'll start with Jillian again.
All right, thank you, Julia. My advice would be just start. Sometimes when you want to do something great in your community, you might find it difficult, like to find a starting point. And sometimes you might not have the resources, you might not have the guidance, the mentorship, you might not have the social capital. So if you think about all those negative factors, you might be discouraged from starting. So my best advice is, if you want to see a better world, just start and be the change that you've been waiting for. Don't wait for somebody else to come and enact change in your community, to come and pick up the litter that is in your community. You are the change. You just start from nowhere. And once you start and you gain momentum, you'll be actually surprised that you find many other partners who would want to join you on that journey. So whatever idea you have, no idea is too small. Just pick it up and go with it. That's my advice.
Thank you, Jillian. I think this is really important. Is no idea is too small, right? I think we can easily get overwhelmed by the idea of trying to change the whole world, but you don't need to change the whole world. You can also just change your family, maybe having a conversation with your family member about an important topic, then branching out to your friend group, then looking into your community, and then perhaps that grows and scales into something bigger. But we all have the capacity to change something and to influence something in our surroundings. So thank you for that, Jillian. Thank you for that inspiration. Rosario, what would your advice be for others?
Wow, I actually support Jillian advice, but also I think that it's important to look for partnerships and look for people around you. That is, for me, one of the main things whenever we want to work in order to be a global citizen, in order to start promoting this education or sustainable development. Something that I think it's important is, since we are already inspired and we feel this empathy and we feel that we belong to this larger community, share this with other people, and also make them fall in love with the same. Make them teach them and share them, and inspire them to fall in love with, supporting their communities to change the world. Because I believe that even so we cannot perhaps change the world, have all the resources and all the actions to fix every single problem. Every single action we take can have or has the potential to replicate. When I started the Millennials movement, it was only me and my computer. Now we are a network of more than 200 organizations in the Latin American and Caribbean region. And I didn't imagine that, but I guess the look for these other people that perhaps are feeling the same that I'm feeling, that those questions and those or that willingness to change or learn something is something that we need to start looking for. And then definitely, I think, I guess I would like to say that when I was in high school, I had this professor, and he teaches biology, and he will say, "I'm teaching you biology for life." So at this point, in this context, I think we need to start teaching for life, but we cannot imagine other life than a sustainable one. So we need to start teaching for life, but for a sustainable one. And that within our organizations, within our communities, within our families, and also carrying this later on in our different conversations with decision makers in order to create influence and start shaping our communities in a better way so we can achieve that world that we want to see, that world that is more fair, that is more sustainable, that is more inclusive. And yes, so that will be my suggestion. Look for partners and take action, be fearless.
Thank you, Rosario. Thank you. Partners, take action, be fearless. I think that's the perfect summary of what you said. Shireen, over to you. Please keep it short if we can so that we can fit in one question as well. You're still on mute. Yeah.
Okay, so I would say, whatever you are doing, just to be an active participant, not just a passive recipient. So be flexible, dedicated, be creative, and you should not be rigid on your own goals, right? You should think beyond, as I said earlier also, think about other areas, other countries, think about their issues, their problems, and what you can do as a global citizen. Right. And my advice would be, if you get chance to travel around either remote area or to the abroad, you must travel, because being with other citizen, being with other nationalists, it's a great chance to learn from other. So this is my advice to other other people for being a global citizen. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shireen. Now I would like to bring in one of our special guests. We have our former scholar, Belinda, from our 2019 cohort of scholarship program at the Ban Ki-moon Center, and she's currently a student at Yonsei University in her last year of studies, which I can't believe already, but she has a special question for our panel that will be the final question of today. So Belinda, please, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm so inspired by the talks that were going on around SDG 4.7, and I'm really so pumped because although I'm a student, my part-time job is with kids. I am an English teacher, so I'm so pumped to teach them about sustainability. But I do have a question for actually, it's not to a single person, but to all the youth panel, and it's pretty similar to the previous question, but the previous question was about youth who already want to start activism, but there are actually a lot of youth who see the problem in their societies. You were able to see a problem in your society and you became that solution and you took part in the solution. But what about the youth who see a problem and feel like the solution is just way too big for them to actually handle, who think the solution is larger than them and that they cannot do anything in being the solution to a certain problem that they see in their societies? What would you have to say to youth in that scenario?
Whoever wants to jump in first, go for it. Rosario, do you want to start us off? Yeah, go for it.
I guess what I will say is that we all have been on those shoes. We all have been in a situation where we see that the issue is very big and we don't know what action to take. And I guess whenever we start taking action is when things happen. And I really believe that young people and people in general, but I will focus this time on young people, is quite resilient. They have shown that they can do things independently of the hardest context that they are living in their communities, in their regions, in their nations. So definitely, I think I will say to them that they need to keep trying. This is a long-term process. Changing all this world will take time, but we have the capacity to leave a legacy in our community, and that legacy can be that little action that can open the path for more actions to be taken. So that will be my words for those people. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and Shireen and Jillian, really quickly, because I know we're very low on time and I want to make sure we end really as much on time as possible. So Shireen, over to you, and then Jillian.
Okay. So I just say one thing to the group of young people, that change will, or the impact will not come in one day, but you should be hopeful and you can do whatever you can do in your own capacity. So if you are consistent, persistent in your actions, then one day you will be an agent for change for that particular problem. So this will be my advice to the young people.
As for me, Julia, my advice would be that if you think that the problem in front of you is big, just imagine yourself as being equally bigger. And if you can't do it yourself, rope in some friends. When people ideate, when people come together, you'll be surprised how much you can achieve as a unified team rather than doing it all by yourself.
Thank you so much to Jillian, Shireen, and Rosario, and Belinda for your question. Thank you to our youth panelists for joining us today, for sharing your insights, for inspiring all of us, for inspiring hopefully all of the listeners on YouTube as well to take action for the Sustainable Development Goals as global citizens, to apply that mindset in their communities. And I would like to now hand it back over to our COO, Katrin Harvey, for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, everybody. Shireen, Jillian, Rosario, Belinda. Wonderful to have you. And I don't have much more to say than what Julia already said. Extremely inspiring to hear what you've been able to do. I do hope that everybody on the call today has been inspired as myself, and to really thrive to become the global citizen, the best global citizens that they can be, with their minds, their hearts, and their actions. And with that, I think we can close today's panel. Thank you everybody again, and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Julia and Katrin from Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens and the panelists for promoting global citizenship and youth action for the SDGs.
Now, Professor Go Jong-gil from the School of Integrated Technology, Yonsei University, will moderate the fourth session. The session's title will be Information and Communication Technology Systems in the Age of Aging. Professor Ko, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. And welcome back to GEEF 2022. My name is Jung-gil Ko. I'm an associate professor in the School of Integrated Technology, College of Engineering here at Yonsei University. And today I'll be moderating a very interesting panel session called ICT Systems in the Age of Aging. So as the title of the session suggests, we will be discussing issues on how information and communication related technology is lacking or keeping up with the needs of the elderly population. And the goal of this panel is to discuss and throw to you some new directions on how we can advance elderly population-friendly ICT technology. So I have with me here today, virtually, a wonderful group of panelists. Let me just start very briefly by introducing them to you. Professor Cecilia Mascolo, professor at of Mobile Systems at the University of Cambridge, UK. Thank you very much, Cecilia, for being here today. Professor Jie Liu, from the Dean of AI Research Institute at Harbin Institute of Technology, Shenzhen. Hello, thank you for joining us today. Professor Moon Choi, Associate Professor at the Grad School of Science and Technology Policy at KAIST. Hello, thank you. And Professor Sozo Inoue, Professor of Kyushu Institute of Technology and also the CTO of a very interesting startup, AutoCare. Hi, Sozo. I'm pretty sure you'll talk about your startup today as well. Yes. Yeah, so we have 4 wonderful panelists today, and so without further ado, I'd like to start off our session with some initial remarks and or very short presentations from each of our panelists on their experiences and perspectives on how information technology is evolving, either in the direction of supporting the elders or in a rather unintended different way. So we'll start off with Professor Mascolo. If you can share your screen.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to first thank you for this invitation, and I'm very happy to be here, even if just virtually. I will now share my screen. Okay, so in this time, we see that lots of us have already commodity devices that we carry around throughout our day. And these are phones or even, smartwatches, and they contain a number of sensors. So one might quite arguably say that we are done with this technology, and that for us researchers, there's not much to do, and that this will help the population aging and the monitoring of their behavior. In reality, what we see is that often these devices are very much scratching the surface of what can be done in a very superficial manner. And there is still quite a bit of research to be done to make this, monitoring of our life as we go on with it, a reality. A few examples of this are sensor modalities. We haven't quite yet tried to really push the envelope and try to see what we can do with some of the sensors. So this is, or even just a combination of sensors, so multimodality. Also, often we are concentrating on determining characteristics of our behavior just as a spot check, because this is what we've been doing for health and well-being. However, the continuous feed and the longitudinal feed of this data is an unprecedented mode that clinical research doctors are not used to have, and therefore the mapping of that to our health is a difficult thing to do. Also, the tests we've done with this technology are always somehow limited to very confined and specific environments. And so free living data that allows us to assess what we can say in reality is not something we've seen much of. And I'll talk more a bit later about uncertainty estimation and the fact that we rely very much on accuracy for the analysis of the data, and sometimes being able to say if the AI system is uncertain would allow doctors to intervene and be in the loop and have a sort of clinician and AI system together. And then the elephant in the room, the fact that this data, especially if it's about us and how we behave, is very private, very important and sensitive. And as a systems researchers, I always like to say that perhaps the computation of this data we really should push for this computation to happen very close to the users. So many researchers are trying to push various technologies so that this happens. So one example I would like to give of how difficult these things are and how important they can be is cardiorespiratory fitness. Now, the way we measure it these days is really mainly for athletes, for people that are fit, and we do it through exercise stress that puts us at the limit. And this is already very difficult. It doesn't scale. You have to be on an environment like this, artificial environment. There start to be wearable data, the wearable proxies of this, but often they ask you to do that. We only can do it when a person is exercising. And that means that we're cutting away a whole population of people for which fitness and prediction of fitness is very important, because it's linked to cardiovascular health, and cardiovascular health is a very big cause of mortality. So being able to do it in the wild and do it for long and do it for the whole population is a very big challenge. The diagnosis of machine learning in clinical is also linked to this concept of accuracy, as I mentioned before, but being able to say something about uncertainty is also very important. This is a paper that, as an example, is a paper on imaging that is essentially saying that they used images of the retina, of the eye, and they computed the uncertainty of the machine learning results and allowed to refer a subset of difficult cases for further inspection, allowing for a model where the AI system is kind of co-living with doctors, and they're using each other, which is great. The problem of the system for devices is that these uncertainty estimation models are very compute hungry. And so the next challenge for us as researchers in computer science is how we fit them practically on a device. The market is growing in terms of modality. I talked about multimodality before, and I talked about watches and phones. The one thing that we're really targeting is seeing what can be done and how much we can push for wearables. And the market for wearables for the ear is really growing. People are using it even to monitor their sleep. So they're getting comfortable for us to use them even in bed. And just finally, just to say that we are using a lot of devices, sensors such as the microphone, to understand more about our health. We do it in the ear, and you can read the papers. And because it's topical these days, we're also trying to use the audio of the phones to detect COVID symptoms and COVID progression through the voice, if someone coughs, when someone breathes, and when someone speaks. And with this, I would like to end my contribution by thanking all my collaborators and thanking the audience and the people who have invited me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecilia, for sharing your experiences in designing various wearable or sensing systems for healthcare. And I think we can use this as a basis of our discussion as we progress on. So next, Jie Liu, Professor Liu, would you like to share your perspectives?
Yeah, thanks, Jianbiu. I don't have slides, so thanks again for having me here. I think I'll make 3 points based on both my thinking and some of the work we're doing regarding ICT systems in the age of aging. My background, like Cecilia, is a lot in the areas of sensing and IoT and cyber physical systems. And these days, I also do quite a bit of AI, organizing an AI institute, which is a multidisciplinary institute across several departments in the university. The way I look at how technologies are changing and how societies are changing, I think in general, technologies are moving much faster than people's cognitive capabilities as people age. And from that perspective, I think the first point I would like to make is, in fact, technologies are helping us to better understand why we age and how we age. In the sense of we have new sensors, new network technologies, computational tools, both in terms of hardware and algorithms that allow us to better instrument and collect and analyze data around people. And understanding how and why people age is a very challenging problem, right? We have only very sporadic data in the past that we try to understand, for example, how brain ages and how muscle ages and movement deteriorates and so on. But now with these new capabilities, there's hope that we can do much denser and long and multimodality data collection around people, both physically and psychologically, and try to understand the process of aging. I think we are seeing a lot of recent advances in terms of understanding the brain and how the brain changes as we grow and we age. We have lots of AI tools around image understanding and detection, like Cecilia said, sound understanding, and a lot of multimodality data correlations, as well as the big data and small data analytical skills that allow us to do statistical analysis as well as personal models. I think that's a great contribution for technologies to understand people age. The second point is technologies can actually help elderly people to live and work better. This include things like robots and wearables, and service robots and companions, remote care, and a lot of things that wasn't possible or wasn't economical in the past now are entering our lives. We are seeing remote care facilities for people who are aging more comfortably at the comfort environments rather than being held in a sort of a care-intensive environment. We're seeing lots of autonomic systems that help people to move around, help people to elongate their work ages and work days. That people are leaving workforce much later than what they used to. And that, again, I think is the contribution of technologies, what we can do. The challenge, on the other hand, my third point is some people call it the digital divide, or the how technologies are sometimes very cumbersome to understand these days for elderly people. Now I live in China in the last couple of years with the COVID and lots of barcode scanning and building entrance and mobile phone apps and so on. They're confusing for people who are not very used to digital technologies. I see lots of examples of this kind. We see that in AI systems, because a lot of data are collected, like Cecilia made the point, are collected around healthy, young, and internet active people. And these data and model doesn't represent the lifestyles and digital traces of elderly people. And we see mismatches between the AI capabilities and what people really need and want. for that, I think we're doing something we'll call ambient intelligence and try to create an environment of technology that embedded into the environment rather than people who have to actively use them and wear them and try to get technologies to be out of the way of people. And we're looking at data sharing and privacy preserving technologies like federated learning in multiple levels or levels of abstractions, not just in the traditional sense of machine learning. Just in terms of data sharing and knowledge sharing and reasoning, we can also all use some notion of federated activities. Those are examples of things we see try to help technology to bridge the gap between what technologies are capable of doing and the everyday life and work of elderly people. And to make a summary, I think this whole question of ICT systems in the age of aging point to a very multidisciplinary research area or research activities that is not a single thing. We need to gather together a lot of researchers or research activities in different areas in terms, including like computer science and devices and mechanical engineering and psychology and social science and so on, to try to solve it in a holistic way. And things are, all these disciplines will weave together. And in fact, the institute we're building, the AI Institute at HIT, is such an organization, and healthcare, and in particular, some of the brain science activities as one of the main theme in the institute we're building, and we hope to contribute more to this area of very interesting research and development. Thank you.
Thank you, G. So it was really nice. It was really interesting to hear you say that technology is advancing faster than what our cognition can improve, and how technology can not only help us, help assist us as we age, but also we can use the technology to understand how we age and why we age. It's a very interesting perspective. So you actually answered most of my panel questions using this intro talk, but we'll move on. Next, I'd like to ask Professor Moon Choi from KAIST. So Jay just mentioned that we need interdisciplinary efforts, and that's why we have Professor Choi here. She's in the department, she's in the Grad School of Science and Technology Policy. So I think we can hear some very interesting perspectives here. Professor Choi?
Thank you for inviting me in this wonderful event. Yonsei University is my alma mater, so I'm so honored to be a part of this the forum. And I'm a gerontologist, so as Professor Go mentioned, that my background is social science, and gerontology means that it's the study of aging process in individuals across the life courses. So we analyze the history and also social construction and social environment, how those things affect the aging process. So at KAIST, I am running a group. It's called the Aging and Technology Policy Lab. So we research about artificial intelligence and also robot, and also the public health systems, how those things affect quality of life and all the others. As you know, that Korea is very unique because Korea is one of the countries experiencing the fastest aging, also very advanced information technology. So the government has invested a lot about developing a new technology for older people, say the smart home technology, wearable device to help older others in aging place and maintain their health. But it's very interesting. I feel you probably remember this in about 12 years ago. In the public space, most people didn't have a cell phone, but now smartphone is very popular. But I've never seen any single technology that older people use like this. So the leading the scientists and engineers like this group, invest a lot of time and effort to develop a new technology for all the others to help their health and quality of life. But it's very hard to think out, one single technology. So I feel there is a huge gap between development and actual adoption of this new technology. I think there are 3 reasons. The first one is about stigma associated with disability. Second is high cost. Third is a steep learning curve for use. So I have thought about what I can, provide to this the discussion. And one of the important messages is about the innovation serendipity. That means that there are alternative products already in the market, widely used. For example, like a smartphone or AI speaker or etc. But they can be easily adopted and helpful for active and healthy aging than some senior product that we call only for older people. So age-friendly innovation happens when we find age-friendly features of existing technology, and I would like to call it innovation serendipity. So I think a very important point here is that the important message here is to create more innovation serendipity. It is very important that society embrace diversity, and also that throughout the development and deployment process of technology and relevant service model, developers need to be aware of the importance of diversity. I would like to say it's more universal design approach. So in the lab, we often see that user tasks are done only for a small group of people, and those groups are usually able-bodied, educated, and young men. So that often results in creating barriers for people belonging to other groups, say the people with a disability, or older people, or less education, etc. So I think one of the primary reasons behind the failure of many great ideas and great initiatives to develop new technologies is a lack of awareness of diversity in the process of R&D. So it's very important to create a social impact, also change the society. It is very important to think from the persons in the think in the shoes of the persons with the other social background. So I think professionals working with all the other sorts of family caregivers and older people themselves can participate in age-friendly innovation, finding some type of serendipity in available popular technology. So here are many educators and researchers at university, and I think it is very important to think from the diversity perspectives in the development of R&D. So in that way, we can change the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Moon, for your perspective on how technology is evolving. Yeah, it's interesting how we say that we're going to develop new technology for elders, and we know that the elder population is one of the most non-tech savvy people, and we're always saying that we need to develop this new technology for elders, and it's kind of contradictory, but it is what we're doing, so that's why we're trying to discuss solutions here. I guess next is Professor Sozo Inoue. So could you share your slides?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm from Japan, and now it's the evening in Japan, and I think it's at the same time as Korea. And I'm very honored to be here to just enjoy the panel discussion here, because it's pretty much related to my research topic and interest. So yeah, I'd like to start with this slide, which is very similar to what Moon Choi presented, but this is a ratio of the age over 65, and as you can see that Japan is the top Olympic in the gold medal in the top. But many other countries are. The important thing is not the ratio, but also the slope of this graph. Because if we are aging very rapidly as a society, then the social systems will be very tough to catch up or the support the elder people, right? So in Japan, we are also deploying, or we are increasing the, how to say, intermediate or the middle level care services between hospital and the home. So which we are saying that like the caregiving facilities or something like that. And in there, so as a cost of the social cost, maybe the hospital is large, and if the people are at home, it's not so big, but it's intermediate if we give the caregiving facilities. And also the goal of that kind of the services are a little bit different, because if you go to the hospital, the goal is to cure the diseases. But if you want to be at home, then we want to be well, be like a well, or we want to spend the well-being, or get well-being, as well as we are when we are in the caregiving facilities, because the elder people are not only with the diseases, but they are healthier, but they want to spend a very good life. Okay, but we are facing another problems here in Japan. So that means that we need more, how to say, professional caregivers, and we are increasing this kind of the requirement, and it will happen also in any other in the world. So we are also expecting the very much missing number of the caregivers, and so we. In my research, because we are doing the human activity recognition technology, we want to utilize this technology for helping that kind of the requirement. So human activity recognition means that if you have, so this is related to the Cecilia's talk, but if you have a smartphone, then we have sensors inside, then we can recognize what she or he is doing right now. So this is the technology of the human activity recognition. So at first we try to recognize and see what is happening inside in the, for example, in the nursing work in the hospital. Then we found that they are very busy at work, but as well, they are also busy in recording their work, because they have to record all of their medical records or something like that. So it is taking already a very long time. So we also understood that this kind of technology is or the IoT or AI technology is very important to also reduce their working load for recording, as well as nursing services. So we also try to apply the activity recognition and integrating it to nursing care records in caregiving facilities. And we also developed some of the system to help them to easily use this kind of the data collection as well as the sensing. And of course, you may, we cannot see the operator, but she is also a senior, like a 60 to 67, 65 years old. And also the professional staffs are already not yet skilled for the user, system usage or something like that. So the user experience or the user interface should be also very simple and very, simple and easy to be deployed. Okay, so we did a lot of improvement on this system. For example, that we press the AI button, and by using human activity recognition, just by pushing the AI, then we suggest the input of their records, or even we also introduce some audio input. Like if we talk that to the system, then it will automatically select the options, or even in the text choice or something. So by this kind of the input technology, it becomes very easier to do something like the data analysis, or develop the AI or something like that, because it is already structured, and it is also very friendly for the data science or something like that. So this was our product, and we started a new company, which is called AutoCare. And right now we are trying to deploy to help the aging societies in the world. But lastly, I'd like to introduce, or I'd like to raise some points about how to deploy these kind of systems or this kind of the new technologies. So one new challenge here is that when we talk about the traditional IT systems and how we design or how do we develop, is that firstly we make a specification and implement like a programming or the coding or something like that. Then we will check it if it is as specified or not. But right now, when we use the machine learning or AI or that kind of things, so the things will be a little bit complex because we have to train the model or we have to train the AI by using data. And in that case, so we cannot trust the system until we get the real data. So this is one of the engineering problem, but also that as for the system deployment or something like that, at first it is, it is called like a cold start problem or something, but we cannot make the system available at first for the aging or the new world or something like that. So this is one key challenge, I think. So this is the last slide. So my last message is that right now we are in the world of the digital transformation, which means that everything is going to the digital and every business or everything is built on the digital basis. But I think as well, I think it is very important to think about the experience for aging society or the aging people or the professional people for the aging services or something like that. So this is the last slide. So thank you very much. And I'm excited to be here again.
Thank you for all your presentations. It was nice to hear all your different experiences related to systems that can assist the elder population. So let's try to jump into some discussions here. So based on what we talked about right now, so at least you or we have some experiences in designing systems for the elder population. And we've been designing lots of different sensing computing systems for in general, but how do you think that how do you think we're headed, right? I mean, in general, do you see the technology development path going into a direction slowly or in whatever speed in a direction where we can support this less tax-heavy population? What are your perspectives on how the ICT technology in general is developing over the last few years? I think we can start with Cecilia, if you have any thoughts.
Thank you. I mean, from my perspective, I see that the technology is becoming a little bit more seamless. Small steps. We are seeing, for example, example of technology that does passive sensing and tries to infer behavior by observing with the sensing, which means that there is less interaction with the user. So if the user has that device somewhere, either on the body or in the house, then the technology is able to infer. One example was, in fact, shown by one of the other panelists. There was one of these home devices, home speaker. So speaking and interacting with the voice could be, something intuitive, something that people do with other humans. So that could be a way in which I think we have progressed. And also from my research perspective, beyond that, from that voice, you can even try to understand not just the words, but also perhaps if the person is stressed or even other, there's been links from voice to psychological diseases, but also to Parkinson, to cardiovascular even. So I think that's very promising. And devices are becoming more and more wearable in a seamless manner. Tattoos, fabric are coming, and this could lower the entry point, the more seamless it is. And obviously the user interface needs to be fixed, but yeah, that's one way I see. I'm not sure I'm answering.
Any other thoughts?
So, if I may, I think I totally agree with what Cecilia said. There are technologies that are much better suited for elderly people to interact with and to use. At the same time, I see the challenge of not all interfaces are designed for elderly. They're much faster and greater number of apps that are took for granted, right? People like the font size, let's just as simple as that, right? The interaction habits and those type of things are designed without thinking of the elderly users. And sometimes those things are useful and popular and become part of people's everyday life, and just for some people just got left out. I think we, in general, just in terms of the design, we are thinking not as much as we should for the aging population.
Yeah, I fully agree. And another interesting point that I thought, I guess, related to what both G and Cecilia mentioned is, even if we have these, verbal interaction mechanisms, the way that the younger generations actually talk to those speakers and the way the elders actually talk to those speakers, the way they interact can be fairly different. So, and I'm not sure if technology is really ready for that. Yeah, but Professor Choi, do you have any comments on your perspectives on how technology is evolving?
Yeah, about 20, 30 years ago, most of the technology for all the others are very much about health sector. So it's about more medical technology or, promoting health. But these days, the primary purpose of technology is more about social participation. It's beyond the health issues. So I feel there are more diversity in terms of their primary goals. And the second is that I think it is very important to think about the generation differences. When you think about older people, it seems like there are certain group of people who are always static and never changed, but actually it's not, because I'm quite different from my grandmother. So, future older others would be quite different from the past older others. So based on the research of our group, the baby boomers in Korea are quite different from the current older adults. So baby boomers are, late 50s and early 60s, and even some of them are, over 65, but they are quite different from 80s and those in their 80s. So it's very important to consider the cohort difference or generation difference in designing technology, because the future older people are quite different from the current one. So that would be the important thing. Yeah.
So any thoughts?
Yeah, I would like to talk about the human related things or the population kind of things. I think that, of course, technology has developed so fast in the recent years, because, for example, iPhone born in 2007, and before that, nobody had seen the, the smartphone. But right now, everybody's have seen smartphones, right? So it's very rapidly going, developed. But I think I observed one thing is that in the last decade, we became very easy to, move virtually or connect geologically. I mean, that we can meet from everywhere in the world. But it may be becoming a little bit difficult to communicate between generations, between ages. Because, for example, I use Facebook, but my kid doesn't use Facebook. So if I send a message to my kid, then my kid doesn't read it. But if I send it by using Instagram, then my kids read it, or something like that. So some of the gap between generations is happening right now and becoming more difficult to communicate each other. So this is my understanding of the general problem of the aging society or something. So yeah, and so if we can overcome this problem, then we can communicate with every ages. So this is my perspective.
Yeah, very good point. I mean, if we can overcome that gap, then we have a solution. The problem is how, right? So So I think Professor Choi mentioned that you know this when we typically thought of technology for the elders, we used to constrain ourselves to healthcare applications. But as G also mentioned earlier in his talk, you know, with this COVID-19 business, it's, you know, smartphones to do everything, right? Smartphones to enter a building, smartphones to, I don't know, whatever, order food, right? So given that, you know, now we're really looking into ubiquitous technology coming into our lives, or unavoidable ubiquitous technology coming into our lives, you know, what would be some really first steps that we as researchers, or for some of you with commercial sector experiences, can take to actually kind of bridge this gap that we have between generations and the challenges unique for the elder generation? What would be our short-term goals that we need to shoot towards to make this technology really easy to access? It's $1 million question, I know. G, you have both experiences from the academia and the commercial sector, so maybe you can kind of share your perspectives here.
Yeah, that's really indeed $1 million question. I hope I know the answer. It's very challenging. I think just in terms of as the example you talked about, Jung-gil, let's say just an app that's allow us to enter building and order food. I personally experience from people I know, for example, mobile payment, which is a new thing. A lot of elder generations are used to cash or maybe even credit card was a new thing. Mobile payment, after some training and explaining, and they can understand, but then the flip side of the coin is people take, there are quote unquote bad people taking advantage of elderly people who don't totally understand or completely understand the technology and try to trick them, right, to do some criminal things in terms of getting their money out of their bank accounts and so on because of the passwords protection and things like that. So it's not just we try to make the technologies or try to educate people to use these new technologies, but also to educate them to understand what's behind it and all the logics and rationales of why do we have password, why the password has to be sophisticated enough for people to not be able to guess it, or don't tell people your password. Things like those type of things are, it's a very holistic thing. It's not just one activity that you introduce will unlock a whole chain of things, because we are piling up our technologies on top of each other to get to where we are, to get the convenience we have. I don't have a, I really don't have a silver bullet here. The only thing I can think of is to both educate elderly people to make the technology simple enough for them to both interact and understand, but at the same time to raise the bar of these app developers and the app store, the gatekeepers, such that the app that we're experiencing, especially the critical ones, are well protected for these elderly people to use.
Yeah, I think that was a great perspective. And even in Korea, when we started vaccination, one of the things that happened was we started with the elder population, but you needed to reserve your vaccine using your smartphone. So the only people that could actually reserve the vaccine at the right time were, you know, people that were actually good with using a smartphone or had kids that, you know, could use a smartphone. to help them out. And this was a problem at some point. And I'd like to ask Soso on your perspective, since you're actually designing these apps so that elders can easily access the capabilities on what efforts you're putting into to actually, get these apps elder friendly or adult friendly, elder friendly.
Okay. So what I experienced from my product is that even very super good, super high tech or super good product, it will not be used until the user feels it is good. So that means that we need to not only design a good product, but also we need to design the experience of the users. So let's think about my younger age. So when I was a kid, I could use I had a chance to use computers or something like that. But right now I'm thinking that I could do that because I had some person who are very good or who tells me everything when I ask about the PC, who was my father. But even if in my case, so if I'm facing in a new technology or new system or something like that, so if you have some good person in front of you that who can answer anything or who can tell anything to you, then we can have a good experience. Then I think that we can be able to feel it is good or it is fantastic or something like that. So it might be related to the Moon's Cho's comment as innovation serendipity or not, but yeah, I think that this is related. So yeah, this is my experience.
Cool. So I'd like to pass the baton to Professor Choi, because I'd like to hear a more social science perspective on this, on how we can approach this, because most of us here are engineers, and it would be nice to hear how you believe that social policies or in those retrospect can assist the technology advancement for the elder population.
I think the future technology for the aging population would be about the transformation of sensing. I feel these days most of the communication is based on vision, so eyesight. But when we get old, we become have poor eyesight. So it is very important to transformation between sensors and sensings. So, for example, sound could be transformed into the text or touch. So, because we have lots of different sensors in our body, but I feel we overuse our eye. And also, most of current ICT technology is so much about vision oriented. So, if the engineers or computer scientists can easily transform, different format of the sensing, it can be a very innovative. So, for example, text to speech or auto transcription, help people with vision impairment or hearing impairment can access certain information. So I think in the future, when you get old, we might lose certain sensors of our body. But if we can use other sensors and that easily navigate the information, it can help us to expand our the digital the environment, and also the ICT can help more wider population. I believe so. Yeah.
So sensory substitution, I guess, like we get old, our eyesight gets worse, and you have something else to substitute that. Perfect. We have the multimodal sensing expert next, Cecilia.
Yeah, it was like feeding ideas to me. Thank you for that. So in addition to substituted sensing, I think there is the obvious other thing, which is passive sensing. I mentioned this before, but the expectation that a user needs to input data is not always true. Sometimes that data, the better we get as technologists in inferring data from passive sensing, this could be from devices we wear, but also from contactless devices, the devices that are around us. As I mentioned before, smart speakers, but also there is now technology developed that is called contactless, and it sends signals on your body, and then the reflection of that signal allows you to understand heartbeat, for example, stress related physiological changes. So I think in an aging population that would help a lot. The other consideration, perhaps I'm an optimist, so you have to indulge in this. We are aging with the technology. So if we're able to consider that you know, a 60-year-old is someone that has been exposed to a smartphone in let's say, more developed country, in rich environments, in certain kind of the senses. It's been exposed to a smartphone for a long time. So we could develop diverse technology that is already, you know, they're already quite advanced, the 60-year-olds, right? So our 80-year-olds in a couple of years will be able to deal with technology that we are not considering now. So our job might become easier in that sense, but we need to consider that the 20-year-olds will have even newer technology. But there is still the technology that is quite robust and quite useful. So yeah, so that's a little bit of a mitigation. Thank you.
Yeah, so I like that term. We're aging with technology. We have some hope, right? I know how to use a smartphone now. I probably know how to use a smartphone when I'm 65. So I guess that's the hope that we're having. But the downside, or on the pessimistic side, you know, heaven knows what technology we will have in 30 years. Will we be able to adapt to that technology? It may still remain a challenge for us to address. So we don't have too much time, so I'd like to just hear maybe some last words that you would like to share on, you know, so the whole point of this forum and this session is to put awareness to the audience that that ICT technology, yes, evolving in a direction where we have faster systems, more high throughput is great, more applications, great, but can we go in a direction where we can actually cover a wider population, cover the population that really needs support from this technology, and just opening the awareness for such needs. So if you want to share some last words, please do. I think if it looks like, I don't know, I'm looking at the screen, maybe Sozo's ready.
No, I have a lot of things that I want to talk about. I need to talk for 1 hour to share with that. But listening to everybody's talk, so I was also I felt very informative. And the one thing that I felt still it will be a challenge in the future is one thing is that to capture the attention or intention of the human will be still challenging, even though if you use many sensors, maybe. And maybe this is very much different, that the difference between that, okay, I want to do this, or it was sensed like I'm behaving like this. So this kind of the passive or active things is very much different. And also because the human should be centered, so humans' intention or humans just passive sensed things will be very much different in also designing the system, and also evaluating the system, or also to deploying the system, or making the value of the system increasing. So this is the first point. And I was also looking back some 10 years ago that when I was doing some large experiment in Bangladesh, And Bangladesh, at the time I was doing some health checkup using remote sensors or something like that. And at that time it was very much special experience because that they were using, at that moment, they were using not a smartphone, but they were using cell phones. But the point was that there was no power supply. So it was very, as from the viewpoint of some infrastructure, it was very funny for me because there was no power supply, but they have the solar power charging system. And then they can charge the cell phone and they could talk by using the mobile, mobile station or something like that. So it was very much, very surprising things for me. And right now, if you go to Bangladesh, everybody is using smartphones, of course. So maybe in the 10 years or the 20 years after, maybe the world will also change and we cannot expect what will happen. And the important thing is that we connect together and also, see what happens. And also we can, discuss what will be the goal. Okay, so this is.
Must be a really hard topic, right? I mean, we got to see what happens, right? Professor Choi, any last minute comments you want to share with us?
Yes, I feel, these days engineers are more influential in society. So they are people who, design the systems. So I think it is very important to educate, the future engineers and computer scientists as well. And recently I read the article about embedded ethics. So at, MIT, they included the week or the module in all the classes for 16 weeks. So they included the ethics, curriculum. So I think it is very important to help, the student to think from the diversity perspectives from the undergraduate, graduate school. But it's harder to create a new course, but it is very important that curriculum would be integrated the entire courses. So I think that would be the very important to, the initiative to achieve the SDG, because this forum is about the sustainable development goals. So it is very important to, we keep our eyes on the education curriculum and, help people to get better insight about the society. Thank you.
Great. Education, very important. G, want to share some last words with us?
Yeah, I think, Jang-gil, you hit the nail on the head by saying the word awareness. I think that's probably the first very important thing or step that we should take to actually have people understand and be aware of how the technologies are serving or disserving the elderly population. I can imagine in middle school classes or college classes, you have these devices that you wear to let you know how you feel like being elderly. You're losing eyesight. You can't hear very clearly. You can't move very easily, and then people get the sense of what technologies and how technologies can and cannot help the elderly people. I think just a fun thought on that. So awareness is being number one. The second one is the market force. The economic force is much more powerful than any talks or policies per se. And I think as the aging or elderly population is going to, I believe, 2 billion across the world, and they are growing up with more of a digital awareness, I would hope that there'll be enough market power and purchase power for them to drive the force of technology savvy or developers who's going to develop new things for them, and then as a result, that serves a lot more people in this population. Those are my two thoughts at the end.
Thank you, G. I have a 1 minute 50-second clock ticking in front of me. Cecilia.
Okay, I'll be quick. So to me, it's the reliability of the technology. The fact that we use it for our health and our well-being means that we need to make sure it's right. And we're pushing technology out commercially that we don't trust. I mean, I can show you a graph of my sleep pattern, and I know I was awake at some point. So, there was a mismatch. So we need to work on this. This can be done in two ways: improving the precision, and that's very hard and requires probably costly as well. The other way is developing some sort of, as I was mentioning before, some uncertainty estimation, give the user the idea that actually we're not sure about this sometimes, and maybe work on it. And if it's something that needs to be assessed clinically, then having that relationship with the clinician and have that in the loop. So I think these things are very, very important for the technology to be reliable. Otherwise, people will throw it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for all four panelists for joining in today and sharing valuable perspectives on how ICT systems are evolving and how we should evolve towards the future. We don't have an answer. I mean, if we had an answer, we wouldn't be here. We'd have better things to do. But I think it's meaningful that we let people be aware of the fact that we need to care about this these different populations that are not, teenagers that know how to post everything on Instagram stories. And I hope this panel was a nice initiative to start such type of awareness. So thank you everyone for being here today, for talking, and thank you everyone on YouTube for watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ko and panelists, for sharing your insights about how technology can be used to embrace the elderly into our society by empathizing with their needs. Now we will take a break for 15 minutes and resume at 6:45 p.m. Korean time. Thank you.
Welcome back. Now we will begin our fifth featured session titled Environment, Social Governance Activities for Korean Firms. This session is hosted by Brain Korea 21 of the School of Business, Yonsei University. Professor Im-il, head of Brain Korea 21, will be moderating this session. Good evening, Professor Im. The stage is all yours.
네, 안녕하십니까. 이번 세션의 사회를 맡은
Hello, this is Im-il, Professor of School of Business of Yonsei University and also the head of Brain Korea 21. Now this session is entitled Firm Society and Corporate Responsibility. Now, of course, corporate responsibility is not only about its social role, but also about its value in the society, because these days consumers tend to look at the company's behavior as well as their image in making their spending choices. And another thing is that now regarding the ESG, of course, it is important for individual companies to think about what they're going to do. But then in a bigger picture, it is also important to think about what the role of the corporations should be and also the role of the society should be in the longer future. And that is why we have prepared this session. And for your information, the BK21 group, now one of our important topics, research topic, is the corporate social role. And that is why we are hosting this, and it is a great honor for us to be co-hosting this session. Now, personally, on the occasion of this GEF, I hope that we will be able to further the discussion and the narrative of the corporation's role in the society. And now with that, in this session, the firm, society, and ESG, we have the following panelists. So allow me to introduce them in the order of firms and academia, and also in the alphabetical order. Now first from the firms. From SK, we have Vice President Kim Eun-jung. Vice President Kim Eun-jung is currently the Vice President of the Social Value Committee of the SK SUPEX Council, and she is in charge of enhancing SK Group's social value. And she's also an alumni. She graduated from the School of Business of Yonsei University. And next we have Vice President Park Sung-gyu from Hyundai Motor Group. Now, Vice President Park is currently leading the economic research team of the research center, and he is also conducting research in relation to hydrogen business of Hyundai Motor Group. And third, we have Senior Vice President Oh Jung-hwa of Amore Pacific. Senior Vice President Oh is currently in the Sustainability Management Division of the communication part, and she is currently working on the planning and the vision for Amore Pacific's ESG and sustainability. Next, from academia, we have Professor Shin Dong-yeop of Yonsei University School of Business. Now, he is in the field of management, especially the creativity and also the paradigm shift in organizational management. He served as the president of the Korea HR Association. And next is Professor Shin Hyun-han of the School of Business of Yonsei University. Professor Shin is in the field of financial management, especially corporate management and innovation, and especially the financial performance of the CEOs. He also served as the professor in the New York State University, and he is also currently the head of the Student Welfare Administration of Yonsei University. And the third participant from school is Professor Kwak Ju-young. Professor Kwak Ju-young is also from the School of Business and also the director of the Center for Global Sustainability of the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment. And he also provides a lot of ESG consulting to many firms in Korea. Now, let me inform you of the order of this session. We will first hear from the three firms. Each will present their ESG activities. And then we will also hear the comments and feedback regarding the presentation. And then there is going to be a free discussion among the panelists and the participants. And with that, we will first hear from the firms. The order of the presentation is the same as before, the alphabetical order of the name. So SK, Hyundai Motor Group, and Amore Pacific. And the time given to each firm's presentation is between 8 to 15 minutes. First, I would like to invite Vice President Kim Eun-jung from SK.
Yes, hello. My name is In-jung Kim from SK. Today, I'd like to tell you a little bit about social value at SK, the past, the present, and the future. Before that, I would like to tell you a little bit about our company. We are in business of energy, chemicals, semiconductors, components, materials, ICT, and logistics. We have a global network, and we're very active in our different business divisions. And so now I'd like to move on to the next page to talk about our pursuit of social value at SK. I'm sorry, I'm not used to the pointer, but in any case, I want to talk about how SK came to be interested in social value. We understand that society is developing at a very rapid pace, and we want to keep in touch with that. And there are different social challenges that are rising. These social challenges, in terms of solving these challenges, there's a lag in how the solutions for these challenges are coming out, and the customers, the governments, and investors, all of these different interested stakeholders are asking corporations and companies to also take the lead in solving these social challenges, and this is a demand that we have upon us. So SK came to think companies should do more than make products and services. Rather than this economic value that we create, we also have to create social value. And this is our own corporate social responsibility. And this is the mindset that we came to have at SK. After the founding of SK, we have continued to work on various different CSR activities. Recently, ESG has become very popular, but even before then, we have engaged in various different CSR activities because we know that we have to nurture people, we have to nurture woods and forests through trees. We have engaged in various volunteer activities involving college students and younger students and more. We believe that this is one way of trying to pursue social value in a very effective way, but we wonder if there is more that we could do. And there are these examples that you see here. But when there are social challenges, there's more that SK can do. Can we do one-off social support to fix that social problem? Or can we be more long-lasting and sustainable in our addressing of the problem to try to create enterprises and other different organizations that could respond to the challenges? We felt that it's more effective to try to create a virtuous cycle in terms of social impact ecosystem. And here, what you see here is a social enterprise that we founded ourselves at SK. And we also have another program called Social Progress Credit. There are many social enterprises that create social value and social venture companies that create social value. We want to measure their impact and provide incentives based on the social progress that they make. And this is positive incentive, and this would encourage the enterprises and the companies to do more in that regard. And lastly, you would see college students and undergrads being educated and trained so that they can grow up to become more social innovators in the future. Next, you would see something called DBL, Business Management. Since 2018, we have been working on what is called DBL management. BL stands for bottom line. I'm sure people here who have studied business management are well aware of what bottom line means, especially in the accounting sense. But when we add double business line, that means we not only look at economic values, but social values along with that. So when a company makes decisions, it should not just try to focus on economic value, on making economic benefits, but also look at the bottom line in terms of society and societal value. And this has come to take up about 50% of all the KPIs at our company. So through this, we not only look at economic benefits and economic value, but the invisible social values in our society as well. This shows us some mention of SKMS, which is the philosophy behind our company's business management, where we try to look at the happiness of all interested stakeholders that we work with, because everything we do ultimately is done to try to create more happiness in society. We want to try to create more happiness around us, and that can be done by creating more social value. And this could lead to more trust building among all of the interested stakeholders, of course, including our companies. And this is something that is a very important message that resonates within our organization and outside our organization. And this is a key founding philosophy of our company. Through this, we wanted to show you what we've done in the past and also what we are doing currently in the present moment. But now I would like to talk about what we plan to do in the future. What is the social responsibility aspect that we're going to look into in the future? Last year, many people consider 2021 as the year of ESG because ESG has become a very popular buzzword across society. I don't think I need necessarily to go to an in-depth explanation of what ESG means, but last year, we were able to see that many people have come under the understanding that ESG is something that companies must do, and this is a way for companies to create new growth engines, and this is a social consensus. I've been talking about social value, and now I brought up the mention of ESG, and I want to now show you this diagram that brings together these two values. This is how we understand ESG. There is essential ESG, as you see there, so that's the ESG specific approach. ESG is a value that financial firms use to measure the progress of corporations. This is a minimum requirement for corporations, that corporations have to manage at least this minimum level of risk. But we want to go beyond that to strategic ESG. This is where we try to innovate the BM based on ESG. So this could lead to short-term profit, but also in a long term, we can innovate our BM. And also added to this is to try to expand the social value that we talked about earlier, which is what SK pursues. And this ultimately is SK's own defined version of pursuit of social value, which is our own brand of ESG management. Among the different aspects of ESG, we believe that social at the S part is the most challenging. The E and G, I think that their directions are quite straightforward. Of course, there is a degree to which we can pursue them, but with social agenda, the range is so far-ranging, so broad, and there are many different indicators that we can pull from, so this is a very challenging area. When it comes to S, however, we have to continue to ask ourselves what we want to do as a company, and we're trying to set the agenda for social going forward. Here you would see company, value chain, society, various different interested stakeholders here. We are looking at a social agenda that could impact all of them. We're working very hard to follow up on our social agenda. On this, I would like to briefly talk about the different agendas that we have for society, which is what you see on the far right. First, there's a program called Happiness Alliance. I don't know if you've heard of this, but in Korea, even in Korea, there are many children who go hungry or who are under threat of going hungry. And our goal is to try to make sure that there are no children who go hungry. As we're not trying to say that SK is doing a great job or we want to lead the effort, but we are partnering with many different companies, governmental organizations, and even citizens and even local governments to try to leverage their level of expertise to create this alliance and work together. Local governments try to identify the children who are going hungry, and SK provides funding, and other companies such as Yogio can provide food delivery services. So many of these partners work together to try to create more impact because we're doing good deed and we want to create a virtuous cycle of these good deeds through the Happy Alliance. The effects that we have seen from the Happy Alliance are what you see on the right-hand of this chart. Next, this is UNATECT program, which is a leading CSR program that we have at SK. Last year, because of COVID-19, there were issues and problems in fixing the lunchboxes and cooking the lunchboxes for elderly people who were going hungry. And this was a huge challenge, especially for elderly homeless people. So we thought what we could do, instead of just coming up with our own way of making and arranging these lunchboxes, we tried to ask and commission SMEs who are already struggling with low level of business, ask them to create the lunchboxes for us, and these lunchboxes would be served to people in need. This year, we've also started another round 2 of UNATECT. Because of COVID-19, we've seen that fewer and fewer people are giving blood. So we want to try to encourage more people, not under just the SK family, but other people as well, to try to donate their blood. In engaging with these CSR activities, SK is trying to work to identify the issues that we have to understand, and we want to communicate that together we can make an impact. Next, you would also see here, which is an SE MBA course that we're working with KAIST to provide. We feel that ultimately different social entrepreneurs and the CEOs of social enterprises have to have more capacity building so they can create social benefits and social impact. So under KAIST, the business school, we created an SE Social Entrepreneurship MBA course to try to educate more young entrepreneurs. And this year, the 10th class will begin their MBA course. Lastly, this is a program that we have as well called SOVAC, which is short for Social Value Connect. This is a way, it's a platform that brings together many people who are worried and want to do more to create more social value. And we opened this several years ago, and we started to have all these roundtable discussions to try to discuss how we can build social value. But because of COVID-19, we didn't have offline discussions. We did have online discussions, however, and this was a way for us to share and generate more online content. I'm sure you can see URL addresses here, so you can go to these links and also register and like and subscribe as well. Very briefly, I told you about different social value activities that we're doing at SK. Ultimately, we want to lead these efforts going forward instead of just being followers in these efforts. Because we are corporate, we are entrepreneurs, we feel that we have to lead the way in this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, SK is a company well known for trying to fulfill its corporate responsibility. But then now listening to the presentation, I can see that not only the activities, but then also the philosophy, as well as the value system are well in place. So thank you very much for the very informative presentation. And now let me invite Vice President Park Sung-gyu of Hyundai Motor Group. Hello, this is Park Sung-gyu. I'm from the Management Institute of HMG, and thank you very much for the chance to provide a presentation. Now today I would like to talk about hydrogen economy. So it's been about 2 years since COVID-19, but if we are to make the comparison between before and now, then one thing is higher interest in the global environment, and second is the more commonplace understanding of such terms as carbon neutrality or global warming. Now, as we all know, carbon neutrality is a state where carbon is no longer used as fuel. So for this to be possible, then we would have to use more renewable energy. Now, why we need hydrogen is related to the issues of renewable energy. I'm not here to talk about the pros or cons of renewable energy. I'm just going to point out some of the, I want to make the point that hydrogen is a very viable alternative to overcome the inherent limitations of renewable energy. Now, renewable energy, one characteristic is its high volatility. In other words, the power generated during the day and night is vastly different. Likewise, there's a vast difference between seasons. And because of this, the power generation efficiency tends to be lower. And in fact, in the developed or in the Western world, then they say that using the wind power or other types of renewable energy source, then the energy efficiency or the power generation efficiency is only about 20%. In order to overcome such low efficiency, then they have to have more installation. But then because of the large-scale installation, it is actually going to increase the volatility. So if I may use the graph on the right-hand side to give you a better explanation. Now, this is also called the duck curve because of its shape. Now, when the renewable energy is not used, then that would be the orange line. So that is in the upper side. And then PV or other types of renewable energy. And then the power generation from that is compared to non-renewable energy source like nuclear or fossil fuel. So compared to that, you see that during the day, then from the renewable energy source, power generation plummets. And this also means that there is a bigger share of renewable energy. But then now, at nighttime, then you see that the fossil fuel energy generation is similar. So then what we can point out from this curve is that now for the renewable energy generation, if it goes up, then fossil fuel generation will go down. So isn't this a better thing? So you might ask this question. But then now on the grid, now on the power grid, it is actually very important to maintain a consistent flow of energy. So then there is the problem of not being able to dramatically increase or decrease the power flow in the grid, depending on the time. So what happens is that now sometimes there is too much power flowing through the grid, so you would have to consume this, or maybe this is a bit too technical, so you would have to increase the generation cycle so that you would actually have to make the power disappear in the course of power transmission. So in other words, in order to overcome these limitations, then you need to use environmentally friendly energy source, and then to generate the power, and not only that, but to store the energy that has been generated over days or even months. So if that does happen, then even when there is too much power being generated from the renewable energy source, we can still store this. And right now, so because of this limitation, the viable solution that is being mentioned the most often is hydrogen. So the hydrogen, the renewable energy that is produced too much during the day, then you can utilize hydrogen to store this. And then now when the energy generation is lower, then you can tap into this stored energy in the hydrogen. So this means that we will be able to overcome the limitations or the fluctuations of the renewable energy source. Now for hydrogen, one of its hallmark is that in terms of production, there are various methods of production available. Ultimately, of course, it has to be a green hydrogen, so it has to be environmentally friendly. So you would have to utilize water in order to dissolve the power. Then we can get the most eco-friendly hydrogen with no CO2 emission at all. But then now in between, for the natural gas, so we call this reformation. But anyway, so you can also reform natural gas in order to extract hydrogen from that. Or what happens now is getting the hydrogen from the chemical processes. So we can collect the hydrogen from the chemical processes. But anyways, the ultimate picture is to produce green hydrogen, which is the environmentally friendly hydrogen. We often call this green hydrogen. And again, but we can utilize different modalities of production, and also the application is quite broad. So let's say for a vehicle, now then let's say the fuel cell. So if we are to have 2 fuel cells in a vehicle, then it can drive a truck or a bus. And if the fuel cell is divided into 2, then you can also use it for forklift or smaller cars. And so this means that, so if we are to use a lot of them, then you can also run a large-scale power generator, or you can also use them in the home or in the local regions. And also because the efficiency is very high, it can have much higher load on the vehicle, and it can also allow for longer range. So this is a simpler diagram, and actually because of this field is still developing, the terminology is still not unified either. But anyway, so this is called the UAM, so urban aerial mobility, or VTOL, so vertical takeoff and landing. So these are just about the urban mobility. So I draw this based on San Francisco. So now let's say if we are to have this UAM or VTOL based on batteries, then the coverage, the area coverage would only be this small circle. It's because of the energy output or the power output being limited. But if you are to use hydrogen to fuel UAM or VTOL, then it dramatically increases the coverage. So if you are to use hydrogen energy, then this also means that we can make much greater diversity of services available that would not have been otherwise available using batteries. Now, according to McKinsey, now they are also putting up rosy outlook for hydrogen. So they're saying that close to 20% of the total energy demand will be met by hydrogen by 2050. And also the CO2 reduction will be about 6 billion tons coming from hydrogen. And also there's going to be about 30 million jobs to be created in this field. But of course, for us to reach this rosy end, then we also have to overcome a lot of hurdles and challenges. Let me briefly tell you about the history of Hyundai Motor Group's development of hydrogen. So we have taken notice of the potential of the hydrogen vehicle. So we started development of fuel cell in 1998. Then also on the right-hand side, I'm sorry about the small pictures, but then now you see in 2002, we had the first Santa Fe developed utilizing fuel cell. And at that time, this one vehicle was about $1 million. And then as a result of this, now in the Tucson fuel cell, so this was developed as a result of the first electric vehicle or the hydrogen vehicle mass production system that we had built in the world. And you can see that from the first fuel cell development until commercialization, it took over 10 years. So this is just to show that we have made continued efforts in this field. Then also you see at the bottom, now these are the hydrogen trucks. And we have also exported a fleet of 17 trucks to Sweden. So this is also the first in the world of exporting hydrogen trucks in such a large number. And also the Hyundai Motor Group's Nexo last year, so the second generation Nexo, also topped $20,000, 20,000 units globally in sales. And we have also announced the vision of popularizing hydrogen energy by 2040. Now, carbon neutrality, this concept itself has become more commonplace, but then the question of how has not been cleared up yet. And as I mentioned earlier, hydrogen energy can be a very viable, very strong alternative in the future. And based on this belief, we continue to develop our technology and make our investment. Now, by 2040, now we want to create a society where hydrogen energy is used by everyone, in everything, everywhere. And also for not only vehicles, but from production all the way to utilization. So we also want to create the type of technology that can be used across the spectrum. And yes, we will continue to develop the technology to popularize hydrogen energy. And for the production and storage, we will try to develop longer term and large scale technology. And then we will also enhance the efficiency of the storage modality. And we will also create fuel cells that are flatter and lighter so that they can be used in other types of vehicles. And also not only in the commercial vehicles, but also in trams, in urban areas. Not only that, also for ships. So we will try to broaden the applicability as well. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park, for your presentation. On ESG, you have focused on the E part, or the environment, and I think that was a very important presentation that you gave. Next, we'd like to hear from Oh Chung-hwa, Senior VP at Amore Pacific. Hello, I am Oh Chung-hwa. I'm the SVP of Sustainability Management at Amore Pacific. It is an honor for me to give this presentation on behalf of our company today. I asked myself what the people here, the audiences, would like to hear from us at Amore Pacific. And the organizers have asked us to focus on S, to try to tell you about the different activities that we're doing both globally and locally. We have different items on our agenda, and after 2017, we've been really focusing on what we should do in terms of CSR. We've been working at this at the executive level, and so we've worked after the SDGs came out. So we focused on SDGs 3, 5, and 8, and today we'd like to focus on gender equality. I'm going to go in this order. Just briefly on Amore Pacific, our company. Before I tell you the products and services we sell, I would like to explain why our company came into being. And our company exists because we want to create a more beautiful world and create beautiful people. This is the mission of our company. In fact, our mission is literally, we make a more beautiful world. And if you read a more beautiful world together, you would see that this can also be read as amore. And this, I can tell you, is a founding philosophy of our company. And we have 77 years in our history. So I think many of you would be familiar with our company. So I'd like to briefly tell you about that, that we sell beauty and health and fitness. These are our 6 leading flagship brands. There's Solhwasu luxury brand, Laneige, Innisfree. There's Lyo, Osaluk, and Vital Beauty. So these different brands are our effort to try to create a beautiful, healthier world. Of the many different activities that we engage in, today we'd like to talk about CSR activities focused on the lives of women. If we were to ask what is the vision of our CSR activities, we would say that our mission is to try to create lives that are more beautiful for the women in our lives. Under the vision of a more beautiful world, we want to make sure that the women whose lives we touch can live the lives that they want to live. And we want to try to create a more beautiful world to try to contribute to a more beautiful lives of women. And in 1963, we started selling cosmetics products, beauty products, door to door. Women worked as door-to-door salesmen at the time, and this was after the war, and this was a great business opportunity for women, growth opportunities for women, and income opportunities for women in the post-war era. As you can see, the news article says our CEO's interview says that women can be their own CEOs. They can own and operate their own business in their respective area. And this was our first approach in how we approach women as a whole. And under this vision, we have established our strategies based on these two pillars. The first is health and well-being, and the second is economic empowerment. They have to do with SDGs 5 and 3 and 5 and 8, respectively. Today, we also have been asked to talk about our activities for the global and local sphere. These are different strategies that we have for both the global and the local sphere. But of course, the specific programs are a little bit different depending on the country or the market that we're in. Under the first pillar, health and wellness, we have several programs, about 4 that I would like to tell you. The first is the Pink Ribbon campaign, which we began in 2001. We want to try to help women and nurture women to lead healthier lives. And so, in that regard, we try to raise awareness about the importance of early detection of breast cancer, which impacts women. And thus far, about 480,000 people have participated in this program. The Korean Breast Health Foundation has been established in 2001, and since then, we've organized the Pink Run and also helped many women raise awareness about early detection, getting screenings for breast cancer. In China, we do something similar under the name of Moripao, under the Moripao program. Here, we work together with the Chinese government and the NGOs. In the case of China, we work together with the Fund for the Growth of Women, and together we organize the marathon. In China, however, we also have expanded our Raising Awareness campaign to cervical cancer as well. This Pink Ribbon campaign encourages women to try to detect breast cancer and have early diagnosis of breast cancer. There's Make Up Your Life, which is another program that we do. Many women cancer patients, after their cancer treatments, feel a less lowered self-esteem and self-confidence because of their changed appearance. So since 2008, we've started Make Up Your Life, where we try to provide makeup tips and lessons and help cancer patients and cancer survivors to try to create new lives after their cancer treatments. And since 2008, this has been expanded to include about 20,000 beneficiaries. The third program is More Youth. This was begun in China in 2020, very recently. As I mentioned before, in China, we've had a campaign on breast cancer awareness. 2020, we tried to tailor our response more to the Chinese needs, where we wanted to reach out to many young people in China who feel a sense of anxiety and depression. So this is the kind of mental health program that we started in 2020. So under the far-ranging scope of health, we've looked at not just cancer, such as breast cancer, but also mental health as well. The next pillar is economic empowerment. There are 4 programs that I would like to share with you. The first program is called Hope Shop, which began in 2004. This helps women, female entrepreneurs, set up new businesses. It's a microcredit program where we provide microfinancing opportunities to women who can set up their own companies. And we work together with the beautiful foundation in Korea. We've seen 474 businesses opened thus far, and their survival rate is about 71%. So we have worked with many women to set up and open new businesses. The second program is called Beautiful Life. This is where we try to provide economic empowerment opportunities for low-income women who are seeking jobs. The third, through this, we have seen an employment placement rates of about 44%. We have worked together with a government organization in Korea to try to increase the self-esteem of women. The third program is Meet Your Dream, which began in 2013. And we've expanded this to include female middle school and high school students. This is a pro bono mentoring program for capacity building of young people. Many makeup designers or hairstylists and research personnel work together to provide mentoring opportunities to children. And through this program, the young students can also become qualified beauticians or makeup artists or etc. so they can design their dreams for the future. The last program is also something that is focusing on China, called Better She in 2020. We've done outreach programs in China. Recently, we were able to hear from the local provinces in China that they are in need of more economic empowerment programs for job placement, especially in the rural areas. So we started Better She in China together with a government organization called Fund for the Growth of Women. And this has helped many women find jobs. About 80% of job placement has been done through this program, where women can find different jobs, including domestic helpers. So for decades of years, we have worked to try to create and sustain CSR activities in both the two pillars of health and well-being and economic empowerment. We have also engaged in a 2030 A More Beautiful Promise, where we set forth 5 different commitments, which include less plastic and carbon neutrality. And also with the female women's empowerment agenda, we have also committed ourselves to continue to propose healthy lifestyles to women across their life cycle, going beyond early detection of cancer. We know that there is now widespread awareness of breast cancer for women, so we want to go beyond that and try to have more women understand about their health issues better across their whole life cycle, and expand that to also mental health and psychological health as well, to try to provide better quality of care for their whole lives. In economic empowerment, we have been working on women of working age thus far, but we want to expand our beneficiaries to the youth and to teenagers in the future. And we also want to help women in rural communities living in farms, etc., to try to provide economic empowerment opportunities for them, especially at the global level. And by 2030, we're going to see an accumulated investment level of about 100 billion won to try to have a harmonious growth with our interested stakeholders. And through this, we hope to create a more beautiful world in keeping with the founding philosophy of our company, so that we can provide more growth across all of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So yes, especially because it's a company that produces products that we use every day. So I could really feel and also agree with what you were saying. And then now we would move on to the discussion time. So now I'd like to move on to the panel discussants. Now first, Professor Shin Dong-yeop. Well, now all 3 companies, now these 3 firms are the ones that I often mention in my ESG lectures. I have also conducted many interviews with them, so not only am I familiar with the presentations, but I also believe that what they're doing is ideal and worthy of respect. So I see that the vision and the goals, so I fully agree with the stated goals and the vision. But then One challenge is that now, let's say for the environment NGOs or the civil society and also the firms, so actually it's not the environmental groups or civil society that are conducting these activities, but then they're done by the firms. So I would say that that is where the challenge arises. So in other words, on one hand, they are more, comparatively speaking, more idealistic. And perhaps there is a gap between that and the realistic business decision making. So I guess that's where the dilemma arises. So of course, the three companies, they all have different situations, but then I would say that the biggest challenge is with the Hyundai Motor Group, and then probably SK, because Amara Pacific, it is perhaps moving in a similar direction between the ideal and the business. So now then I would like to ask this question. I also asked this in other seminars or lectures, but then now it goes for all three companies. But let's say now when you use the name SK, then yes, mutual or shared prosperity for society and the firm. So yes, it is right. So that should be the desired direction. But then, at least for the shorter term, when we think about the company itself, then sometimes there can be clashes between these two interests. And how we are going to address these clashes is going to be one big challenge. And especially for SK, now when it first came out with the social value or and so they had a seminar on that as well. So I took part there, but I see that many of those in the management are still not fully convinced about it. So yes, again, the ideals and the vision, they are all fine and good. But then now, if there are some clashes with reality, and also let's say for SK, if there can be some impact on the business performance, I mean, if the impact is small enough, then perhaps it would be acceptable. But then if it is a major blow, then it would be cause of worry, and it would also be even more worrisome for companies like Hyundai Motor Group. Now, what I have observed recently is that it was also in the report, but anyways, the hydrogen vehicle, so it is true that hands down, a hydrogen vehicle is the most desirable or the ideal model, but also it's not always the most ideal model that gets adopted in the world. And we see that like companies like Tesla or led by Elon Musk, now they are setting the standard globally. So then does this mean that we still have to move toward this path with a longer term vision, moving toward hydrogen vehicles? Or I think more recently Hyundai Motor Group was more ambitious, but then now Hyundai Motor Group is now talking about electric vehicles. Well, we're still ambitious. Okay, then for the business managers, I do believe that this is an issue that they have to grapple with, not an easy one either. So then I'm not suggesting that, we have to follow this example, but Patagonia could be one example. I mean, they are really obsessed with environmental friendliness. So, in the end, when you sell clothing, and then afterwards they would be discarded. And now they're saying that they are going to develop clothing that will not be discarded. And as a result of that, that actually impacted their revenue, reduced it by half, but still they are entrenched in that path. So I'm not saying that that should be the path for the companies here, but now for the 2022 and also until 2025, or by 2050, then the goal that you have would be right. But then, in the meantime, in that path, how are you going to overcome some of the challenges? And also, I think, as I said, Amara Pacific, you probably have lesser of this issue. And yes, for Amara Pacific, it is true that you started with the women's issues, but then, so women, Korea, and then Asia. But today, many of Amara Pacific's customers are men, and also you're still focused on women, and do you believe that that is still going to be a relevant standard? Or let's say looking toward the global market, so now moving beyond the Asian beauty and looking more toward the global beauty, then perhaps just focusing on women or a gender, perhaps there would be a limitation?
Thank you very much. We'd like to hear from all of the panelists first and then turn to the presenters for their responses. Next, we'd like to hear from Dr. Shin Hyun-han. When it comes to ESG, I myself have been focusing on research related to GEEF for a long time. However, the interested stakeholders on governance are particularly shareholders and the executives, the chief executives. What can the companies do to try to maximize the value of the shareholders? And this was the grounding question in the past of governance. But now many people have been saying that we have to go beyond the realm of shareholders, which is why they've been talking about CSR, CSB, where they talk about social value, and now they talk about ESG and have broadened that realm. And we've seen this transition take place for the past 20 years. If we look at the stakeholders of ESG, there's shareholders that I mentioned before and bondholders. And under S, there are the employees, members of the organization. And then there are customers and the government and also the general public. There are many stakeholders under the arena of S, but there's also suppliers. However, the three companies have all said that you are engaged with ESG activities, and I'm sure that you are. I think that maybe you've skipped over this area in your presentation, but I was curious as to what you are doing vis-a-vis suppliers. I'm sure you are doing excellent jobs regarding environment and customers and employees, and also against the general public as well. In fact, in almost doing the job of the government. But I think that I was wondering what you're doing for your suppliers and with your suppliers. Recently, we've seen a lot of regulations on online platform companies. And the reason for this is that the customers are seeing value, but the different suppliers or different partners who are working in the market, who are selling their products in the marketplace, are having the rights taken away from them. And this is why many people have been calling for regulation for these platform companies. So I think that this is very important social value that we have to concentrate on. By that I mean the work that we're doing vis-a-vis the suppliers. And so I was wondering, maybe if you haven't talked about this in the presentation, if you can still follow up on this for me in your presentations. Thank you.
And next, Professor Kwok. Yes, the two previous professors also said a lot of good things. And now, given that I am in international business management, I would like to approach this more from an international perspective. Now, it was last year that the UN CTAD elevated Korea as a developed country. Now, actually, for Korea, the international business has decades of history, and also the current companies, many of them are global companies. But now, so this means that Korea is no longer a developing country, not even a medium-income country, but officially, Korea is a developed country, and that means that the companies here are also in a developed country. So now then, we also have to think harder about the global theme of social contribution. So now, during the winter semester, I also teach the emerging market economy, and also this semester I also taught about Unilever, and their theme was growing with the market. So I talked about the Unilever India and also in Unilever Vietnam. So we looked into the cases of different countries, and then now what I discuss with the students is that Unilever company, the products or the portfolio might be a bit different by country, but then according to the business papers, then they talk about overarching framework. In other words, they have this overarching framework, meaning that they have this global theme. And then based on this, perhaps by country, their functions or the strategy might be a bit different, but they all are united under this overarching framework. So today we have the three companies in Hyundai, American Pacific, and SK. They're all global companies. Now, my suggestion would be, of course, you are doing a lot of good things, a lot of different activities, but perhaps it's time for the companies also to create a link, or actually to globalize the link between the society and your activities. So perhaps you need to have a global branding of this link between your activities and the society. And so let's say for like if it's SK, then people will be reminded of that brand. And perhaps that would be one way of making your activities more sustainable. And now this program, this session is made possible by the initiative of the BK21. Now, as the planner of the session, I also have contacted many companies, and I actually wanted to invite many more of them, but unfortunately, I was rejected by quite a lot of them. And the reason is, now for the corporate contribution, especially regarding the ESG, now they say that they have really no content to talk about. So they were saying, I'm sorry, Professor, but really have nothing to talk about. So now, yes, those present here today are the leading companies of Korea, but then I do hope that next year and the year after that, many more companies will have richer ESG content to share. And also, even if it takes time, the activities conducted by the companies here, now they will be creating good consequences in our society, so that even without a session like this, companies of Korea take it for granted that they would take into account the social context of their activities, so that they would have in mind the concept of sustainable development.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to turn to our speakers. As you can see, our discussants here are renowned scholars, and so we were very glad to hear from them. But I think another challenge is that they have asked very difficult questions. In listening to the questions, I was able to see that they were asking about the different challenges that companies are coming across. So how are the company's CSR activities different from what NGOs are doing? And when there's a clash between economic value and social value, what should you do? And there are many different interested stakeholders, shareholders, bondholders, employees, government, etc. But there are some stakeholders who might be left out. So how do you respond to that issue? So ultimately, ESG is very good, but what can we do to try to make ESG efforts more sustainable? I would like to turn to our speakers to respond to this. We'd like to hear first from VP Kim Eun-jung. I think that the difference between what companies and NGOs can do is that because we're corporations, as I mentioned in the presentation, we can do CSR activities in a way that we can do best. So instead of just doing a little bit of what we can do, we can use minimum resources to try to create maximum impact, a kind of collective impact. And when we talk about this collective impact, we cannot just look at one goal or go it alone. But I think that in terms of solving a common challenge, it is very important to bring together many different stakeholders and organizations, but have one organization that gives a rallying cry and bears the flag and trying to make this more consistent. So with the Happy Alliance program that we do, or the Untact programs that we do, this is not something where it's done under the name of SK, but we are the rallying cry behind these efforts. And also when there is a clash between social value and economic value, yes, this could be a problem, which is why in 2018, the chairman talked about DBL. Of course, there are going to be conflicts. However, when 50% of the CEO's KPIs are on social value, and we try to make measurable impact and try to improve on this impact, this is something that pushes us to do better and challenges us to do better. And yes, as you mentioned, in the short term, there could be some clashes and conflict, but ultimately we feel that in the long term, this conflict is not true. There is not a conflict. So that's why we've announced that we're going to go carbon neutral in 2050 and try to do what we can to try to achieve this goal a little bit earlier. But some people say, won't that cut into your economic bottom line? especially because with SK, we are also an energy company. So this was a very difficult choice for us to make. And there are companies within our family that make plastics. But if we don't work on this, then within global society and the financial society, we will not become sustainable. And we will not receive the funding that we want and the investment that we want, which is why we have decided to work on this and work on carbon neutrality for the future. Also, when it comes to different interested stakeholders, I think that when it comes to us, as with other companies, we look at many different stakeholders. There are the organization members and employees. It's difficult for us to go through all these details right now, but I think that we do have a priority of our stakeholders and we're following up very well.
And then Vice President Park from Hyundai Motor Group. Right. In the presentation, I spoke a bit slowly for the presentation, but then I usually speak much faster, so I hope that the interpreter will not be having too much of a hard time. Now, Professor Shin, well, thank you very much for pointing out our dilemma. Right, so between the economics and social value, how are we going to overcome the clashes? And I would say that that is going to be a perpetual issue for firms. And in fact, yes, sometimes they are really all tangled up. And of course, by industry, there would be some differences. But then given that I'm from a motor company, I would just like to briefly tell you about what is going on in the auto industry, especially in the Korean auto industry. When we look at the ecosystem, and also historically speaking, especially, then there are some challenges. Now, for example, the auto industry, including indirect employment, they said that there are about 250,000 employees. So it's a huge ecosystem with about around 8,000 companies involved. And when we build one vehicle, about 30,000, well, usually say 20,000, 30,000, but anyway, so in fact, 30,000 parts and components. And if we have like 70,000 units of vehicles, then it is over 250 million parts and components. In other words, it's a hugely complex industry. Then now from the hydrogen, now actually there is about 18% of, so 18% of that is going to be power that is going to be fulfilled by hydrogen. So it's also a very environmentally friendly energy source. So the NGOs are also in favor of this. But then now another thing that we have to worry about is the infrastructure or the institutions and the technology that are related to fossil fuel. Now, they have been accumulated for over 100 years. So it is actually the most convenient to use fossil fuel. So if they did not emit GHG, then it would have been best. But so it is not easy to replace such century-old infrastructure. And also the internal combustion engine, now they would be one of the biggest emitters. So we all know that we have to replace it with more environmentally friendly vehicles like electric vehicles. And also hydrogen vehicle would be one viable option. And we know that many companies who were ahead of us in developing hydrogen vehicles, many of them failed, but we are still at it. So perhaps it is the ambition and the perseverance of the management. But anyway, so we have been at it for over 20 years now, trying to develop hydrogen vehicle. And so, and also one misunderstanding and one question that we often get asked is, so we are not doing electric vehicles, we're only doing hydrogen vehicles, but then actually we produce a lot of EVs. So smaller vehicles that are Kona, and then there's also the Ioniq 5, GV69, and then also the electric version of the G80. And then, so you see, these are only the currently available EV models. And actually, no other company has such a large portfolio of EVs. And of course, Tesla is a leader in EV, and it has a premium image, so it has a big influence in the industry. But then, for traditional OEM, for the traditional auto industry, to have this kind of performance in EV is really not easy. And so we emphasize both the economic value and the environmental or the social value, and that has led to this result, I would say. And also now, so that is about our EV and also the hydrogen vehicle issue. And then also we also talked about transition, but of course, the transition itself is not easy. And of course, they talk about just transition, especially in the EU. So we talk about just transition or fair transition, but then, the meaning of just is also highly complex and not easy. So let's say if we sell EVs, then we just build them and sell them. And if that is the end of it, then not a problem. Then we could always also change the suppliers for the EV. So for example, instead of the engine company, we just get the battery company. So that is about it. But then, given that we are leading the Korean auto industry, and also there are 8,000 suppliers in this ecosystem, and we are the final consumer for these 8,000 suppliers. So not only the economic value, but we also feel the burden of social responsibility. As you know, in the Korean auto industry, I would say that it is only Hyundai and Kia that are doing this type of a relevant play, I would say. So we also think deeply about how we're going to pull along the suppliers in the ecosystem as well. And this might have been heard often, but then so we do this shared prosperity. So we develop together. Then also, let's say the minerals or the metals. I mean, if the prices jump, then it could be burdensome. So we would purchase them first and then lend them out to the suppliers later on. Then also we could provide them with funding to ease their liquidity issue. So we try to utilize a lot of options and modalities in order to make sure that the ecosystem will remain viable. And that is because now for a vehicle, now any of the parts or the components, so the 30,000 parts and components that go into a vehicle, each and every one of them have to fulfill its expected performance. Otherwise, it could risk the safety of the passengers and the driver. So we truly understand that this is a shared development that we have to undertake together. Then also what Professor Kwok has mentioned, so maybe we could have something like an iconic campaign. So that reminded me of this. So in our U.S. business, there's a Hopper Nielsen. So this is the pediatric cancer patient charity. And so it has been done for over 10 years. And I understand that it has won a lot of resonance in the U.S. and it also has instilled a positive image on Hyundai Motor Group as well. But I do understand and also agree with Professor Kwok's comment, and not only about ESG, but of course the ESG is now, we already feel that ESG has really made its way into the heart of business management. So given this understanding, then we would also come up with more ideas that will be able to satisfy the shareholders, consumers, management, everyone involved. Thank you.
Next, we'd like to hear from Ms. O of Amari Pacific. Yes, thank you very much for the good questions. Beginning with Professor Shin's question about gender equality, are we going to continue focusing our CSR activities on women? Yes, this is a big dilemma for us as well. Over the past 20 years, we have been engaging in activities for women, but we are seeing a little bit of changes. So we're expanding to women and young, so women and youth and teenagers. But in trying to look at CSR activities, we try to separate that from our business economic activities, because with CSR, yes, we do feel that there is a gender imbalance. There is a wage gap, and in terms of income and educational opportunities, we do still believe that there is a gender imbalance. And that is why with our CSR activities, we still try to right the skew by focusing on women, but expanding that to youth and teenagers, because we also have to look at different activities where we can make the most impact in. However, when it comes to our business performance, we look at our customers. In the past, our customers were primarily female, but now we're seeing that we have to tailor our products and services to everyone, that everyone is entitled to beauty and health. And so we have this slightly different approach when it comes to our business activities and our CSR activities. And the other professor talked about our value chain and our supply chain. Going forward with ESG, I think that the value chain is going to be a very big issue, not just on stability, but also on due diligence, that EU is working on ways to do diligent activities of our value chain. So this means that big companies have a big imperative upon us, and we are trying to do this in 3 different ways. So first, when we bring in do onboarding of a new supplier, we do an audit of the supplier. We want to make sure that we are working with competent suppliers. And once we've onboarded a supplier, we create a mutual growth fund. Some suppliers need help with safety. Some suppliers need help with quality management. So we do audit and inspections to try to provide management resources to these suppliers to build up their capacity so that together we can help them to make inroads overseas. And this is what we're doing to try to build up and support our supply chain. Lastly, on Professor Kwok's question, globally, we are already expanding to about 8 countries when it comes to Make Up Your Life program. Make Up is a key part of what we do at Amoria Pacific, and this is something that we can do a good job in, that we can make an impact on. So we've started in Korea, but we've focused on China, Vietnam, different countries in ASEAN, so a total of 8 countries. The Make Up Your Life program's common direction is similar, but we have slight differences depending on the market that we're in. With the value chain and our employees and the sales professionals work together. And these partners are contributing to their local communities, and they feel proud of the fact that they are contributing to their communities. Once this goes beyond a certain percentage of the revenue, we have a benchmark target internally. We feel that that much has to be given back to the community. And this is something that we already have discussed in place with the local companies, the subsidiaries in other markets.
Thank you very much for that. So now, given the limited time, I would just like to compress all my questions into one. So then I would like to ask Professor Shin and Vice President Kim to respond to this question. Now, the GEF, one of the topic is to remember our common future. So I believe that it is also important to think about the kind of future that the ESG activities are going to create. So then my question is then the future firms, what is the role that they should play? In one sentence, please. Well, I would say that the ESG or the CSR or the CSV, so when I think about all these concepts, then in the end, so the relations between firms and society have to change. So for firms, they're no longer separate from the society, engaged only in economic activities. But we see that the relations between the society and firms are now becoming more and more interactive. So the society is expecting more from firms in terms of the social activities too. So I would say that the relations between the society and the firms have to be different from what we know now. So it's not going to be separate from each other, but then the firms have to become closer part of the society.
Yes, next, Ms. Kim. That was a very difficult question, but if I were to try to respond to that, I don't think the right question is to ask how companies could be different and distinguished from a society, because when we talk about a sustainable future, it impacts all of us. So together we have to coexist and share and grow in the future. And I think that is the correct answer for all of us. Thank you very much. We talked about the role and impact of companies. I think that we would have benefited from more time. Thank you very much for the insightful discussions and presentations. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for this. And with that, we'd like to conclude the session on firms, society, and SDGs. Thank you very much.
And panelists for making time this evening. We also look forward to seeing more and more Korean firms pursuing transformative business strategies in both domestic and global markets to address unmet needs of the current and future generations. Thank you.
Our sixth feature session is on sustainable partnership for international organizations. Leading this session will be Professor Yonho Lee from the Department of Political Science and International Studies at Yonsei University.
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yonho Lee, Dean of Social Science College at Yonsei University. I'm going to be the chair of the panel. One of my teaching subjects is international development cooperation. These days, I have been often asked, what is going to be the role of international organizations in the COVID-19 pandemic era? Since 1945, international organizations have contributed a lot to bring the global community peace and development. The Cold War system led by the US and Soviet had broken down in the early 1990s, and since then, the peace has lasted up to now. In sustaining the peace, the international organizations have played an instrumental part. However, as of now, we are again confronting with global crisis. The so-called COVID-19 pandemic has killed many people, and what was worse, deepened inequality between social strata, countries, and regions in many respects. In addition, the global community is now witnessing the possibility of the revisit of the new Cold War between the US, EU, China, and Russia. The reason the academia, including myself, once paid attention to the international organizations was that they could sustain the peace of the global society even after the gradual retreat of the hegemonic power such as the United States. Nonetheless, while undergoing the corona pandemic, the faith has appeared to be fading away. Big and strong countries became more egocentric under the pretext to tackle the plague issue. Many students of development cooperation wonder if international organizations can persuade the national members of global community to help each other and not to fight each other. In this session, I would like to discuss the role of the international organizations to bring us sustainable development and peace at present in our common future. For this reasoning, we have invited 6 elite officials representing major international organizations, academia, and government bureaus functioning in this area. Let me briefly introduce the panelists. First, Dr. Julita Onabanzo, Technical Division Director, UNFPA, namely UN Population Fund. Mr. Thomas Abel, the Chief of the Digital Technology for Development Unit, ADB.
Thank you.
Dr. Mahmoud Moyeldin, Executive Director, IMF.
Thank you.
Dr. Hee-Jin Lee, Professor, Graduate School of International Studies, Yonsei University. Dr. Ju-Young Kwak, Professor of International Business, Yonsei University.
Thank you.
Finally, Ambassador Hyun Jenny Kim, Deputy Minister for Climate Change in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea, and former Deputy Director General of GEEI.
Thank you.
Welcome to the panel. Let me start with the ongoing global issue, the COVID-19. All of us are fighting with this pandemic. International organizations, an important actor in the global community, are working to remove or reduce the problems. Please explain how your organizations have approached in tackling the global crisis. And I would be obliged if you could introduce some of the core projects your organization have implemented. Who'd like to start first? Dr. Moyeldin of the IMF, representing IMF.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm happy to start, and perhaps building on what you just mentioned, Professor, on the very establishment of international organizations after the Second World War. These organizations, including the UN, the IMF, and the World Bank, were created at different times to solve different problems. And it's actually the different crises that happened since 1940s, and realizing that we are in a fast changing world, very much a multipolar world now, these organizations could be considered more fit for purpose and relevant to our times when they modernize their systems, when they do better in becoming more inclusive in terms of governance. And speaking, given the fact that I work for the fund as an executive director representing a group of countries, and at the same time, a special envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations, I can just say few things that could really be considered as positive reaction to the crisis of our time now, which is basically COVID-19. And as you rightly mentioned, it affected our lives and livelihoods. And that came actually in very complicated time that had been suffering from lack of trust, great deal of uncertainty, accumulation of debt. Even before COVID-19, there was serious talk about building up of debt by government sector, by household sector, and by the business sector, what's so-called the fourth wave of debt. And we're very much off track as far as the achievement of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement are concerned. So it is difficult really to say that COVID-19 was responsible for all of our ills, because even before COVID-19, we were not on track to achieve the 2030 Development Agenda or the Paris Agreement. If anything that happened positive, it's basically trying to build and help in building systems for response and recovery. In the case of the UN, on the finance side, I would say that the efforts were very much about preventing a debt crisis, with many initiatives supported by the UN Secretary General in collaboration with the G20, in promoting the idea of the DSSI. Unfortunately, it ended in December 2021, supporting a common framework for debt management. All of that in efforts to prevent the debt crisis from happening. Same time, there was an encouragement of work at the country level in response and recovery on financing variety of activities, focusing on health, rolling out the vaccines, and supporting countries through different mechanisms in order to secure the required vaccines. But despite these efforts, we can really see discrepancy in the vaccination around the world, given the efforts and capacity at different countries level. That, in addition to that, I would say if I move to the IMF, we saw the unprecedented issuance of SDRs, $650 billion of SDRs. This is much bigger than what was released after the global financial crisis. Unfortunately, the focus in terms of issuance, given the quota-based system, it was very much biased toward the OECD countries. But now there is serious work regarding rechanneling, and for that, a new trust fund, Resilience and Sustainability Trust Fund, focusing on adequate response and recovery. Very much smart and green had been the motto for this new trust fund to channel up to $50 billion from the advanced economies to the low and middle income countries, and replenishment of the PRGT, which is the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust Fund for the low income countries. In addition to that, there have been a great deal of work on debt relief, paying some sort of good support to the countries that have been affected badly and more vulnerable to, than others through some variety of funds within the IMF. I would say then, if you consider the UN and the IMF, and I know that the World Bank had accelerated its help as well through IDA and other means of support for the more vulnerable countries, I think the international organizations had been helpful. Of course, the demands are much more than their capacity, which is basically about financing, technical assistance, and capacity development. In short, if you, in few seconds, I can say, given that we are facing still the COVID-19 crisis, compounded with the climate change challenges, and unfortunately, what we reach in Glasgow could be, as adequately described, better than expected, but less than hoped. So we still need to do more, not just in the mitigation side, but on the adaptation side. The third area of work, again on the prevention, we should really work together to prevent a debt crisis from confronting us. Because if we see more cases like the one that we saw recently in countries in distress like Chad, Ethiopia, or Zambia, there could be more difficulties facing low-income, middle-income countries, and this could really have a negative impact on the global system if it immigrated to emerging markets as well, especially with the increases of interest rates and the high inflation rates. The fourth and final issues on prevention, and the rest could be even longer, but given the more dependence today, like what we do today in communicating through digital means, we should really pay more attention to the prevention of cybersecurity impacting our lives. So these are four areas of prevention of priorities: climate, health, macroeconomic implications of COVID, and indeed the cybersecurity. And very quickly, if we need to push the agenda of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 development agenda at large, we need to mobilize resources toward three areas: investment in human capital, including health and education, and I'm speaking to our country, and in a region that took investments in human capital seriously, and I saw the good figures coming from Korea, Singapore, and Japan to be on the top of the list of countries that had done better than others in this area. The second is investment in infrastructure, including digital infrastructure. And the third would require investment in resilience. That includes the resilience of society and resilience of the planet. This again would require huge work, not at the country level, but definitely through the multilateral system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moyerdin. Next, Dr. Onabanjo, could you represent the position of the UN Population Fund?
Thank you, Professor. And it really is an honor to join this panel. And I must acknowledge my co-panelists and take this opportunity to also appreciate the partnership that we do share as UNFPA with the Republic of Korea. I think Dr. Mahmoud has really set, and like you, really set the scene in terms of what are really important things that we need to be doing going forward. And I come from an agency that is it's a UN operational agency that really has a mandate on matters of population dynamics and data, on gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, and on sexual and reproductive health and rights. And so I really wanted to pick up on one of the points Dr. Mohammed said around how we were already off track. And in a way, it was as if as we took one step forward, we were going back two in the context of really COVID, and really just showing how fragile what we thought were sustained development gains actually showed. And really, particularly the disproportionate toll that women, girls, and young people have, either pre the COVID pandemic, but definitely, really bearing the brunt of an unequal world, especially when it comes to rights, choices, and autonomy. So it's really from that perspective that I really wanted to share how UNFPA, as the United Nations Population Fund, and within the context of a broader UN sort of response, which the Secretary General obviously led with WHO as our specialized agency around COVID. And we came to it really through what we called our Global Response Program, which really had two main kind of objectives. The first, really to ensure that continuity of health systems, but of sexual and reproductive health systems specifically, in an ecosystem that was overwhelmed from really the COVID health complications that we saw, the deaths that you spoke to, but also that challenged many parts of what we call the health system, whether it was coming from supplies and the supplies disruption to health workers and their protection, and just them getting sick, to a range of things that really, in a way was tested through the pandemic. The other part of our sort of response or immediate global response was around women and the protection of women and girls from all forms of violence. And indeed, we spoke about the shadow pandemic. And so maybe just getting very concrete in terms of just, how we really adapted and adjusted our work. And I think this is important because, of course, it really is adapting to what government is then seeing as their own priority. And therefore, all attention kind of went to COVID from the highest levels. And what that did mean is some of the more sort of other, interventions that we are trying to promote in a sustainable development agenda was in a way disrupted or put on the side. And so one of the things we did very early on was really to give global estimates on what that impact the pandemic would mean on sexual and reproductive health and rights, and really narrowing in on the fact that nearly 12 million women may have lost to access to family planning services, and that would lead to unintended pregnancies, that the issues of FGM and child marriage, particularly in developing countries, would clearly increase by 2 million we projected, and that 1 million girls across Africa will never re-enter the school system because they were becoming pregnant. And that raising that alarm was very important. I think the other thing was really around vulnerability. And we worked within the context of our population vulnerability dashboard to really map and layer through geospatial who were those population and communities at highest risk, but also most left behind, and really targeted not only health, but social protection systems. I spoke about the disruption of supply chain, and we saw that and continues to see the ripple effect. But PPE equipment, for example, essential medicines and supplies, and UNFPA is one of the largest suppliers of contraceptive methods. So how do we get manufacturers? And again, that has led to a very important conversation around local manufacturing and the role of that, particularly on the continent that I know best, which is Africa. And maybe just on health workers, and I really want to sort of insist that they are the heroes of the response. And I think UNFPA, what we thought was, how do we ensure that health workers not only are protected from COVID, but particularly they are able to, again, adapt and evolve. And this is where technology and I think digital came in. And we had a partnership with Takeda that I want to particularly reference, which then again allowed us to do telemedicine in different ways. So those would be, and we had many things that we did. But I think the bottom line is the ability also of the UN system, and particularly the operational agencies, to adapt, to innovate, and to partner in a different way. to respond to some of this. I'll stop there for now, but really already enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Onabanjo. Mr. Thomas Abel, could you speak from the position of the ADB, what you have done to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic era?
Thank you, Professor Lee. And yes, ADB, quickly mobilized in early 2020 around the pandemic, and our initial response was a $20 billion program of lending and grants and technical assistance for our developing member countries to basically respond to the shock of the initial lockdowns and disruptions, economic disruptions. And that program was basically an emergency program that really the entire bank jumped on board and processed that program very quickly, in a very difficult time when everybody was working remotely. And since then, we've also funded a vaccine program for our developing member countries, $9 billion. And we've also basically reorganized our responses during the pandemic and looking beyond the pandemic, because we found that digital technologies now are coming to the forefront, and we're ramping up all of our efforts in that area. The pandemic has shown that without access to connectivity, vulnerable populations are much more at risk. It's very hard to get cash assistance programs distributed if we don't have digital means. Education and health services are impossible to reach without access to the internet. And our region still only has about 50% of people connected. So we have done all this work to respond to the pandemic, but also then looking at what it's going to mean beyond the pandemic. So we don't think that we'll go back to the old ways of doing things. And all of our developing member governments are very interested in new forms of digital solutions, payments and digital IDs and digital services, digital government services. And these are things that will make the region more robust for the rest of this pandemic and future pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly in the era of COVID-19 pandemic, certainly international organizations such as ADB, UNFPA, IMF, and other international organizations have played important part to tackle this issue. But as I mentioned in the beginning, under such circumstances, it appears to be the role of the individual government, individual country has been highlighted, while the role of the international organization has been rather downplayed, so which is very sad. So thank you for your presentation of the activities played by your international organizations to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me move to the second question. Under a pandemic situation, individual governments are expanding the roles in the emergency. The greater state intervention at the same time may overlap and even replace the role of the international organizations. What is your assessment on the role of the international organizations under the pandemic circumstances? In addition to the assessment, please forecast the role of the international organizations or suggest the expected role of international organizations in the future. I wish to hear the diplomats' opinions on this subject. Ambassador has now she's representing the Republic of Korea, but at the same time, she has worked for the GGGI for a long time. Maybe you have a very balanced perspective on this issue. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to the Yonsei University for organizing this GEEF 2022 dialogue, which is very useful. And I'm very pleased to share views and expertise and knowledge with other excellent panelists. Your question is very meaningful and important. COVID-19 pandemic severely have severely negative influence to developing countries, particularly LDCs and small island developing countries. And many of those countries are struggling with the decrease of national revenues, the increase of debts, and economic recession as well. As many previous speakers already mentioned, international organizations, I believe they played a wonderful role in supporting vulnerable countries. And at the same time, countries themselves have used a wide range of economic policies and financing tools to boost the economy again and mitigate the emergency situation. However, what I want to point out is there is an evidence that these policies are not fully supportive of the so-called environment and climate change considerations. What I want to say is, in that sense, international organizations have a huge space to play a role. International organizations, I think, they can advise countries to reorient government spending from environmentally harmful activities to neutral or climate-friendly sustainable recovery. Because some countries, in order to boost the economy in short time period, they are spending the money in investing in so-called fossil fuel areas. Instead of that, international organizations can advise governments to change the direction. After the outbreak of the pandemic, I believe all relevant international organizations, including like ADB, IMF, UNFPA, many other UN agencies, I think they have been strongly coherent in supporting developing countries to build back better and build back greener. So I'm very positive in assessing the roles of international organizations because sometimes many developing countries, they do not have enough capacity, they do not have enough resources, and sometimes they do not have expertise in building back better and building back greener. For future roles of international organizations, I would like to emphasize that the world has now Glasgow Climate Pact, which is mentioned by previous speakers. The Glasgow Climate Pact is a balanced outcome reflecting global ambition and countries' respective circumstances and capabilities. And the document provides clear guidance and pathway to all UN member countries to achieve carbon neutrality by the middle of this century and limit the increase of global temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. Climate change action is very comprehensive, covering all areas, like including not only economy, but also like human rights, gender equality, the children's rights as well. Therefore, I believe international organizations can strengthen their support to countries. Number one, in effective delivery of what countries have committed at Glasgow's. And number two, in more ambitious climate actions. And for meeting that purpose, I think international organizations can produce concrete results through focusing particularly on two activities. Number one is to provide effective policy advisory services to the countries. As I already mentioned, developing countries, in many cases, they do not have enough human resources to design and implement good policies. So policy advisors' role that can be more highlighted by international organizations. And secondly, I would like to say that international organizations can support particularly LDCs and small island developing countries to design and come up with so-called investment-ready projects. Developing countries, small island countries, they want to receive investment, particularly from the private sector. And we all know that public money is not enough in building so-called necessary infrastructure and supporting the economic recovery of the vulnerable countries. Therefore, international organizations can play a key role, so-called in making enabling environment in the developing countries to draw the investment from the private sector. So I know ADB, many UN agencies, they are playing a role of so-called arranger for blended financing, and they are providing good policy advisory services for making enabling environments as well. However, I believe those roles must be more strengthened. Yes, national governments' ownership is important. However, I believe the strong partnership between all stakeholders, including governments, international organizations, private sector, civil society, academia as well, all whole stakeholders must to work together in strong partnership in order to bring about real impact in the field. Maybe I can stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. Finally, Professor Hee-Jin Lee, would you like to add up some points from the academic perspective?
Thank you. Thanks all the participants for their insightful comments. If I am asked about the assessment on the role played by international organizations, I limit myself to that question by the moderator. I may say I am slightly disappointed. That means international organizations failed to play the role in this emergencies given to them, the role given to them, or the role expected to be played. I think it is not because of international organizations' lack of capability, but mainly because of the circumstances. By circumstances, I mean mainly the politicization of the pandemic at the global level, which is combined with vaccine nationalism at the domestic level. The politicization of the pandemic is caused by partially the rivalry between the US and China. But it does not mean that I blame both parties at the same level. Vaccine nationalism is strengthened by this external conflict, I think. So unless there's some change in these circumstances, it won't be easy for international organizations to play the role given to them. It's my personal view. Having said that, we still need to strive to find a way, for example, how to mitigate such a tension and to play the role expected. Thank you very much. I will be very short.
So I hear that some negative assessment role of the international organization played in the global pandemic situation. Any of you representing international organizations would like to respond to Professor Hee-Jin Lee's argument to defend your organization's activity? Dr. Onobanzo, would you like to?
Well, yes. And, I question whether it is just international organizations. I question whether we all did well, you know, in the response. And I think, you know, we were all, I think, slow to respond. I think, of course, to me, fundamental, the ability to have, and I think he spoke to that, the global solidarity that we needed to move in a collective way, because for the virus, it saw no borders. So there were obviously those sorts of issues. I do feel that, you know, and you know, we know that there's been criticism about did WHO move this response fast enough, did it declare it earlier enough, etc. But I do think, at least for the UN system, we were quick to I think refocus and really move things on. And you know, I think for us as the UN system, you know, it was really, and I sat in South Africa when the epidemic started, the pandemic started. And one thing I must say, and for least developing countries or developing countries, what was very impressive on the continent was the way, indeed, the political sort of, the political might that came into being. And you know, we almost said, if this is the way it can mobilize, not only, you know, as a member state, but as a whole Africa Union bloc, when the presidents came together and they moved the Africa CDC, it was a whole different kind of ball game. And to us as the UN, that's the sort of response we want to see for development issues in general, for the climate challenges. And in a way, I think, to me, that is an indication of the potential that when we can mobilize around a common issue, not only do states perform, and indeed we want to see that government leadership and ownership as the UN and really accompany them on those journey, but definitely when they then do it in blocks with powerful sort of alliances. And I think in a way it was that and the partnership then, you know, the UN could then really see that and really be the supportive, and as Ambassador said, the policy guide to that, and bring all its best assets in a way to really support that response. So that's what I feel. You know, clearly, you know, it is political. And so if there's anything, I do agree, it is a political toss game. And I think Dr. Mohammed wants to come in definitely around that. Go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Mohammed, would you like to add up some of your points?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I sympathize with what Professor Lee just mentioned. The expectations of the people in the international organizations are really high, and the capacity to deliver is very much limited by resources, by political leadership. At the end of the day, these organizations are intergovernmental organizations. So they are as good as their membership are. And we cannot hide the fact that in a world with lots of tensions, including geopolitical tensions, it's really a miracle that I would say that some of these international organizations are still able to function without being totally paralyzed. And in the case of the IFIs, the World Bank, the IMF, and perhaps the regional development banks as adequately represented, I think they managed to protect themselves from these geopolitical tensions. Unfortunately, I would say that the WTO for many years now had been almost paralyzed, and my good sister Ngozi is doing her best to bring some sort of effectiveness back to this organization that was very much threatened as a rule-based organization, not to do anything useful for trade. So here, I wouldn't really say it's just an issue of technical matter or efficiency issues, but it's basically about this global landscape that we are working on. The second thing, when it comes to resources, including financial and technical resources, there is a great deal of inadequacy in response at a country level. If you assume that the UN system, the organizations are very much a unified factor there, you can see this kind of variability based on country-specific readiness to deal with crises. We have seen, and it's not just related to income or being advanced or not. We have seen some poor or low-income countries did very well in dealing with the crisis because of good leadership, mobilization of resources. So I would really put that as well in the matters related to the political economy conditions at the countries in concern. One final thing. Few months before the announcement of the pandemic as officially a pandemic by the WHO, the global group, the global preparedness group, that is a joint effort by the WHO and the World Bank, put a very sobering report calling it a world at risk, warning everybody that we are going to be seeing threats coming from variety of communicable diseases, and warned us that we are either suffering from negligence and lack of action, and then this is normally followed by panic. So not responding adequately to early warning systems or early warnings coming from international organizations and the independent panel that came out actually as a result of the Ebola crisis, nobody listened. So I think here what we need is perhaps take this call by the Secretary General on his our common agenda. Let's learn from the hard lessons of not just neglecting health, education, climate, and other aspects of international cooperation. And then we see that the price of not taking them seriously is much higher than the cost of preparedness and prevention.
Thank you, Dr. Moyed. And I think the people generally, and particularly living in the developing world, they have a great expectation of the role of the international organizations. Many of the students regard, in my class, they also regard international organizations as omnipotent beings in tackling global issues. However, there are some limitations as well. So I certainly agree that, as Ambassador Kim said, that partnership between international bodies, what is so-called transnationalization between governments, international organizations, and NGOs, and so on. So I think that kind of cooperation will be greatly appreciated to tackle global pandemic issues. Thank you. Let me move to the next issue. I think that the pandemic situation has caused additional crisis to the global communities. Most visibly, it has made the income inequality worse across the countries. From the perspective of inequality, please suggest your opinions whether we need a change in the current model for development and cooperation. Who would you like to start? Dr. Moyeldin or Mr. Abel? Would you like to start first? Mr. Abel?
Sure. I do think that the inequality, especially during the pandemic, has come to the forefront. As I mentioned before, even inequality, not just in income, but access to health, access to internet, access to education has been severely impacted. And, you know, in the digital world, we have, for the last 20 years, really depended on the private sector and the rapid innovation that has brought tremendous growth and progress. But I think that now we're seeing that the inequality that's resulting from it is suddenly people realizing that it's not acceptable. And I think this is also an opportunity for the international development organizations to step up, because our developing member governments need help navigating these changes in society, especially around technology and climate. You know, the international organizations have expertise and are trusted partners that are not just trying to push their own, you know, technology or business agenda. And there just aren't enough of those. You know, we have so much demand right now from our developing member governments in these areas because the citizens of these countries are now expecting something to change. They're expecting these new technologies to be more available, and they're expecting it that all the benefits are not just going to go to the top. And I think we do have a chance now, and ADB is really moving in that direction to focus on these new innovations and technologies so that our programs can foster a sustainable and inclusive development, you know, not just you know, as growth for the sake of growth. Thank you.
Dr. Moyeldin?
Well, I cannot agree more with what just mentioned by Thomas Abel, and in including issues related to discrepancy and divergence when it comes to technology and access to the internet as one of the aspects of inequality of the 21st century. And actually that was the title of one of the UNDP recent reports about the inequality in the 21st century. This doesn't just mean inequality of income, which actually had deteriorated, or matters related to poverty. We know that 100 million people had been thrown into extreme poverty trap for the first time since 1998. We see this kind of a change of the good trajectory that we have been following. The worrying part is that digital means of communication and access are becoming more and more critical for any kind of advancements on opportunities. And the digital divide, I remember when I was at the World Bank, there was a very important report, I think I presented it at some stage in Seoul, about the digital dividend and digital divide. There is definitely a digital dividend if you have access, and the digital divide, you see it when you have really this kind of complication, either in terms of coverage or quality of coverage or cost of coverage. And then we go within countries, you will see again another kind of discrepancy, rural and urban, and women and men. The only good sign that given the interest of the younger generation, there is more keen interest by the younger generation to have access, but despite the keen interest, there is some obstacle related to cost and affordability. So a good role for the multilateral system is to bridge the gap, as mentioned by Mr. Abel here. But the technical means are there, but the costs are huge. In order to achieve what's there in SDG 9, which is referring to access to the internet, we may need something roughly between 430 to 470 billion dollars. $500 billion are required in investments in broadband solutions, upgrading the skills and availing devices, especially for the low and middle income countries. May I just add to what was mentioned earlier by Ambassador Kim? While I have full sympathy for low income countries and small islands when it comes to inequality, but and poverty as well, and they need more help. But actually the middle income countries as well need serious help. We shouldn't really be forgetting that middle income countries are 70% of the population of the world. And they have more than 60% of those who are suffering from extreme poverty. While I'm happy to see some good attention being provided to low income countries through IDA, through special programs, including from the World Bank, ADB, and from the IMF and the UN system, the high income countries have adequate access to markets and to solutions, and they have their means of cooperation. We have now what I consider, like others, at the missing middle. So when we deal with this issue of discrepancy, including to access to markets and access to the internet, some serious attention needs to be given to the middle income countries to be inclusive enough.
Yes, Dr. Onabanjo, would you like to add something?
No, I mean, I think these are extremely important points, and really, particularly on the middle income, I mean, we see the largest variation in inequalities within those contexts, and you know, and yet you're dealing with a different type of cooperation, at least for us as operational agencies, where you know, it isn't then just about capacity. It's really challenging us to transform, I think. And I know that definitely for UNFPA, we've had to transform our model of business in the context of that, because it is really being able to really help them identify those left behind, those furthest, looking at data in a different way. And I really do want to bring in the private sector here, because I think, and we were just listening to the SG and his, you know, his readout on the latest Edelman Trust Barometer reports, and where, you know, people find, again, we still see a trust deficit by civilization and by people. And indeed, where, interestingly enough, trust lies more is not in governments, but actually in private sector and in some of the community structures. And so in a way, I think as we think again critically about cooperation as we move forward, it's not only just really finding those communities that are left behind and really understanding what the drivers of some of those structural barriers and, you know, structural drivers of those inequalities. And again, from a woman's perspective, you know, what that means in terms of social culture norms, in terms of abuse of rights, etc. And really then building that trust system really from the bottom based on that evidence. And then the roles that others, particularly civil society, private sectors, women's groups can actually do. So yeah, really just supporting and building on.
Mm-hmm. I suppose we already have moved to the next point of the discussions, which is concerning the digital transformation in development and cooperation. I'd like to give these questions particularly to Professor Lee and Professor Kwok concerning digital transformation. One interesting phenomenon currently ongoing is that the pandemic situation has speedily advanced the countries into, as I mentioned, digital transformation. Lots of countries have adopted online-based long-distance learning for education system, for example. The digital society may require a fresh paradigm for development and cooperation, perhaps totally different from the current one. What do you think the digital initiatives for development projects or the any digitalization in the project operation? And also, on the other hand, digital transformation may speed up the problem of social inequality, the so-called digital divide among countries. How can international organizations can prepare for this possible side effect? I think Professor Hee-Jin Lee is the specialist in this area, and also Professor Kwok has done a lot of research in this topic, on this topic as well. Would you like to start first?
Thank you very much, the generous introduction. For this question, I'd like to make 2 points. First, not just a new paradigm, we still need back to the basic. I'm going to explain that later. And second, we need to devise a global level principle for platformization in and for developing countries. First, digital. What do I mean by the back to the basic? Digital transformation still requires infrastructure, network infrastructure, as indicated by Dr. Mohildin, he said we needed a broadband wired network infrastructure. And not just in mobile communications. There is a misleading concept, to my opinion, regarding mobile communications and leapfrogging. As mobile communications advance in developing countries, yes, people there can enjoy the same applications as used in developed countries. So in that sense, mobile has capability to make leapfrogging in some domains, but there are still fundamental constraints with mobile communications only. As indicated in the question, in the example, we used this type of online conversation without any problem. Even though we take it for granted as we do it now, but kids and students in developing countries cannot enjoy it at the same level without wired network infrastructure, I think. So still, we need to invest on telecommunications, in particular, broadband, wired infrastructure in developing countries. Nowadays, the focus is going on mobile only, but without investment on such infrastructures, it seems they enjoy the same applications as used by in developing countries at the surface level, but the fundamental digital gap will remain. And second, regarding the platforms and platformatization, nowadays we cannot say anything about digital transformation without mentioning platform or platformatization, which is directly related to data issues such as data localization and data sovereignty. If platforms mainly run by IT giants from US and now increasingly by Chinese companies, dominate businesses and industry in developing countries with that kind, those platforms, they take data away from developing countries or the in principle owner of the data, and it will make a vicious circle due to the network effects and the increasing lock-in. So it will lead to a new type of dependency of developing countries coming from the nature or characteristics of platforms and data. So we needed to devise a global level principle for platformatization in and for developing countries. International organizations needed to pay attention to this matter, although I understand there are lots of constraints. Thank you very much.
Professor Kwak?
Thank you for the introduction. Since my major is commerce, I do like to approach from the perspective of commerce. My comments are quite related to Professor Hee-Jin Lee, but there are some differentiation. So in principle, digital technology is already a part of our lives, and digital initiatives are important for development projects. But I see several issues here. Well, the issue, in my opinion, is not the technology itself, but how to use that. First of all, the digital tech is with us, but not all people can access it. So that's the digital divide, digital literacy. And my concern is the income inequality strengthened by the differentiated level of digital literacy. So that will make the income inequality problem. And perhaps the second issue related to my field is the digital norm and standards just being started to be discussed. So we have the trade norm set by WTO, but we do not have the online trade norm. And even the countries just started to talk about the digital trade norm, and it's very recent. And in all this course, the developing countries are isolated or stay very peripheral. It's mainly led by the advanced countries, including United States. Lots of people say that digitalization is another paradigm, a very powerful technical paradigm. And I'm afraid that digital transformation may cause another north-south divide. But at the same time, it's true that digital tech can combine these traditional development areas, for example, education, medical service, agricultural industry, or environmental protection. So I'm at academia, but I would like to see the international organizations commit more to include the developing countries and the least developing countries in the discussion about how to say making the norm, making the platform, technical paradigm that equally applicable to the voices of the developing countries. That's it.
Thank you. Certainly, this digitalization, digital transformation is one of the hot topics in discussing the role of the international organizations. Certainly, as Professor Hee-Jin Lee and Professor Kwok suggested, digitalization is very much Janus-faced phenomenon. One is very effective and also hopeful, but the other side, it can also deepen the divide between the South and North and the divide between social strata as well. So I think, I wish I could spend more time to talk about this issue, but certainly I think, yes, international organization must pay extra attention to it. Dr. Moyeldin, would you like to intervene?
Right. Yes, and very quickly, first of all, I'm very, very happy with the sober description of the problem and the possible solutions as put by Professor Lee and Professor Kwok. I think it's a gimmick to say, well, people have access to mobile phones, so problems of digitalization and access are resolved. The matter requires more of investments in infrastructure, the ecosystem, and I would say as well, in some analog investments. It's not just about digital. You need really to take health seriously, education seriously for the skills that are required to deal with the outcomes and fruits of digitalization. So the investments in the infrastructure side need really to be matching the investments in the skills side. And that's why I think the issue of the huge costs required, it's not just about building the networks, but basically how to invest in the skills at the same time. Good news is that I'm not aware of any agency of the UN system, the World Bank, IMF, and even the organizations that do not have the words of tech or technology or digital attached to their titles, but all of them, they have strategies to embrace them because of this issue of interconnectedness. How they are going to be doing that will never happen without partnership with the business sector and with the societies at large. The good news is that these strategies are very well identified. They are going to be costly, but the good news that they are going to be bearing benefits. There are some early estimates that 10% improvement in digital access would increase GDP growth of low-income countries and middle-income countries by anything between 1.5 to 2%. Thanks to advancements in the access to the markets, industry and innovation in SDG 8, improvement in health. There is some improvements actually as well that could be there realized in SDG 5 on gender and other aspects as well of inequality that could be reduced. So yes, the costs are going to be huge. They require partnership, but the benefits in the short term and midterm are going to be justifying the public and private investments in these areas. But we need to be actually mindful to the fact of this notion that we are living in a wild west when it comes to systems of regulations, supervision, and protection, the cyber system as well from possible penetration. So while we are improving access, we need to improve regulations and protection of data systems at the same time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Professor, allow me to just build
yes,
on that,
please.
because I think that just is these are just so fundamental. I think for us as UNFPA, again, an operational UN agency, and like Dr. Mohammed said, this was the one thing that I think we've all, really grown in leaps and bounds in terms of our ability, especially the operational agencies, to really leverage and broker innovation in digital partnerships in the response to the pandemic. We've done that in telemedicine, we've done that in education systems, but the reality of those divides, and so I like the dividend and divide, but the reality of them are very stark for developing countries, and particularly for women. And in as much as we think women, along the life course, really, because we were seeing that when educational systems closed and women and girls were out of school and everybody was then trying to pivot to online, that didn't happen for the young rural girl in Africa. They couldn't even afford, for all those young people that we engage in programs, and we give them Android phones and stuff like that. They couldn't even afford data airtime. They couldn't participate in things that they would have done, So I think we really have an particularly an uphill battle to really call for that investment to address that digital divide. One other aspect, and I think it links onto cybersecurity from a different perspective, and from UNFPA, particularly looking at issues of gender-based violence, it's really how those platforms and technology has actually facilitated violence. I mean, the online violence is widespread, particularly for women. 85% of women with an access to an internet report witnessing online violence. And the data have experienced it personally. And indeed, one of the things that UNFPA has particularly looked at is really how can we, and we have a campaign called, copyright or body right, where tech companies and policymakers, can place greater value on protection of copyrights than on the rights of human beings and women online is questionable to us. And so this issue, particularly of regulation of security, and our Secretary General, again, has committed really to looking at a global code of conduct, a global digital compact, and really encouraging at this side, as we look at safety and affordability of digital access, that we will also look at regulations and that security.
Thank you. This is a really interesting subject to discuss. I wish I could spend more time for this topic, but because of the time limit, we have to move to the next question, which is the major concern of the GEEF, the SDG issue. So we have discussed up to now mainly the role of the international organizations, but at the same time, I want to ask some questions on the SDGs, the programs in your organization and also the Korean government as well. As a member of the global communities and stakeholder for the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG initiative, do you have any internal or intra-organizational guideline or internal program for SDG or ESG at present, particularly in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic? Ambassador, would you like to mention the Korean government's case, or other the officials from the international organizations can represent their position as well? Would you like to start first?
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. By the way, I would like to say that this is really, really wonderful discussion, very useful. Regarding SDGs and the role of governments and international organizations, first of all, I would like to mention that Korea's development cooperation policy is based on 4 Ps: peace, prosperity, people, and planet. So we all know that peace is a fundamental condition for development, And also all countries, they want to achieve economic and social prosperity. And also we discussed a lot about like human rights, women, children, vulnerable people. So human rights must be one of the backbone elements of development. And also planet, because we don't have any planet B. So climate change action, nature-based solutions, they must be a key element of development as well. So Korea's development policy is based on 4 Ps: peace, prosperity, people, and planet. And based on those key principles, actually, Korea is focusing on partnership, mutual learning, and also coherent, integrated approach. Korea has a specialized development cooperation agency, which is named Korea International Cooperation Agency. As you can recognize at the name of this agency, cooperation, partnership, they are the key concept in Korea's development policy. We want to work with our partner countries as an equal partner for cooperation. And in order to strengthen the cooperation, actually, a deep understanding of local context is a key, and sharing knowledges, experiences, and expertise, know-hows, they are important as well. That's why Korea, we have like country offices in many developing countries to understand better the local circumstances, local expertise, and local context. And also we are managing many knowledge sharing programs with our partners. We don't want to just give our knowledge to our partners. We really want to share knowledge among ourselves so that we can learn each other and we can be mutually reinforcing. When we are talking about SDGs, I believe the integrated approach by international organizations in order to achieve the SDGs, they are very important as well. We all discussed about inequality and digital divide, economic prosperity, access to the digital technology, infrastructure building, all of them are important. However, at the same time, we need to protect privacy, we need to protect human rights, we need to respect the human beings. Therefore, how to make an ecosystem of coherent and integrated activities, that's a key concept in all SDG related activities, I believe. So just due to the time limit, I must stop here, and I'm happy to hear the views from other panelists.
Yes, I want to hear some views from the international organizations. Who would you like to share the views with us on SDGs?
I can go next if you like.
Yes, please, Mr. Abel.
Yes, so as all of the MDBs are focused on the SDGs and the environmental sustainability, it's become a core part of our mission. The department that I'm in ADB is actually called Sustainable Development and Climate Change. And our role is to guide all of our financial activities and policy activities to support the Sustainable Development Goals and climate sustainability. And over the last 10 years, the bank has completely transformed around this so that all of our lending activities and all of our policy support is rigidly designed to meet our our objectives in these areas. And of course, we also work with our developing member governments in order to help them assess how they're progressing towards the Sustainable Development Goals and supporting them in, improving their capacity to, to derive that support, not just with our own lending, but also with, within their own capacity for, for more generally. So yeah, it's kind of hard to summarize because it's sort of like everything that we do. But I'll stop there and pass it back to you. Thank you.
Dr. Onabanjo, would you like to?
Yes, yes. I mean, again, the UN system, is there to really deliver on with and in support of the SDGs as a whole. UNFPA particularly, interest is in SDG 3 on better health and health across the life course, as you said, and particularly looking at how sexual and reproductive health is really part and parcel of primary health care, universal health coverage, and health system strengthening. And so that's on that in some way or the other. The other one is on gender, so SDG 5. And indeed, we're custodians of many of the targets, whether it's on ending harmful practices, gender-based violence, on gender parity, on the strength of women in decision-making, etc. So there's, and again, each agency will have where it's, but collectively, I think what it happens is it's brought together at the country level under really the acceleration of this agenda. So that's one thing I want to say. The second is really to appreciate the Republic of Korea, because we are a UN agency that is voluntary supported. So we don't get access contribution. And we've talked about financing international organizations, particularly the UN. And so we really do depend on that and our support. I mean, we've seen the Republic of Korea, and I like, really step up, not only financially, but it's that, partnership that Ambassador spoke to, that partnership of equal grounds, of looking at knowledge. And definitely, we have an excellent global program on low fertility and aging that is supported by the Republic of Korea. And that indeed, we work hand in hand with KOISTAT, Statistics Korea, to really, again, build capacity of statisticians, of demographers, those who understand population dynamics and can use that in planning. And indeed, that has been, and in censuses, in really strengthening data systems as the foundation for what we can do. We've got some really exciting work as well with Korea on digital, on innovation in countries like Rwanda, where we've worked with, and definitely with your university. We're looking again at how with Samsung and digital, we're really able to look for technologies that are low cost, but that can be scaled up really in developing countries. And the one that particularly comes to mind is the work that we are doing with you around technologies that really can help us identify cancers in women, and that can really put them into an online system and really improve the screening of that. So very tangible, things. And what is really key is how we then get it to scale. And I think this is the collective partnership where we then make sure that, it's the development banks, it's the governments that can really look at domestic. And I know with the Asia Development Bank, we've got partnerships around innovative financing and looking at domestic financing to raise the issues. So really, fantastic collaboration, agree with the principles in which we are. I think that the whole notion of development, cooperation, and of aid has changed. And there's on both sides, there is a sense that it needs to be flexible, it needs to be predictable, it needs to be transparent, it needs to be conducive to broader innovative partnerships that we see. And I think that will really help us as we move forward. But really just wanted to appreciate at this stage the excellent collaboration that we have, both technically, intellectually, but also financially.
Thank you. Unfortunately, because of the time limit, we must move to the final subject of the discussion. Actually, many of the participating members of this panel are and will be the students who are interested in international development cooperation, and also who want to seek their future career in the major international organizations. Would like to suggest important and keywords and suggestions for Korea on international development cooperation. Particularly all of you, we appreciate not only the suggestions from the international organizations. Already, of course, Dr. Onabanjo already said some good comments on and expectations for Korean government on the international development cooperation. And also I'd like to hear some more suggestions and keywords from other international organizations such as IMF and ADB. Dr. Moyeldin, could you say some words for expressing your expectations for the Korean government and its activities on international development cooperation?
Right. Thank you so much. And perhaps I would be building my suggestions on what Ambassador Kim just mentioned on the approach. Korea in itself gives hope, because a few decades back, it was not even qualified to borrow for development. It was dependent on aid. And Mr. Ban Ki-moon and Dr. Jim Kim were proud, actually, as proud Koreans, mentioning that when they were leaders of the UN system and the World Bank. Now, Korea is a G20 country, an OECD country, active in a two-way partnership and bridge between advanced economies and emerging markets and developing economies. It's not just about aid and support which is being provided, but as mentioned as well by the ambassador, in issues related to technical cooperation. I cannot really say and how proud I am to see the work of KDI, for instance, and the Sky University, Seoul, Korea, and Yonsei, in enhancing knowledge in Africa and many developing economies and emerging markets. And linking that to your earlier question, where it's basically the framework that we can really have all of the work advanced enough to help us progressing and achieving development. That would be on the SDGs and ESG. SDGs when it comes to countries, ESG when it comes to companies. And here, I think the evidence-based using technology approach and data will require this kind of partnership. So if the students and researchers are excelling in areas related to data systems, treating big data and using technology, that would be great for everyone. The second area is on finance. And there are many important financial institutions, private and governmental ones, that really could help bridging the gaps, because the gap is huge. When we started the 2030 agenda back in 2015, we're talking about $2.5 trillion gap. Now, OECD is saying that's more than 4 trillion. So all of the efforts of the MDBs, the IMF, all of that are helping, but that needs really to be leveraged under the notion of billions to trillions that they say. The third area, which is very important, beyond finance and data, will be guided again by evidence. If you happen to be in the practice of growth and development, using knowledge, that would be great, because even if you have the finance and the data, issues related to quality of designing policies, implementing them, monitoring them, evaluating them, is a critical area of work. And here there is a great role for the researchers, the experts, and the students coming from elite universities and serious academic institutions to come and help in the different aspects of development, not just in the low-income countries, but in the different categories of incomes. I would say we need to be more inclusive than what we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Abel?
Thank you. Yes, I think that, Korea is a shining example of development cooperation, and we do a lot of programs within ADB with various organizations, and I think I agree with what the other panelists have said, and especially the idea of technology transfer, because the developing countries do not want to just be, overwhelmed by foreign technology. As Professor Lee mentioned about platforms, this is, really a critical issue. And I think that Korea is in a very unique situation of having become a technology powerhouse, but also being willing to, provide development assistance through that technology in ways that are more fundamental than just handing them over to your private sector partners and letting them build markets. And I think this is going to, in the post-pandemic era, it's going to be even more important as developing countries are going to realize it's not just getting access to technology, but that knowledge and being able to develop the internal capacity. And I really like the example of the TIPS program in Korea, which is the leading startup incubator that is very heavily supported by the government, and it's very successful with your tech startup companies. And I think this is an area where a lot of the developing member governments are just beginning to understand that they need to build out their own technology industries and startups, and Korea is a great example of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Kim, would you like to say some keywords for future Korean government's positions on international development cooperation?
Thank you. I just want to say one word: whole of the society approach, because development cooperation, it cannot be dominated by governments or public sectors. And we have a private business community, we have philanthropic organizations, we have strong civil society and academia like Yonsei University as well. So in order to bring about real impact in the field, I believe whole of the society approach, inviting every shareholders playing a part, that's really a key to make a success.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really want to prolong our session, but I think we have spent too much time already. So I think I have to close the panel right now. So, well, as I mentioned, as the scholar of international development cooperation, I often ask myself whether what is going to be the future of the international development cooperation, particularly to promote sustainable development, to achieve sustainable development goals, for example, which is very difficult, very difficult project to achieve. So as Ambassador Kim suggested, we need the participation not only from the government, but also from the society as well, civil society as well. So we need to change our mind, and also we need to appreciate the values of the global community. I think to achieve that goals, I think the role of the international organizations cannot be over-exaggerated. It is very important. So as I mentioned, the ordinary people of the global community, they have a very great expectation of the internet power and capacity of the international organizations. So that's why we are having this kind of panel and conference. So you need to encourage young students and scholars to encourage to think about more about international development cooperation. Otherwise, no one will appreciate the future of the development cooperation. thank you very much for your participation. And also, this is not the last. I hope next year we will be rejoining to discuss post-pandemic, the achievement in the post-pandemic era. Until then, goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee Yeon-ho and the panelists for valuable insights on effective partnerships. Now, it is time for the last feature session of day 1. The session will be on artificial intelligence for better engagement and empowerment, moderated by Professor Ki-hyun Lee, the Chair of Creative Technology Management of Underwood International College at Yonsei University.
Welcome everyone to the feature session on AI, artificial intelligence for better engagement and empowerment. My name is Ki-hyun Lee, and I'm Associate Professor at Underwood International College of Yonsei University. Last year, we held this session for the first time and invited distinguished speakers from academia, industry, international organization. We discussed issues such as the use of AI and machine learning to tackle climate change, global standards for the responsible use of AI, and the role of industry in promoting widespread adoption of AI tools. As adoption of AI continues to grow, the tools and the best practices to make the most out of AI are also becoming more sophisticated. Events such as the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic and climate emergencies are part of our new reality. As champions for sustainable development, we must be at the forefront and discuss how to best harness this technology to address new challenges. This year, we have a panel of returning speakers. We will continue last year's conversation and showcase their progress over the last year. We'll also discuss the adoption and impact of AI in 2021, recent AI uses for sustainable development, and our projections and hopes for how to shape its adoption in the future. It is my honor to introduce Dr. David Rolnick, Dr. Jung Ha, and Dr. Jessup Lee. Dr. David Rolnick is an assistant professor in Canada, CFR AI chair in the School of Computer Science at McGill University and at Mila, Quebec, AI Institute. He is a co-founder and chair of Climate Change AI and serves as scientific co-director of sustainability in the digital age. Dr. Jung Ha is the head of Naver AI Lab and is directing AI research of Naver. Dr. Jessup Lee is the director of the ITU Telecommunications Standardization Bureau. And we're so glad to welcome you again this year and hope that this continuous and close exchange of ideas will inspire our viewers and show that interdisciplinary collaboration is possible. Please let's hear from Dr. Ha first, and you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. I will share my screen. Okay, good. Yes, hello everyone. I'm Jung Ha from Naver Global AI Lab. I'm happy to see you again and share our efforts for global engagement with respect to AI. Last year, I introduced our various technologies, applications, and efforts
for AI. Today, I will more focus on leveraging hyperscale AI for better society, which has been one of the hottest issues in recent AI. Before entering, I briefly introduce neighbor. Currently, there remain only 3 countries which they have their own search engine company, not dominated by Google. Yandex in Russia, Baidu in China, and Naver in Korea. Considering various situations, including political environments, I think Naver is the only one. Okay. Actually, Naver is a global platform company. We provide a wide range of services such as search engines, messenger, news, blog, video, cartoon, etc. in many countries. Naver is very popular in Europe and the US. Line is a global messenger platform. We acquired Wattpad, the #1 web novel platform in the world, and Wallapop, EU #1 e-commerce platform. Clover is an AI headquarter of Naver, so most services of Naver and Line use AI technologies developed by Clover. Okay. At the panel discussion in last year, I emphasized AI as a powerful tool for productivity. So I introduced diverse AI applications such as OCR, speech recognition, voice synthesis, and AI-based call services for small, medium enterprises. Today, I will share 3 main themes like this. I'd like to remind that the most important thing of a platform company is the sustainable growth of platform players, including users, small, middle enterprises, and content creators, which leads to the growth of a tech platform company. We believe that AI is a core tool for achieving their sustainable growth. Although the advancement of deep learning brought many benefits, recent hyperscale AI can give users amazing functions which cannot be done by conventional AIs. Since OpenAI released GPT-3, many global tech companies have focused on this hyperscale AI and show totally new applications that is difficult to imagine. For example, OpenAI Copilot and DeepMind Alpha code can generate human-level program codes. OpenAI's GPT-3-based model can solve even international mathematics Olympiad problems. So Naver also started to develop hyperscale AI from October 2020, and we opened our hyperscale AI Hyperclover in May last year. Beyond model production, we have successfully applied our Hyperclover to diverse applications. In particular, we focus on contributing to our platform users as a more powerful tool. For example, Hyperclover is applied to refine user queries for better search results, recommend the product or event titles, verify some toxic comments by malicious customers for sellers of our e-commerce. The most meaningful application, I think, is care call service. I remember that I introduced Clover Care Call Service, AI agent that gives a call to quarantines of COVID-19. We extended it for more social disadvantaged people who need some help. For example, older people who have no family and live alone. The officers cannot cover all these people tightly. Our care call leveraging Hyperclover can give a call to these people, ask their health, and support them emotionally. According to our user survey, most of them like to make a conversation with our care call service, and even some people say they wait for the call every day. One of the distinctive points of Hyperclover is that it might make a paradigm shift of AI service development process. We developed a Hyperclover-based web application integrating convenient UI and UX, which is Clover Studio. We found the possibility of no-code AI, where any people who are not familiar with machine learning and software engineering can make their own AI-based simple proof of concept demonstration using our Clover Studio. AI literacy is the main issue for future. For better AI literacy in Korea, Naver enhanced more AI training and education courses for AI newbies. Beyond Korea, Naver contributes to global AI engagement. We established AI centers with 2 universities in Vietnam, HUST and PTIT. Many Vietnam young people want to learn AI, but there are not sufficient opportunities. So Naver provides some AI curriculums, hardware infrastructures, and collaboration research projects with 2 universities. In this year, our collaboration will be extended to more universities. Naver believes constructing the global AI ecosystem is very important for sustainable growth. So we will continue our efforts for better AI and better society. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Changhua. I guess Naver is lowering the barriers of AI for users and having many partnerships with others to help people. Okay, let's hear from Dr. Chas Lee. You may share your screen, Dr. Lee.
Yes, thank you very much. I can try to share this my screen now. I hope you see this my screen. I expect. Okay, colleagues and friends, my thanks again for this very kind invitation of today. ITU is the International Telecommunication Union, the United Nations specialized agency for ICTs. We have a global membership with 193 member states, over 800 private members, and also more than 150 universities. So I believe no other organization in the world has our unique public-private partnership models. What we have to do now is we are coordinate the global allocation of radio frequency spectrum and the satellite orbital positions. We develop international standards, providing the technical foundations for communication networks that we support of developing countries around the world in setting up their information and communication infrastructures. Much of today's cutting-edge research includes artificial intelligence. This fact is also reflected in the work of ITU, where numerous work items refer to machine learning and AI. So we believe that everyone should participate in the conversation to determine how AI will factor into our future. So for this reason, ITU offers several platforms on AI, which are open to anyone. No membership is required. So AI for Good, organized by ITU, is the leading UN platform where conversations take place on AI, how AI can foster the sustainable development goals. AI for Good is an all-year, always online platform with almost daily programming. I already reported that last year. We featured startups as well as Nobel Prize laureates. So AI for Good is supported by 40 UN partners this year, as well as a range of industry sponsors. So AI for Good reached an audience of last year over 180,000 people from 182 countries. I'd like to highlight our series of expert talks on machine learning in 5G, AI and climate science, AI and health, trustworthy AI, geospatial AI, AI and robots. So AI for Good has just launched a new service. So our networking platform, which we branded Neural Networks. So we invite you to join this platform to network and to watch hundreds of hours content. Much of ITU's technical work has been spawned by AI for good. So technical work takes place in groups that we call focus groups. So this focus group also open platforms. No membership is required. I really invite you to look at these neural networks. There are tons of opportunity to network together. So one of our most exciting work items take place in the focus group on AI for health, driven by ITU together with the WHO. The health is a high risk, high stakes, and complex use cases, but with immense potential. So standards for AI in health are largely missing so far, but urgently needed. The technical, medical, scientific, policy, regulatory, and business aspects need to be considered in these standardization efforts and addressed on a global scale. So key gap identified early in this process is the lack of an independent platform to evaluate AI solutions. So 2 years ago, the focus group launched the so-called Open Code Initiative that has since evolved into a complete assessment platform run by ITU-WHO together in the cloud, where the entire data and the model ecosystem is integrated. This end-to-end solution stands out because it addresses all relevant aspects throughout the entire AI life cycle. So in the platform prototype, which is currently being tested in a pilot phase, so data can be uploaded and annotated, and the models can be tested and evaluation metrics generated. This is the first not-for-profit inter-regions AI model assessment platform prototype. So being developed in collaboration with the country-level regulatory agencies that have an interest in independent model assessments before granting of approval. So I put this might be interesting for you. ITU has a launch of this machine learning tool set for communication networks. We just finished our second AI in 5G challenge. Over 1,600 professionals and students from over 80 countries, they participated to solve real problems in communication networks. We are now in process of curating the third edition of ITU AI in 5G challenge, as well as launching of these geospatial challenges. Our focus group on AI for natural disaster management is run together with the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and the United Nations Environment Program, and examines how AI can be used to monitor and detect floods, tsunami, insect plagues, landslides, avalanches, wildfires, and more. Last October, we started together with a number of UN partners, the AI for Road Safety Initiative. So based on the work of our focus groups on autonomous and assisted driving, the AI for Road Safety Initiative will explore the role of AI in the following areas like road safety data and regulatory frameworks, safer vehicles, road infrastructures, and the post-crash response. AI, we have a focus group, another focus group studying environmental efficiency of AI and other technologies, which produce guidelines on the requirements, assessment, and measurement of technologies such as AI. Recently, we have our latest audition is a focus group on AI and the Internet of Things for digital agriculture, together with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. This will explore the potential of AI and IoT in supporting data acquisition and handling, improving modeling from a growing volume of agricultural and the geospatial data, and providing effective communication for interventions related to the optimization of agricultural production processes. AI has extraordinary potential, as we know that IT also faces considerable challenges like bias, the lack of data, security breaches, lack of explainability of AI models, the lack of equitable access to know-how and the computing power. So all of these challenges require the collaboration and competition, I believe, among many stakeholders. So IT offers a unique platform, brings together governments, companies, academia, and non-governmental organizations. So I invite you to join AI for Good movement to build better future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chesopley. From Dr. Ha's presentation, we could see that industry like Naver is working hard on AI for better engagement and empowerment, certainly. Now we see that ITU has been accelerating AI for good by having platforms where various groups can learn and work together. Great work. Thank you. And lastly, let's hear from Dr. David Rolnick.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. I'll be talking about specifically the intersection of AI and climate change, opportunities, challenges, and recommendations. I'll start out with a quick overview of the space, which I described in greater detail last year. Including an overview of our taxonomy paper on tackling climate change with machine learning, which provides a detailed overview of many different applications where machine learning and AI can be relevant in climate change mitigation, so reducing greenhouse gas emissions, adaptation, responding to the effects of climate change, and climate science, understanding the climate better. This is a 100-page report, so I encourage anyone who's interested in more details to go and check that out. Some key opportunities that we found are distilling raw data into actionable information, whether that's by using satellite imagery to pinpoint deforestation, understand where communities are at risk from floods and coastal inundation, or using natural language processing to parse through large textual corpora, for example, to find climate relevant financial disclosures in corporate documents. So really taking unstructured data and turning that into, in all of these cases, insights that can be used to guide policy or otherwise shape meaningful action. The next theme that we touched on is improving predictions, so being able to forecast often from time series data, whether that's understanding electricity demand, how much electricity will be needed at any given point in time to help balance the electrical grid, or how much supply of electricity will be from variable sources like solar and wind power, or to predict things like food crop yield to ensure food security in face of a changing climate. The third theme that we touched on is optimizing complicated systems with many knobs that one can turn, which AI is very good at. That can be everything from reducing the energy needed to heat and cool a building to optimizing freight transportation systems to increase efficiency or reduce waste or increase robustness. And then the final theme that we touched on is accelerating scientific modeling and discovery, often by incorporating physics-based constraints and knowledge into AI systems. So that ranges from applications in materials discovery, such as for the design of better materials in batteries, to accelerated scientific modeling in cases such as climate models, weather models, or energy use models in buildings, where the physics-based models are excellent, but certain components of them can be sufficiently slow that they need quick approximation by AI in order to make the models really scale up. So in all of these cases, we can see there are themes for AI's relevance to climate change action that cut across different sectors and areas of application. Importantly, it is essential to remember that AI is not a silver bullet in tackling climate change. It's not needed everywhere. And really, where it is useful, it's useful in conjunction with other tools. It's also important to remember that the high impact applications may not be the flashiest applications of AI that really make the news. Sometimes less flashy applications can be extremely impactful. It's also worth remembering that one should always start out with the simplest methods. I know that I'm a researcher in my group. We always start out with the simple methods, whether that's linear regression or a very simple neural network model, just to see whether those methods are sufficient, because the simplest method that works is definitely the best one for the job. One doesn't want to use the latest tools just for the sake of it. It's really important to have partnership between complementary experts, experts in relevant other fields in the domain of application, and ideally stakeholders who will be affected by or using the technology. That's really essential to make sure that this technology is scoped correctly and incorporates relevant deployment considerations and is really impactful in the end. So I want to now touch on some of the more recent developments that we've been working on, including this report for the Global Partnership on AI, which is a coalition of countries around the world, of which Korea is a founding member, which is geared towards really integrating national and international AI strategies. This report is focused on specifically recommendations for governments in the space of climate change and AI. This report provides a large number of concrete recommendations for governments, touching on many different areas. We have 48 specific recommendations, including how to improve policies for data and digital infrastructure, research and innovation funding, deployment and systems integration, and also in cases where AI can have negative impacts either via applications or compute-related impacts on the climate. And cutting across all of these areas is the need to adopt a responsible AI lens, really think about the responsible practice and implementation of AI, thinking about capacity building in relevant organizations and international collaboration, and holistic impact assessment for AI's applications. Some selected recommendations from this report, and I encourage you to check out the full report if you're interested in more, are improving data standards and data sharing protocols via task forces and platforms. Often there is limited data, or that data which does exist is highly distributed or siloed within organizations which are not making it available for whatever reasons for use in relevant applications that may be of public benefit. Another recommendation that we make is really ensuring impact-driven funding for AI research and innovation. Often AI funding in the climate space falls through the cracks because AI funding can be driven by incremental improvements on benchmark tasks rather than really motivated by the applications that may be of most relevance to society. Both of these are important. Both methodological improvements and impact-driven improvements are necessary, and just really ensuring that both are present in the funding landscape is very important. There is a need to ensure that AI innovations make their way all the way through the pipeline from development to deployment. That includes incorporation of relevant deployment considerations, such as, for example, if you are an electrical grid operator, you may be very interested in the robustness of AI algorithms given the critical nature of grid infrastructure, and that may be a fundamental consideration which should be built into innovations from the start. Cross-sectoral innovation centers, including stakeholders from the private and public sectors and researchers, are really essential to ensure that innovations make their way through from the research and development stage all the way to deployment, incorporate relevant considerations in order to facilitate collaboration and incubate projects. Building AI capacity and literacy is really fundamentally important in climate-relevant industries, in government, and in civil society. In many cases, relevant organizations don't have sufficient AI knowledge in-house, which can lead to either, on one hand, a lack of understanding about where AI can be useful, or on the other hand, overconfidence and over-optimism about where AI is relevant in cases where it may not be relevant. So we recommend both upskilling programs, which include building capacity within existing members of organizations, and secondment programs, which involve bringing AI experts from externally into such organizations to contribute such expertise. It's really important to adopt a responsible AI lens for all of these applications. There are best practices that need to be developed regarding fairness and accountability. Participatory design is really important. To ensure that the stakeholders who are most affected by a technology are involved in the development and deployment of that technology. And then finally, I want to mention considering the potential positive and negative climate impacts in shaping new technology development overall, because AI applications have an impact on the climate, just like other technologies, whether we are specifically designing them that way or not. And often we have choices about how we can design such technologies. For example, autonomous vehicle technology, if it's used to accelerate personal vehicles, self-driving personal cars, that is likely to make climate change worse because it will increase the amount that people drive, increase consumption of fuels, and increase greenhouse gas emissions. Even if each mile driven becomes slightly more efficient, the overall effect is expected to be negative. However, if we are incentivizing autonomous vehicle technology in public transportation and freight, that could potentially help make climate change better. So really, the implicit and explicit choices we make in shaping new technologies have an immense effect upon their ultimate impact from a climate perspective and from other perspectives. In conclusion, I want to highlight that both of these reports, the Tackling Climate Change and Machine Learning report and the Global Partnership on AI report on AI and climate, are initiatives involving Climate Change AI, which is an international nonprofit catalyzing impactful work at the intersection of climate change AI, of which I'm one of the chairs, along with Priya Donti and Lynn Kak. The Climate Change AI initiative includes a global network providing opportunities for intersection and synergy between experts in research, industry, and policy. We provide a lot of informational resources, including reports, webinars, and tutorials. A number of other resources, including some which have just launched. We just finished the first round of our innovation grants program, which is a multi-million-dollar initiative to provide targeted funding to catalyze further innovation in this area. We're also launching the first round of our summer school and other course materials, and we have many discussion platforms for engagement virtually, in addition to physical or recently virtual events at the top AI conferences, NeurIPS, ICML, and iClear, along with TEDx and the UN Climate Change Conference, or the COP. So I encourage you to check out climatechange.ai if you're interested in learning more about this space.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rolnick. We can see that scholars in many disciplines are working together to use AI as a tool for climate action, for shaping AI's impact, and especially your selected policy recommendations seem to be very helpful to many other people. And yes, we need partnerships and need to solve our challenges together. Thank you all panelists for your presentations. Now let's have some discussion. I think we have a lot of things to discuss right now, as we talked about right now, and you may freely give your opinion and ask questions to each other.
Rather than question, I really express on my gratitude of this, David, as your approach about your highlighted upskilling and the second month of these programs. I believe this is one of the important subjects now. So AI is mostly that we are initial phase to develop AI. So this is a natural situation, but by the nature of this AI, especially climate aspect or some people's or cultural background aspect, the second month of this program, and also upskilling is so important subject. So I really support of that. We are in ITU, we also our effort to collaborate with our regional office and our regional collaborating organizations, how we can second month of these programs. So I think it's a very good approach. So we have to continue. I'm really appreciative of this that part.
Thank you for the kind words. I'm really excited by the various initiatives which you mentioned, Chesa, for that ITU, for example, is pursuing an AI for climate science thrust, and also many of the other areas of synergy that you mentioned, like AI and agriculture, also are climate relevant. It's not just the climate science component, obviously, that is intimately involved in climate action. So I'd be very interested in hearing more, if you can share about those various initiatives and learning more offline as well.
I guess you two have many topics in common, I think, currently. So what would be the specific steps that you may have to develop what you said right now? So, for example, you have platforms, you talked about platforms and other things currently, and so to accelerate partnership between ITU and regional the scholars in the region that David is in, what would be the next step? You kind of action items, maybe?
Maybe in this regard, I wish to again reiterate of this, what I explained of this. We recently launched of this called AI for Good Neural Networks. We operated AI for Good last around 4 years, more than 4 years, as we have collected many experts and the programs or project. So all this collection, as I reported briefly, in case of last year, we have more than 180,000 participants from 180 countries. We collected all this information and put into this, our neural network. If you can join, if you can click on this, I have to definitely show this my presentation. So even you can go to the ITU website and the AI for Good Neural Networks. You can easily become member, just to subscribe. You can find out this interesting subject. You can easily tailoring what you want and be part of this network. So we just provide the platform because we are United Nations system. So we provide such platform that will be one way to link it together with David, your private network, climate aspect. We are very much excited of this, to have of that. And definitely, I wish to also invite of this neighbor. So neighbor is very strong platforms in Korea, especially this Asian flavor. So why not to link it together? It would be very helpful.
Okay, so if you guys don't have anything to ask right now, I would just want to ask David about some more specific things about establishing best practices for responsible and participatory design. Can you elaborate more?
Absolutely. So to some extent, these will end up being sector or area specific. And I think that many of the challenges involved in responsible AI have been elaborated on very much better and in more depth in specifically responsible AI focused reports. One of the things that we highlight is how different considerations that maybe are overall present across AI take certain forms in the case of AI for climate action. So for example, interpretability may be particularly important if an AI system is being used by policymakers or by building operators, because they may not trust it without that kind of insight into what's going on, or guarantees of robustness, an understanding of uncertainty in the predictions of the model. So uncertainty, estimation, interpretability, robustness are all extremely fundamental and take particular forms in contexts where if the algorithm is not robust, then the electrical grid might go down and power might be lost and people might die. So there are very serious consequences involved in such contexts. Another setting where I want to touch on maybe the particular form where general responsible AI considerations, the form that can take in climate relevant contexts is in the space of equity. There are obviously huge numbers of equity related considerations, but at the level of problem choice, I want to highlight, for example, that often the problems that are being worked on in the climate space are implicitly being defined by certain stakeholders. So for example, we see much more focus on AI for combating wildfires, which is a great topic to be working on. I'm really glad people are working on that. We see much more focus and investment in that than in AI for combating locusts, for example. Wildfires and locusts are both serious problems, which are being exacerbated by climate change, but wildfires are primarily affecting North America, Europe, and Australia, and locusts are primarily affecting East Africa, the Middle East, and India. And so the focus on certain problems is very much shaped by certain stakeholders, as well as the way in which these are being worked on. Often data biases in different places means that algorithms are implicitly, sometimes very insidiously, tailored towards certain regions. If you're looking at satellite imagery, for example, there may be much more labels available in certain parts of the world than in others, which may mean the algorithm is much better in certain parts of the world than in others. And so really thinking about the ways in which equity considerations take shape in the climate space is very valuable in developing standards, best practices, and considerations for responsible AI in ways that may take slightly different forms in other areas of application.
Dr. Howard, do you want to add something more to Dr. Rolnick's said? What's Dr. Rolnick said? Because I see that you have some examples.
Yes, actually, that I agree with Dr. Rolnick, because I think it is very challenging issues for the predicting or the intervention for climate changes. I think actually prediction is very important issue, but I think intervention also is very the important issues for preventing the negative effects for some factors for the changing climate, I think. So the most important thing is to prevent climate changes, to make the more explainable or interpretability for AI, because we need to control some factors to make them the worst effect for the climate changes, I think. And I think this is not case for only climate change. Actually, this explainability is main issues for many applications, kind of the financial issues, the healthcare issues, and in labor cases, because we are operating some kind of financial services, recommendation systems, and etc. So for more trustworthy and more reliable AI, we are also trying to make some more reliable AI also. So actually, we establish another trustworthy AI center with Tübingen University of Tübingen for the trustworthy AI. Yeah.
I certainly see that. So first of all, Dr. Rolnick talked about responsible and participatory design that in data or in some problems, we see that some problems are shared by certain stakeholders, right?
Mm-hmm.
So which means that we only see some problems only. So
Yeah.
we may have to look for the other problems as well, right? That's what you said, Dr. Rowley, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see that Dr. Ha, as you said about climate change, yes, it is true. And I think also when you say interpretability and explainability and about data, I would assume that you would include the vulnerable people's data in your models. For example, that you talked about your example that you help old people by using like chatbots or something, right? And you can collect those data to make or to see some problems that we haven't seen before because we only had some data from not old people or isolated people, but normal people. So that would be maybe one part that we can think of, right? And maybe we can also use some platform that ITU developed to incorporate these all. Maybe that's what I think when I hear about what you're saying right now. And so and I think those kind of things are really important. Because what I see here is that we're losing data, which means that everyone dies, and it means that the whole data that the person generated is going to be not accessible to the other people, which may be really useful to humankind. Maybe that's my perspective, actually. Is that aligned with what you said, Dr. Hollerly?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last point about data.
Oh, so I was telling you guys that the data is always generated by a person mostly, yes. And it means that if one dies, then the whole data that the person generated may be gone forever. And so, for example, isolated people or vulnerable people, we may have a chance to collect those data and see what's actually problem in their lives or something, so that we can use those to, help the other people. Yeah.
Potentially, I tend to think that data doesn't actually die often when a person dies. Often that data is still around, perhaps without their consent. A lot of the field of natural language processing was built upon public disclosure of confidential emails from the company Enron. Without those people realizing that they would be contributing to the field of NLP, and perhaps in more insidious ways when images are used by facial recognition companies without the consent of the parties or without their knowledge even. So data often does not die when a person dies, but certainly there are opportunities to think about equitable methods of data gathering that ideally include consent from all parties to ensure that, oftentimes the reason why data distributions are skewed is because people don't even think that they should be working to make them less skewed. Well, obviously, if one's collecting grid data, one is going to be collecting electrical grid data from the US because that's where the stakeholders on the team are from. Or maybe they're just there is more availability of data from the US. Thinking in terms of what stakeholders are included on teams is really important because if certain stakeholders are not included in the conversations, if they're not researchers from the Global South are included, for example, that is often one reason why data from the Global South may not be present, even if that data is available, or considerations from such stakeholders are not necessarily being incorporated.
Actually, the data has inherently biased and some limitations for the make some perfect data. So we need to send the more efforts to the debiasing and data for the generalized AI. And nowadays, there are some reports on the AI or models using only synthetic data for the avoiding these data bias issues in some the computer vision domains and etc. Yeah. So emerging tech as an emerging tech, some synthetic data, the business, it can be regarded as a new business domain, as I know.
So, okay, thank you.
Perhaps. I have some concerns about you having technological solutions to find our way out of data bias. They certainly may be a role for such solutions, but I tend to think that they can obfuscate problems. So if you're training GANs to generate synthetic data, what are the GANs trained on? There's going to be some real data at the bottom of it, and oftentimes the framing of the problem. But I understand that there are developments in this area. We may not be disagreeing.
Actually, this synthetic data research is based on not just the typical generative models, but kind of some noisy style data from training from the noisy style data, etc. It's a very early stage of these kind of the researches, as I know. Yeah.
So for I just want to talk about the phrase that I talked about, like when person dies, the data goes. I mean by, the people who don't use Naver, right? Because they are isolated or,
yeah.
I see. I misinterpreted that.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Oftentimes when, yes, that says something also about where many of the most powerful stakeholders are in tech and AI and the digital divide, which I'm certainly part of at an institution in the global north that has a disproportionately concentrated power.
So that's one thing that I was trying to put on the table, and another thing that I want to talk about would be very impact-driven funding for AI research and innovation. Could you elaborate more? Because I really want to emphasize that one.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Because so we have Naver who can fund us, and we have ITU who can.
I'm really interested in hearing hearing your thoughts, Dr. Ha and Dr. Lee, on this, because I really see a gap sometimes, particularly in AI funding. That AI funding is often purely focused on sort of methodological improvements abstracted away from their societal impact. And clearly we need both methodological advances and impact-driven advances. And oftentimes impact-driven advances, I find, can spur methodological improvements. And really there are so many good test cases, for example, for hybrid physical models in the climate domain. And hybrid physical models or interpretability are key AI challenges. And by focusing on where they can be very impactful, we can, I think, drive AI innovation overall and also contribute to beneficial impacts. I also see that oftentimes impact-driven funding is purely directed towards moonshots. And one really wants to escape this moonshot mentality. Obviously, there are certain high impact problems which people should be working on, but oftentimes focusing on sort of medium impact problems which aren't quite as high variance or high risk, but can have maybe the low hanging fruit in terms of societal impact can be really, really valuable. So I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts, Dr. Lee and Dr. Ha.
Maybe Dr. Ha, or if not the case, let me start.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not an easy subject. Even it fully depends on the subject areas and whether those are some stakeholders who engage with that subject areas. But as David, you said about, there's some of the different priorities. Very recently, I want to make one of reference, one of example case when what ITU we have a seriously challenge now. regarding all this climate aspect, very recently, near Tonga has some of a volcanic explosion. As IGEE addressed more than 10 years ago, we tried to develop further detailed development of this ocean maps, use of submarine cable, submarine telecommunication cable. You know, this whole of the oceans overall submarine telecommunication cable is already installed. So we wish to put all this almost every 4 kilometers or sometimes 10 kilometers, we have a repeater. So we use of these repeaters to put on these sensors to look at ocean status. If we can launch this project as well, then we pretty much sure our knowledge, our prevention of this, the ocean environment is quite seriously improved. But it's very, very difficult to get attention from our funding raisers. So we spent more than 10 years. We still have an effort, but very fortunately, end of last year, we got some of a green, small but green signal from some members. So we expect to have getting more. But what I want to highlight is sometimes some subject is very infrastructure essential core part. Some part is impactful, but as a consequence. So how we can make this balance between all these consequence areas and some of core competence areas? That is still a challenge. But I don't see we really need of this global guidance, but it's we have to continuously challenge it, bring all this, those stakeholders' attention with our exporting areas. So even both of your business area, we try to bring, this is important subject for your consideration. For the moment, this is what we have to do. So I wish to show this as an example case from ITU.
Actually, in business side, basically, I agree with Dr. Lonnie, and actually, I agree with Dr. Lee, because in business side and in early stage, a small success is very important to investment. We need some, we need to show some many small success for the continuous investment. But after some small success, then we need to make some impactful result for the more the powerful investment or powerful the research or the powerful technology technology part. So I think it depends on some situation and the stages. But basically, for the further impact or further the effect of the AI technology, then the impact-driven approach is basically is reasonable. But depending on the situation, we need to focusing on some many small success for using the low-hanging fruits, etc. I think.
Dr. Rolnick, do you have any examples for like that some technology that may make small successes from AI for climate change?
That is at the stage of like really like a fairly early stage of technological readiness, you mean?
Yeah.
I think that most of the examples that I highlighted are later stage technological readiness. Yeah. Any particular example might be a bit earlier, but generally they're at a later stage, and many of them are already being deployed and scaled up. I think that some of the materials science applications are a bit earlier. In materials discovery for batteries, for catalysts, for photovoltaic cells or solar perovskites or carbon sorbents. There's room for more AI-guided discovery there, and that's not supplanting experiments in these areas. It's really helping to direct them and pick what learn the most from experiments. We're seeing this in the drug discovery space too, in a similar way to materials discovery, but I think it's still very much early stages, and there remains a lot of innovation that can happen there at a very early technological readiness level.
Thank you. Talking about technological readiness and impact and consequences, let's talk about big models, large-scale models like GPT-3 and Hyperclova. Is it for societal impact or is it for benchmark improvement? Dr. Ha?
Yeah, actually, in benchmark performance, the large-scale language model shows amazing results, and I think the most important thing is show the new innovative things. Actually, large-scale language models can provide some new results that conventional AIs cannot do that. That is the most important thing, because using these new functions, we can operate, or we can provide the new global care services for all the people. Right? Actually, when we apply the conventional chatbot systems, then the people do not like these services because that services feel like some robot or not natural conversation. But when we applying our Hyperclova model to this our new care call services, kind of the conversation model, they very satisfied our services. That is that it means the new technology can very impactful or innovative societal positive effects. So I think we can make some more application for the better society, I think. Yeah. Of course, we agree with the energy consumption issues and some many limitations, but we need to make some continue to the research for the elevate these issues, I think.
So basically, large companies are making large models currently a lot, and yeah. I see there are positive sides, but there may be negative sides, right?
Yes. So actually, we are preparing some opening our Hyperclova to the Clova Studio to use everyone, but actually there are some still remains some limitations. So we are serving some closed beta services for some restricted people users, but we will extend to more people to use the large scale language model for their services or their product and their research.
So we see that large companies are building large models just like a race, right? And it's at one point, it surely generates innovative solutions that we could not generate before with the small models, but at the same time, there are many concerns. So we want to talk about these concerns in perspective, in the view of scholars and like international organization. So I want to ask David and Chaso about this.
Yeah, let me say, it's a little difficult to say this is depends on the volume of this project. I want to say this is more relevant how we can close to representing real environment. I think as Mr. Ha, your explanation is now that your customer is satisfied with improved is updated your service. Your service is more close to the real world. So now it's even video codings, audio, speech, audio, machine speaking, all capabilities we are now quite well improved. But all this area also need also engagement from the AI machine learning, because they have to get those more close data and then imitate of this data to present of their service. So maybe in this regard, all areas like health domains, even climate domains, we need a more close represent of this more closely represent of this real world. So how we can improve of that real presentation, even let me say this, assuming metaverse with such wonderful 3D and audio, visual, this that make people really satisfied, or people like it, but we know still far ways. Even not only service and application aspect, but also we need to huge improvement of our communication infrastructure as well. So this is a recursive subject, as this whole ecosystem always linked together, how we can improve together. That would be one of the big subjects, but definitely technical improvement is really helpful for enhancing of our service and our business models, I believe.
On my side, I guess I would say two things. One is that overall, so large language models, and you mentioned energy concerns. Those are concerns that I definitely have. They're probably not my biggest concerns about AI from a climate perspective. They're also probably not my biggest concerns about large language models. For AI from a climate perspective, I'm more concerned about applications of AI to recommender systems that are being used to increase, just specifically designed to increase consumption of goods, and are probably significantly increasing society's greenhouse gas emissions as a result. And for example, applications in the fossil fuel industry, in extraction and exploration for fossil fuels, applications of the AI and advanced analytics are expected to contribute $500 billion in additional profit to the fossil fuel industry by 2025 alone. So really, there are these ways that AI models are being used, which I'm particularly concerned about. I'm also concerned about direct energy consumption, but again, for large language models, I would say that there are a multitude of concerns that have been raised by the scholarly community, which I'm not going to get into because I'm not a relevant researcher, but I would point in particular to work of Emily Bender and Timmy Gebru and others highlighting other risks of large language models. Everything from the data that these models are often trained on, and the way in which they can serve to reinforce existing narratives and the perspectives of dominant stakeholders, accentuate extreme views, or marginalize already marginalized communities. And so some of the implicit choices, everything from the data choices to what languages are being trained on, and the ways in which such language models can be used. In addition, I guess fundamentally, like, larger models do get me concerned about what stakeholders are able to train and run such models, because only certain places and institutions have the ability to control such models, given the computational costs.
Thank you. One concern I had was something relevant to the responsible AI. So going back to the data issue that we talked about, right? We see that this large language models have all the things inside, but actually it's not all, right? So there are biases inside. There are things that we didn't consider before. So is there any way to, I think last time, Dr. Ha talked about debiasing or other technological solutions. Will there be any other regulatory solution or like kind of other design solutions and other things that we can think of?
Yeah, actually, there are many different efforts to elevate these issues from the data to evaluation. So actually, there are many approaches for the data biasing or debiasing and the model architectures and loss functions, and how to evaluate the model performances and how to make some the evaluation data and the evaluation protocols. So actually, these are well-known problems, and many researchers try to solve these issues, including our research organization. So I think for resolving these issues, the collaboration, including many diverse interdisciplinary experts, is very important issues to resolve these issues, because this is the main critical point for the sustainable AI, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. David and Chasam, do you have any?
Let me say, because I have to leave now, that is very important subject, but I want to highlight we need a really training, education to human, not to say AI. AI is a result of our human effort. So humans should be responsible. Responsible people engage with this AI development. So even data bias, to find out this by AI, definitely I'm interested how we can assess of this AI performance in terms of this bias, all this negative side. We need certain assessment platforms to ensure those AI is developed fit for purpose. We have to ensure that. But from the relatively of this, to define this AI regulation, let me say human regulation.
I would strongly second that, and maybe this is a good place to close too. That really fundamentally AI choices are choices about people. They're by people. They're for people, and we're very fond as AI practitioners or researchers of thinking of technological ways out of things, but there's only so far that one can go there, and fundamentally the decisions are being made by humans whether we like it or not, and if they're not being made explicitly, they're being made implicitly, and sometimes in ways that we don't understand. And maybe that's a theme overall here, that fundamentally AI decisions are human decisions, and that we want to shape those as consciously as possible, and also decide where AI shouldn't be applied at all, because there will be many cases where that is the case, that is not the right tool for the job, for various different reasons.
Thank you. And any last remark that you want to make, Dr. Ha?
I agree with the two people. So actually the regulation, yes, for sustainability, regulation is required, but I think actually this is very early stages for the AI, and we need to educate people how to use AI for their life. That is very important issues. So actually we have no opportunity to educate the internet. So some people use maliciously using internet, right? Some toxic comment or etc. I think we need to educate many people for make some good AI uses, I think. Yeah, these main issues. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all our panelists for their presentations and thought-provoking discussions. I'm sure that our audience greatly benefited from your insights. I would like to conclude this session by emphasizing one point from our discussion today, especially what Dr. Rolnick shared today. Partnership between complementary experts is crucial. Let's continue to engage our communities and empower one another as we utilize AI to create a more sustainable and equitable common future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye bye.
It's been a long day. Thank you for staying with us on day one of the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum held virtually via Yonsei University. Our hope is that the legacy of these times will not be of grief and sorrow, but that these times will be a testament of human resilience and celebration of lives spent to better the lives of others. The sessions held today demonstrated that much effort has been spent to actualize such hopes. But surely there is more to be done, of which we will continue to explore with diverse stakeholders. So, see you in a few hours in day two. Actually, it's only a few hours a day. And we will have more exciting guests who are waiting to be heard. Good night from Seoul, Korea.